Chapter 541. Jiang Xiai didn't know that someone had taken the blame for him. After the battle, he quickly found an ordinary mountain range in Tonggu continent. He restrained his aura and drilled into the depths of the mountain range. He had already used his spiritual sense to explore the area with a radius of tens of millions of kilometers and confirmed that there were no hidden powerhouses here. Unless the other party's spiritual sense was far stronger than his, or they had a special aura concealing technique. In that case, even if his spiritual sense was comparable to that of a ninth tribulation transcender, he wouldn't be able to find the other party. Of course, the probability of encountering such an extreme situation was very small. Therefore, Jiang Xiai temporarily hid in this mountain range without worry. With the flawed mountain sea sword scripture, the universe scroll, he easily killed a sixth tribulation transcender and 3/5 tribulation transcenders of the Scarlet Locusts. Moreover, the joint attack of these 4 Scarlet Locusts was close to that of a 7th tribulation transcender. From this, Jiang Xiai confirmed his current comprehensive combat strength. I can barely be considered an 8th tribulation transcender. In addition, the most important thing was that he found the flaw of the 6 styles of the universe. The 5 styles of the 5-element system haven't really been integrated into the 6 styles of the universe. As long as this problem is solved, the universe scroll could be considered a major success. Jiang Xiai was full of expectations. If it wasn't the auxiliary secret technique he accidentally created, the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture would be the first combat secret technique he created, and the universe scroll was the foundation of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture. Only a flawless universe scroll that could truly form its own system was qualified to be recorded in the experience value panel. At that time, he could use the panel to deduce and improve the later realms of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture. He wouldn't have to risk his life and fight all over the world to find inspiration. The key now was how to solve the flaw of the 6 styles of the universe. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiai chuckled. He already had a clue, so he chose to hide instead of continuing to fight. Some life's opportunities are actually determined early on. Before the Great Change on Earth, he was the supervisory elder of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Star region. Because Soaring Rainbow Sect secretly controlled White Feather Star Trade and captured the people of his Mountain Sea Star Trade, he then destroyed White Feather Star Trade during that battle. The leader of the White Jade Star Trading Company, Yin Shi, had used a special magic treasure to unleash the power of the 5 elements. Her strength had greatly increased, and she had reached the level of invincible Tao integration stage. At that time, after he killed Yin Shi, that special Dharma treasure naturally became his spoils of war and had been lying in his storage Dharma treasure ever since. Jiang Xiai flipped his hand and took out a strangely shaped full moon scimitar. There were 5 rings hanging on the blade, making clinking sounds. Although it's only a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, it can perfectly fuse the Taoist rhymes of the 5 elements Taoist techniques together to form an even stronger Taoist technique, the power of the 5 elements. He clearly remembered that battle scene. An ordinary Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, had relied on the power of the 5 elements to become invincible in the Tao integration stage. If I can figure out the core principle of this special artifact, I might be able to solve the problem of the 6 styles of the universe. Jiang Xi's eyes revealed a divine light. He waved his hand to refine the full moon scimitar and injected his late-stage, Tao integration stage, spiritual sense into it. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to summon the 5-element Taoist techniques. He first summoned the power of the Taoist rhymes of the heaven and earth Tao and injected it into the full moon scimitar. Then, the power of the 5 Taoist rhymes, accompanied by spiritual power, spiraled out in a strange way. The 5 rings on the full moon scimitar merged together and turned into a huge rune diagram. An even more powerful power of the Taoist rhymes appeared, the power of the 5 elements. Jiang Xi's gaze fell on the rune diagram. He carefully felt this power and exclaimed in his heart, "I've crossed a whole realm." The power of the five elements Taoist techniques of the heaven and earth Tao level already possesses the power of the great Tao level. Perhaps the five elements Taoist techniques of the six styles of the universe can be fused in a similar way? He guessed. His intuition told him that this was the right path. No matter what the result was, the power of the five elements Taoist techniques would definitely increase greatly. With the six styles of the universe, he barely had the combat power of an eighth tribulation transcender. If the fusion of the five elements Taoist techniques allowed the six styles of the universe to reach perfection, what level would his combat power reach? Comprehension. Next, Jiang Xi used the full moon scimitar to display the power of the five elements Taoist techniques over and over again, comprehending the mysteries of the fusion of the five elements Taoist techniques. He could feel that this fusion method was different from the fusion of Taoist techniques of the Taoist fusion technique. Instead, it was a deep fusion, just like the six styles of the universe. It was a deep fusion of the sword path and other Taoist techniques. At the same time, Jiang Xi was not blindly cultivating and comprehending. He knew that combat practice was the best teacher. Therefore, every time he comprehended something, he would go out and hunt for tribulation transcenders of other races to fight and experiment with various things. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xi had been in the Tonggu continent for 10 years. During these 10 years, he had experienced hundreds of battles. Not counting the 4 people of the Scarlet Yin clan that he had killed in the beginning, he had also killed a 7th Tribulation Transcender, 14 6th Tribulation Transcender, and 36 5th Tribulation Transcender. The other powerhouses of other races below the 5th Tribulation Transcender realm were not counted in his battle record. In addition, Jiang Xi also gradually noticed that the Tribulation Transcenders of the monster races camp were particularly crazy after seeing him. This was a sign of danger. He knew very well that he would definitely attract the attention of other races and put a bounty on his head if he were to wander alone in the Tonggu continent with his Tao integration stage body. Judging from this situation, he had already been targeted by the monster races camp. Therefore, after every battle, he would change his hiding place. The communication methods of the other races were far inferior to those of the human race. His frequent change of location, coupled with the strength of his spiritual sense that was comparable to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender, allowed him to escape the encirclement of the monster race's camp many times. It was worth mentioning that in the past 10 years, the powerhouses of other races that Jiang Xi had hunted down had also provided him with a lot of military merit points. The Purple Heaven sect's requirement for his life and death tempering was 10 trillion military merit points. His current military merit points were close to 30 trillion, and he had already completed it. He could end his life and death tempering at any time and return to the human territory. However, Jiang Xi did not have such plans because his 6 styles of the universe had not yet been perfected. Since it was a secret combat technique, he naturally had to obtain it in battle. An excellent place to temper oneself, like the foreign battlefield, was not something that could be found in the human territory. Jiang Xi knew that although he was known as a genius of the new era, he was still lacking compared to the peerless geniuses of his generation. That was because the time he had been cultivating was too short. For example, of the 104th heavenly layer Tao integration disciples of the Purple Heaven sect, there were 99 others besides him. Many of the top 99 cultivators had cultivated for close to 10,000 years, which was the limit of their accumulation. The top 10 had the strength of an 8th Tribulation Transcender, and the person at the very front even had the strength of a 9th Tribulation Transcender with his Tao integration cultivation. Always pursue the strongest, and always think that you are not the strongest. This was Jiang Xi's belief. Therefore, he had to continue to work hard and become the strongest in the same realm. The 3 peak races had their own military camps in the Tonggu continent, which were guarded by true monarchs. It could be said that these camps were the safest places in the Tonggu continent. Some tribulation transcender powerhouses who needed to rest would choose to rest in the military camps. It was the 11th year since Jiang Xi entered the Tonggu continent. In a heavily guarded mountain range in the Tonggu continent, this was the frontline military camp of the Ghost Race Camp in the 9th battlefield. At this time, in the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away, a top-grade immortal boat shuttled out of the source space. Near the Tonggu continent, because there were too many war wreckage, flying boats could not accelerate to the speed of light. In the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away, there were many acceleration zones, which had enough space to accelerate to the speed of light and travel through the source space. However, very few powerhouses of the various races chose to do so, because everyone had come to the outer rim battlefield to fight and kill each other. If they were to travel back and forth in the source space, it would be boring. If they could not even touch each other, how could they talk about fighting? Therefore, the powerhouses of the various races basically used flying boats to travel at sublight speed and hunt in the Tonggu continent. For those who wanted to rush back to the military camp to rest, they would choose to travel through the source space. After this top-grade immortal boat approached the camp of the Ghost Race Camp, a ghost guard came to receive it. These days, those who dared to use a top-grade immortal boat to travel in the Tonggu continent were existences that could not be provoked. First, it was expensive, even more expensive than a top-grade immortal artifact. Among Tribulation Transcender powerhouses, there were not many who could afford to use a top-grade immortal boat, even if the 3 peak races added together. Second, they were strong, because a top-grade immortal boat was a big target. Without enough strength, they would not dare to be so ostentatious. After the top-grade immortal boat landed in the military camp, a silver figure walked out of it. This figure had silver skin, golden hair, and pupils, and emitted ghostly energy. Although it was still gloomy, it gave off a sacred feeling. Such an appearance and aura made the surrounding ghost soldiers feel a sense of awe from the depths of their souls. This was because this was a member of the Golden Yiksha clan, an existence nobler than the Silver Yiksha clan. Greetings, Lord Golden Yiksha. The surrounding ghost soldiers' eyes were full of reverence as they knelt down one after another. This Golden Yiksha expressionlessly put away the top-grade immortal boat and then walked straight into the depths of the military camp. In the depths of the military camp, there were magnificent palaces. When he walked into one of the palaces, an 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Race who was not a Golden Yiksha clan walked out. He looked similar to a human, but his body was suffused with blue, ghostly flames. The 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Race said in surprise, "Oh, what a rare guest. Gu Jiang, you actually came to the military camp?" Ordinary ghost soldiers needed to respect the Golden Yiksha clan, but peak Tribulation Transcender powerhouses like them did not. Greetings, Senior Brother Shiming. The Golden Yiksha, Gu Jiang, slightly bowed and said, "My top-grade immortal crystals are almost used up, and I don't want to leave the foreign battlefield for the time being, so I came here to exchange for some." Hearing the mention of top-grade immortal crystals, Shi Ming's eyelids twitched, but he still smiled and said, "I have some relationship with the manager here. How much do you want? I can give you a discount." "No need to trouble you, Senior Brother. It's just 100 top-grade immortal crystals. It doesn't matter if you want a discount or not." Gu Jiang smiled, but his smile was somewhat distant. Shi Ming helplessly shook his head. "Then you can go in." Gu Jiang did not say anything else and walked straight into the main hall. Shi Ming looked at his back, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his blue, ghostly flames. What the hell? You just relied on reincarnating in the Great Bone Sea and found a good father." The ghost race had a strict hierarchy. They were divided into imperial bloodlines, royal bloodlines, peak bloodlines, and ordinary bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the more it would increase one's strength. At the same time, it would be easier to cultivate to a higher realm. For ghosts with ordinary bloodlines, they would at most have a chance to raise their bloodline to a peak bloodline, but they would not be able to raise it to a royal bloodline. This was because the imperial and royal bloodlines of the ghost race were all reincarnated. In other words, this bloodline was innate. In the holy lands of the ghost race, apart from the holy mountain, There was also the Great Bone Sea and the Small Bone Sea. Among them, the Great Bone Sea would reincarnate Imperial Golden Yakshas, and the Small Bone Sea would reincarnate Imperial Silver Yakshas. The reason why Shi Ming was displeased was that before this Gu Jiong reincarnated, he was just a first tribulation transcender with an ordinary bloodline. Unexpectedly, after Gu Jiong died in an accident, he actually reincarnated in the Great Bone Sea and became the child of a Golden Yaksha Ghost King. Ghost Kings were Tao immortals and true monarchs. Moreover, this Golden Yaksha Ghost King was a fifth tribulation Tao immortal. His status in the ghost race was very high, second only to those peak Tao monarchs. As a result, Gu Jiong reached the heavens in a single step. With the help of the Golden Yaksha Ghost King, Gu Jiong's cultivation speed was very fast. In the end, when he transcended 6 tribulations, he could be called a peerless genius of the ghost race. After tempering himself in the outer realm for a period of time, he quickly reached the 7th tribulation transcender realm. In comparison, Shi Ming had been fighting in the outer realm for tens of thousands of years. After experiencing countless life and death situations, he had barely reached the 8th tribulation transcender realm. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry, and ghosts were the same. Looking at the magical treasures they usually used, one would know the difference. Gu Jiong used a full set of top-grade immortal magical treasures, including offensive magical treasures, defensive magical treasures, and a top-grade immortal boat for escaping. As for him, an 8 tribulation transcender, he still used high-grade immortal equipment. This guy, what's even more extravagant, is that he usually uses top-grade immortal crystals to replenish his immortal power. Shi Ming sighed. Top-grade immortal crystals were extremely rare, and the immortal power they contained was also extremely pure. Therefore, they were very expensive. For the 3 peak races, top-grade immortal crystals were an absolute strategic resource. Even 9th tribulation transcenders were not willing to use top-grade immortal crystals to cultivate. For example, in the human race, the exchange price of 1 top-grade immortal crystal was 100 million points. Sometimes I even want to commit suicide and try to reincarnate. Shi Ming shook his head. Unfortunately, the probability of a successful reincarnation was too low. Not even 1 ghost tribulation transcender in 10,000 would be able to successfully reincarnate. Inside the hall, after Gu Jiong exchanged 100 top-grade immortal crystals, he did not stay for long and quickly left the military camp. In the starry sky, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, the top-grade immortal boat instantly shuttled through the source space, heading toward a random direction in the Tonggu continent. Inside the top-grade immortal boat, Gu Jiong was casually sitting there. His whole body was emitting a gloomy, ghostly aura, but there was also a sense of holiness. Recalling the scene when he talked with Shi Ming, he directly sneered, completely losing his previous modest and polite appearance. He knew that after reincarnating as the child of the Golden Yaksha Ghost King, he would attract the jealousy of many of his clansmen. Because before he reincarnated, he was a ghost race first tribulation transcender with an ordinary bloodline, and he understood the thoughts of ordinary ghosts very well. Unhappy? Jealous? What's the use of that? What can a bunch of guys who can't see the situation clearly know? I was originally my father's child countless epochs ago. With his help, I reincarnated countless times before finally reincarnating into the Great Bone Sea. Thinking of this, his golden pupils burst out with golden light, full of ambition. In this life, I must cultivate to become a true monarch and touch the boundary of a Tao monarch. Experience in battle. With the top-grade immortal crystals, I can use the netherworld ghost prison that my father gave me again. Now, I can start hunting those foreign tribulation transcenders. It's best if they're from the human race. Gu Jiong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The speed of the top-grade immortal boat could reach up to 300 times the speed of light. Next, after Gu Jiong shuttled through the source space for a day, he arrived at a location 3,000 light-years away from the ghost race camp. He drove the top-grade immortal boat and flew in the sky above the Tonggu continent at sublight speed, looking for suitable targets. With my father's help, the strength of my spiritual sense has already broken through the limit of the tribulation transcender realm, and the range of my spiritual sense has reached 100 million kilometers. In the Tonggu continent, few can escape my detection. Gu Jiong was very confident. In just an hour, his eyes were full of doubts. Human, Tao integration stage? A mere Tao integration stage, human dares to travel alone in the Tonggu continent. Oh, his spiritual sense is actually comparable to a ninth tribulation transcender. Gu Jiong relied on his spiritual sense, which had surpassed the limit of the tribulation transcender realm, to detect a tyrannical spiritual sense covering the space with a radius of 10 million kilometers. His eyes widened in disbelief. Even when he was at the Tao integration stage, the strength of his spiritual sense was not so abnormal. Fortunately, my spiritual sense has already broken through the limit of the tribulation transcender realm. Otherwise, he would have discovered me just now. It seems that this person must be one of the top 10 peerless geniuses of the human race. Gu Jiong's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a mission information that was circulated in the Ghost Race camp more than 400 years ago. A human Tao integration stage expert called the Undying Taoist, and his real identity was suspected to be the human race's genius, Jiang Xi. Yes, he killed the strongest sixth tribulation transcender on Surging Waves Island, so there was no challenge for him there. That's why he came to the Tonggu continent. I didn't expect to meet him this time. Haha, I, Gu Jiong, am indeed the chosen one. In the Ghost Race camp, the reward for killing the Undying Taoist was equivalent to killing a ninth tribulation transcender. 9 tribulation transcenders were rare. In the entire Tonggu continent, there are only about 1,000 of them. The reward is only secondary. The key is that I'm training in the foreign battlefield. Father has set a goal for me, and I must complete it before I can return. Killing such a genius will give me a lot of military merits. Gu Jiong didn't care about those rewards. What he cared about was military merits. He came to the foreign battlefield after reaching the 6th tribulation transcender realm, so his military merits were also very high. In addition, Gu Jiong didn't know that the monster race camp had increased the reward for killing the Undying Taoist. Otherwise, he would definitely complain about why the monster race gave him a reward equivalent to killing 10 ninth tribulation transcenders, while the ghost race only gave him one. On the other side, Jiangxi's spiritual sense had been spread out, monitoring the situation within a radius of 10 million kilometers. With this, he could predict the enemy's movements and advance and retreat freely in the foreign battlefield. If he could win, he would attack. If he couldn't, he would run. However, this time, his spiritual sense, which was comparable to that of a ninth tribulation transcender, had finally failed. He had met a rich and imposing golden Yiksha of the ghost race's imperial family. This golden Yiksha had relied on various resources to forcibly increase the strength of his spiritual sense to the point where it surpassed the limits of a tribulation transcender. He could now detect everything within a radius of 100 million kilometers, which was far more than his 10 million kilometers. Therefore, Jiang Xi didn't notice the impending danger. He was studying and comprehending the mysteries of the full moon scimitar. At the same time, he separated a wisp of his spiritual sense and chatted with a wine-sword immortal's clone on Earth through the transmission phantom formed by his communication pearl. Although he had been tempering himself in the foreign battlefield, he would still contact his family and friends when he wasn't in combat. For example, Xin Tian, Li Bai, and the wine-sword immortal were the few people he contacted more often. As for Jing Dedu, he also wanted to contact her, but he couldn't. There was nothing he could do. On Earth, in a pavilion located on a mountaintop, the wine-sword immortal was leisurely drinking wine. Jiangxi's transmission phantom was sitting on the side and watching. The two were chatting. Jiangxi suddenly sighed and said, "Master, is there no way to solve the problem of your lifespan?" This was the sentence he had mentioned the most in the past 10 years when the two of them were chatting. It was because the Wine Sword Immortal didn't have much lifespan left. The lifespan of a ninth tribulation transcender was 100,000 years. The Wine Sword Immortal's lifespan had already reached this number. To be more specific, he had at most 500 years left. For an immortal Tao powerhouse, 500 years was too short. It would be gone after one seclusion. Facing Jiang Xi's question, the Wine Sword Immortal laughed freely and said, "Disciple, don't worry. Let me live freely for a few more hundred years. At that time, I will try to reverse life and death and try to make a breakthrough. Once I become a true monarch, the problem of my lifespan will no longer be a problem." Jiang Xi was silent. These words were said lightly. However, the current problem was that the Wine Sword Immortal had a very deep demonic barrier in his heart because of the death of his Tao companion. If he couldn't break through this demonic barrier, even if he tried to reverse life and death, the final result would be failure. If he failed, he would die and his Tao would disappear. The Wine Sword Immortal knew that Jiang Xi was still worried. He raised his gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, this clone of mine has been living on Earth for the past 4,000 years. Very early on, I discovered a strange place." "Oh," Jiang Xi was puzzled. "I discovered that if I focused on cultivation on Earth, I could break through the demonic barrier in my heart at any time." The Wine Sword Immortal's words were astonishing. "What?" Jiang Xi was shocked. He quickly said, "Then why didn't you break through?" The Wine Sword Immortal's gaze became deep. He sighed and said, "I was just worried that once I broke through the demonic barrier, the memories of Lianrong in my heart would leave me. Therefore, I wanted Lianrong to accompany me for a bit longer." Jiang Xi fell into silence again. A demonic barrier that trapped the Wine Sword Immortal Master for 50,000 years. It could be seen how deep the relationship between Master and Master's wife was. "Since Master has already decided, then I won't persuade you anymore." Jiang Xi squeezed out a smile on his face. "Don't worry. After 300 to 400 years, I will do it." The Wine Sword Immortal nodded. Jiang Xi still wanted to say something. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Master, I have something to do. I will leave first." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Xi's transmission phantom suddenly disappeared. The Wine Sword Immortal's expression also changed greatly. He immediately stood up. He who had always been unrestrained now had a face filled with worry. Jiang Xi had been in the foreign battlefield for 500 years. He had always been in contact with Jiang Xi. During this period of time, he had also left due to an emergency. But there had never been a time like today. He didn't even finish speaking, and the transmission was cut off. "Disciple, don't let anything happen to you. Sent first, then changed later." Chapter 542. Tonggu Continent. In the depths of a magnificent ancient ruin. Inside the ruin, there were broken walls that were at least 100,000 feet tall. It was unknown how many eras had passed, but it had not been taken away by time. When Jiang Xi first saw the ruins, he was also very surprised. Judging from the architectural style, these ruins were obviously left behind by an ancient and powerful civilization. It was just that he did not know what kind of race lived in the Tonggu continent before it became a battlefield. It was definitely very powerful. Because this place was relatively desolate and hidden, he temporarily concealed himself here and hid himself within a palace deep underground. Suddenly, boom, 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 a huge beam of immortal power with a diameter of 100 meters descended from the sky. Even if the Tonggu continent was incomparably hard, it was still torn apart at this time. The ancient palace underground was instantly shattered. Wherever the beam of light went, space directly turned into nothingness, forming a vacuum area deep underground. This was an immortal power attack that was close to the level of an 8th tribulation transcender. This attack created a deep abyss with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of 300,000 kilometers. It was not until the immortal power beam tore the surface of the earth that Jiang Xi woke up. Before he could interrupt the transmission, the palace was shattered, and his whole body was hit by the immortal power beam. Mountain Shield. He only had time to use his strongest defensive move. The sword light, that was 100,000 feet long, was like a mountain and a shield. Crack, crack. The sword light, that could resist the attack of a 6 Tribulation Transcender, was directly shattered. However, the sword light bought him a very short amount of time. Armor transformation. A black armor with golden patterns appeared on the surface of Jiangxi's body, including his head, which was completely covered by a helmet. This was the armor formed by the source treasure, the third layered mountain. He had already refined the first layer of the third layered mountain, and could resist the full strength attack of a 6 Tribulation Transcender at most. However, the power of this immortal power beam was close to the full strength attack of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy of the immortal power beam surged violently, blasting Jiangxi even deeper underground in the end. At a depth of 300,000 kilometers underground, the energy of the immortal power beam was exhausted, and Jiangxi finally stabilized his body. The black armor with golden patterns on his body was not damaged, but some cracks had appeared on his body. This was because the terrifying energy had passed through the black armor and injured his body. Jiangxi's spiritual sense searched the surrounding tens of millions of kilometers, wanting to find the enemy. Where's the enemy? No suspicious targets have been found within 10 million kilometers. Jiangxi's expression was extremely solemn. This meant that the other party's spiritual sense was either far stronger than his, or he had a special way of restraining his breath. For the first time, he tasted the pain of having a weaker spiritual sense than the enemy. In the past, he had always relied on the strength of his spirit sense to predict the enemy's movements and crush the outsiders that he had hunted. But this time, the situation was reversed. He was the one being crushed, and he didn't even know where the enemy was. Woo! All of a sudden, a chilly wind howled between heaven and earth, and day turned into night. Ancient pagodas covered in pale white flames appeared out of thin air. Each of them was hundreds of meters tall. Nether Ghost Tower? The Ghost Clan's Netherworld Ghost Prison. Jiangxi instantly recognized the origin of these ancient pagodas. He knew that the mastermind behind this sneak attack was a Ghost Clan expert. Then, almost instantly, 100,000 Nether Ghost Towers appeared in an area of 10 million kilometers with him as the center. 100,000, and all of them are low-grade immortal weapons. Who is it? Jiangxi's expression changed drastically. Fuck! Compared to this unknown Ghost Clan enemy, he was not even on the same level. The normal price of a low-grade immortal weapon was 100,000 points, and there were a total of 100,000 low-grade immortal weapon Nether Ghost Towers, which was equivalent to 10 billion points. This ghost race powerhouse was truly inhumane and extravagant. Run. Jiangxi did not have any plans to stay and fight. If he did not count the Heavenly Tower and the Triple Mountain, the other party's wealth would completely crush him, and wealth was resources and strength. At this time, 10 million kilometers away, a supreme-grade ferry boat was hovering in the air. Inside the ferry boat, TSK. Looks like he really has treasures on him. A supreme-grade immortal weapon, long sword, and armor. Gu Jiong used his spiritual sense to monitor everything with interest. His spiritual sense was stronger than Jiangxi's. Unless he appeared in Jiangxi's field of vision, he would not be discovered by Jiangxi. However, once you enter my Nether Ghost prison, do you think you can escape? Netherworld Ghost Generals, come out. With a move of his spiritual sense, the 100,000 Nether Ghost Towers condensed into balls of pale white flames. Then, the flames flickered, and within the eerie, ghostly energy of the Netherworld Ghost Prison, groups of 10 suddenly fused together, transforming into 10,000 giant spirits of the Ghost Clan. Netherworld Ghost Generals. Jiangxi's breathing stagnated. When he saw the ghostly flames fusing together, he knew that the situation was bad. But he did not expect that the situation was worse than he had imagined. Each of the giant spirits of the Ghost Clan was 1,000 feet tall, and they held terrifying soul-reaping tridents in their hands. These are the Netherworld Ghost Generals of the Ghost Clan. Jiang Ci felt bitter. Before coming to the foreign battlefield, he had collected detailed information about the Ghost Clan, and he knew some of the powerful methods of the Ghost Clan. The Netherworld Ghost Prison was one of them. The Netherworld Ghost Generals formed through the Netherworld Ghost Prison were a type of energy, and they were not intelligent life forms. They sounded easy to deal with, but there were 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals in front of him, and all of them were Fifth Tribulation Transcenders. Since they were energy bodies, it meant that they could be reborn after being killed. Roar! The 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals roared at the same time, and their soul-reaping tridents condensed into terrifying beams of immortal energy. Whoosh! 10,000 beams of light at the Fifth Tribulation Transcender level converged into a 100-meter-long beam of light, which shattered space and attacked Jiang Ci. It was another immortal energy attack, close to the 8th Tribulation Transcender level. Gale! In almost an instant, Jiang Ci used his fastest technique, the Gale Sword. His body merged with the sword, and his speed was close to the speed of light. Then, with extreme agility, he dodged the terrifying light beam attack. However, the other party did not stay idle. The 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals roared and condensed their soul-reaping tridents to attack again. Moreover, because the distance was closer this time, Jiang Ci had less space to dodge. Jiang Ci cursed. "Are you done yet?" Boom! He was once again hit by the immortal energy beam that was close to the 8th Tribulation Transcender level. The golden patterned black armor formed by the triple-layer mountain blocked most of the attack for him. However, the remaining energy attack was enough to cause damage to his body, and more cracks appeared on his body. If this continued, he would die here sooner or later. 10 million kilometers away, Gu Jiong was somewhat surprised. It seems that his body is quite strong. He can still hold on after taking 2 attacks from the Netherworld Ghost Generals. The more talented he is, the better. This way, I can obtain more military merits after killing him. Gu Jiong was very excited. Such a genius is qualified to experience the second stage of the Netherworld Ghost Prison. I'll let you die with dignity. In the Netherworld Ghost Prison, Jiang Ci was very angry. He finally understood why those foreign races he had hunted in the past were so angry, unwilling, and desperate before their deaths. That was because he couldn't display any of his abilities when he was being crushed. I'm restricted everywhere. It was very difficult for him to get close to the 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals. Before he could fly 100,000 kilometers, he was sent flying by the immortal energy beam. Since he could not get close, all his attacking methods, be it the 6 styles of the universe of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra or the 7 swords of the Cloud Bookcase, were useless. At this time, the situation in the Netherworld Ghost Prison changed again. Not good. Jiang Ci's expression changed. The 10,000 Fifth Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals suddenly dissipated, turning back into ghost flames and eerie ghost chi. This was not a good sign. It meant that the other party had changed their moves and would only become stronger. Of course, it was impossible for them to become weaker, just as expected. The ghostly flames and ghostly chi changed and merged again. The 1,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals appeared again, and their height increased to 10,000 feet. This time, the aura they emitted was that of a 6th Tribulation Transcender. The Netherworld Ghost Generals roared and took out their soul-reaping tridents again, condensing pillars of immortal energy. This was an unreasonably strong suppression. Moreover, the energy of these pillars of immortal energy was provided by top-grade immortal crystals. It was very pure, so it was even more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. This attack had reached the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. Wherever it passed, a wide-space turbulence was formed, and a terrifying aura covered a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. I can't block it. This was the result that Jiang Ci's intuition told him. Although he barely had the strength of an 8th Tribulation Transcender, it did not mean that his body's defense was at the same level. If he continued to resist, he would die. I can only give it a try. At present, he only had 2 trump cards that could help him get out of this predicament. One was the great teleportation talisman that Senior Brother Emperor had given him. The other was the sealing ability of the triple-layered mountain. The great teleportation talisman could allow one to teleport 100 million light-years away, but it could only be used 10 times. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, Jiang Xi was not willing to waste it. Now, the only thing left was the triple-layered mountain. The 2 main functions of the triple-layered mountain were sealing and transforming into armor. After refining the first layer, the armor it transformed into could resist the attack of a 6 tribulation transcender. As for the sealing ability, it could seal the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers. However, it was worth noting that the sealing ability was not invincible. As long as one was strong enough, they could directly break it. For example, a full-strength attack of a 6 tribulation transcender could break the sealing ability of the triple-layered mountain. Therefore, Jiang Xi had not used it yet. The other party had only used the Netherworld Ghost Prison, and his strength had already reached the level of an 8th tribulation transcender. If he had used the sealing ability of the triple-layered mountain from the start, the other party would have been prepared and would have used a stronger attack. At that time, he could only reluctantly use the great teleportation talisman. 1 million kilometers. I can only use the sealing ability when I'm 1 million kilometers away from one of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Otherwise, I won't have the chance. Jiang Xi used the Sword of Wind and changed his position in the gloomy Netherworld Ghost Prison, continuously dodging the combined attacks of the Netherworld Ghost Generals. Then, he consciously approached the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Boom! An 8th tribulation transcender level beam of immortal energy hit Jiang Xi once again. His body flew out uncontrollably, and more cracks appeared on his body. His aura became more and more unstable. Whoosh! In just an instant, he was able to stabilize his body. At this time, he finally got close to one of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. He was more than 2 million kilometers away. Good chance. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Seal. The origin treasure, the Triple Mountain, immediately radiated with a profound energy pulse. Within a radius of 1 million kilometers, whether it was the spatial energy, the gloomy Netherworld Ghost Chi, or the immortal energy beam, everything instantly froze. Only Jiang Xi could move. 10 million kilometers away, inside the top-grade immortal boat. The originally calm Gu Jiong's expression suddenly changed. This is spatial seal. Only a ghost king that cultivates the Tao of space can use this ability. No, it's the golden pattern black armor he's wearing. Gu Jiong instantly reacted. A ghost king was equivalent to a true monarch of the human race. The human in front of him was clearly not a Tao, immortal, true monarch. In that case, that golden pattern black armor is not only a top-grade immortal treasure, but also an origin treasure. An ordinary tribulation transcender might not know about the existence of origin treasures. However, his father was a ghost king of the Golden Yaksha clan, a 5th revolution Tao immortal, and he had an origin treasure. He had seen an origin treasure before, and naturally knew how powerful it was. Origin treasure. Gu Jiong's golden pupils emitted a blazing golden light. His heart was moved. Although he was rich, the value of his entire wealth was not as high as an origin treasure. This time I've really struck gold. I, Gu Jiong, am indeed the son of destiny. Gu Jiong was extremely excited, and he could no longer remain calm. In that case, I'll directly use the 3rd stage of the Netherworld Ghost Prison to kill him. The Netherworld Ghost Prison was formed by 100,000 low-grade Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. In the first stage, 10,000 5th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals could be created. In the second stage, 1,000 6th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals could be created. In the third stage, 107th Tribulation, Transcender, Netherworld, Ghost Generals could be created. The stronger the Netherworld Ghost Generals, the more immortal energy would be consumed. 107th Tribulation, Transcender, Netherworld Ghost Generals would consume a total of 10 supreme-grade immortal crystals. A puny human Tao integration stage expert can only use an origin treasure to seal space within a range of 1 million kilometers. He won't be able to block the combined attacks of the Netherworld Ghost Generals. Therefore, Gu Jiong sneered. With a thought, the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas within a range of 10 million kilometers changed once again. The 1006th Tribulation, Transcender, Netherworld Ghost Generals dissipated and started to transform. But at this moment, not good. Gu Jiong's expression changed. He discovered that the human Tao integration stage expert was continuously using spatial seals to close in on one of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Inside the Netherworld Ghost Prison. Boom! In just 0.01 seconds, the 8th Tribulation Transcender level immortal energy beam broke through the spatial seal. The immortal energy beam streaked across a distance of nearly 200,000 kilometers and was about to hit Jiangxi's eye. Whoosh! However, this extremely short period of time gave Jiangxi's the opportunity to use the Sword of Wind. He merged his body with the sword, and his figure flashed, crossing more than 200,000 kilometers. At the same time, Jiangxi's roared in his heart. Seal! Buzz space froze for another 0.01 seconds, and the immortal energy beam that was about to hit him stopped in place. Wind. 1 second later, Jiangxi crossed another distance of more than 200,000 kilometers. He continuously used spatial seals to close in on one of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Although the spatial seals could only seal for 0.01 seconds each time, they would be broken by the combined attacks of the Netherworld Ghost Generals. However, this 0.01 seconds was enough for him to use the Sword of Wind once and cross more than 200,000 kilometers. At most, he would need 5 seconds to cross a distance of 1.2 million kilometers. Now, only 2 seconds had passed, but right at this time, the Netherworld Ghost Prison, which covered a range of 10 million kilometers, underwent a great change. Dense and gloomy ghost chi violently surged, and the 1006th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals suddenly dissipated. Then, they transformed once again, and 100,000 feet tall Netherworld Ghost Generals appeared. Moreover, all of them were 7th Tribulation Transcenders. Jiangxi was dumbfounded. They were really rich. He knew that transforming 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals would cost him 10 top-grade immortal crystals. In the human race, one top-grade immortal crystal was worth 100 million points. 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals were worth 1 billion points. As a genius of the current era of the human race and the disciple of Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments, Jiangxi only had 5 billion points on him. Moreover, these 5 billion points were obtained after he signed a contract with the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance after the Great Change on Earth. But now, this unknown expert of the ghost race had used up 1 billion points in a single attack. In other words, this was simply burning money. The opposite party wanted to use money to kill him. Boom! The 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals launched a combined attack. A light beam with a diameter of 10,000 meters shattered the starry sky and whistled through the air. Its power was close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Seal. Jiangxi used spatial seals once again and crossed more than 200,000 kilometers. No matter what, he had to escape from this Netherworld Ghost Prison. Boom, boom, boom. In the next 3 seconds, Jiangxi increased his speed to the limit. The frequency of spatial seals was also increased to the limit. Even so, he was still hit by 2 light beams with power close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. His body, which was close to a low-grade immortal treasure, was already on the verge of collapse. It was like glass on the verge of shattering, covered with fine cracks. Fortunately, he was finally close to the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. His spiritual sense could clearly sense that the space around the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda was surrounded by the power of a strange formation. It was this strange formation that had connected the 100,000 low-grade immortal treasure Netherworld Ghost Pagodas together, forming this Netherworld Ghost Prison. Break! Jiang Ci slashed out, and the supreme-grade immortal treasure Scarlet Heaven's sword fell into space next to the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. Buzz, the strange power of the formation was directly broken. Then, a chain reaction was set off. The remaining 9,999 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers all stopped working at this moment. The violently churning, ghostly chi returned to nothingness. At the same time, 10 of the 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals disappeared. Collect! Jiang Ci moved his spiritual sense and stored the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda in front of him into his storage magical treasure. Damn it! Gu Jiang finally understood why this human Dao integration stage cultivator kept using spatial shackles. This human was looking for an opportunity to break the Netherworld Ghost Prison. How can I let you do as you wish? Gu Jiang snorted coldly. Then, he controlled the remaining 97th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals and surrounded Jiang Ci. At the same time, they used their immortal power to attack together and force Jiang Ci's location. However, the current situation was different. After Jiang Ci broke through the Netherworld Ghost Prison, he had more space to move around. Moreover, with the loss of 10 7th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals, the power of their combined attacks was greatly reduced. The restrictions on him were also greatly reduced, and he could use his speed and movement techniques to his heart's content. Then, Jiang Ci used the spatial shackles and the speed brought by the Gale Sword to quickly collect the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas that had stopped working. Haha! Collect! Jiang Ci took the initiative to become passive, and the coordination between the spatial shackles and the Gale Sword became more and more smooth. A low-grade immortal artifact, Netherworld Ghost Pagoda, is worth at least 100,000 points, and 10,000 of them are worth 1 billion points. This was only his lowest estimate, and the value was likely to be even higher. After all, the Netherworld Ghost Prison was an extremely powerful formation-type magical treasure of the ghost race. I'm so angry. Gu Jiang was furious, but he could only watch anxiously. 100,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas formed the Netherworld Ghost Prison. If the number of Netherworld Ghost Pagodas decreased by 10%, the power of the Netherworld Ghost Prison would also decrease. Moreover, it was not as simple as 10%. The original third stage of the combined attacks had power close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Now, it was only at the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. It was equivalent to 3 stages, and 1 stage was missing. In addition, refining the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas was extremely difficult because there were too few materials. Now that he was outside the battlefield, he would have to pay a huge price to make up for the 10% of Netherworld Ghost Pagodas that he had lost. However, knowing that the other party had an origin treasure and could use spatial imprisonment, he did not dare to fight personally. A short period of spatial imprisonment was enough for this human Dao integration stage expert to kill him. Gu Jiang had already seen the offensive power of this human Dao integration stage expert, and it was barely at the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. Moreover, after this human Dao integration stage expert lost the restriction, his movement technique became extremely nimble. As a result, those tall Netherworld Ghost Generals became slightly clumsy. "Human, stop right there!" Gu Jiang roared, and his voice was transmitted 10 million kilometers away through his spiritual sense. Jiang Ci, who was frantically collecting Netherworld Ghost Pagodas, was clearly stunned. Then, Jiang Ci sneered, and his figure flashed, collecting another Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. "Stop right there! Stop right there!" Gu Jiang roared furiously. Jiang Xi was unmoved, and he used his fastest speed to collect the netherworld ghost pagodas that had lost their effectiveness at this point. There were already more than 8,000 netherworld ghost pagodas in his storage magical treasure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 97th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals finally arrived at a place less than 5,000 kilometers away from Jiang Xi, and they surrounded Jiang Xi. The power of your joint attack has been greatly reduced, and you can no longer trap me. Jiang Xi smiled. He used spatial imprisonment and instantly flashed out of the encirclement, continuing to collect the nearby netherworld ghost pagodas. I indeed can't trap you, Gu Jiong said through his spiritual sense again. Then, he said in a low voice, however, human, you have no use for the netherworld ghost pagodas. How about we make a deal? Oh, Jiang Xi collected another netherworld ghost pagoda. As long as you return the netherworld ghost pagodas to me, I can give you treasures worth 1 billion ghost crystals. Ghost crystals are equivalent to 1 billion points for the human race. Gu Jiong said, the value of 10,000 netherworld ghost pagodas is more than 1 billion points. Jiang Xi shook his head lightly. He was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the value of the netherworld ghost pagodas was higher than he had imagined. It's indeed more than 1 billion points, but that's for me. You can't use the netherworld ghost prison without the innate ghost chi of the ghost race. Even if you can obtain ghost chi, these 10,000 netherworld ghost pagodas won't be able to form the netherworld ghost prison, and their value will be greatly reduced. Even if you sell them in the human camp, you won't be able to sell them for 1 billion points. Gu Jiong continued with his spiritual sense. Are you stupid? Or am I stupid? Jiang Xi sneered. Then, how many points do you want? Gu Jiong quickly asked. I won't sell any. There are so many experts in the human race, and there are bound to be some who are interested in the netherworld ghost prison. So goodbye. Jiang Xi collected the last 3 netherworld ghost pagodas and used spatial imprisonment again. Then, taking advantage of the time when the netherworld ghost generals were frozen, he took out the supreme grade spirit boat, turned into a streak of light, and flew away. Chapter 543. Millions of kilometers high in the sky above Tonggu continent, Jiang Xi controlled the top-grade spirit boat and shuttled back and forth at nearly the speed of light. What a pity! The other 90,000 netherworld ghost pagodas are scattered in 9 different directions, each of which is tens of millions of kilometers away from me. At such a distance, the ghost powerhouse hiding behind me would have enough time to take back the remaining netherworld ghost pagodas. After all, the spatial seal can only cover a radius of 1 million kilometers. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Xi didn't continue to tangle with the ghost powerhouse. The remaining 90,000 netherworld ghost pagodas were very tempting. However, the other party wasn't a fool. After losing 10,000 netherworld ghost pagodas, they wouldn't allow him to destroy the remaining 90,000. Another reason was that Jiang Xi was afraid of the ghost powerhouse hiding behind him, even if the other party didn't show up. In terms of spiritual sense strength alone, the other party was far superior to him. Who knew if they had other methods? It would be bad if they had a big killing move. He knew when to stop. Obtaining 10,000 nether ghost pagodas was already a huge profit. According to the words of that ghost powerhouse, the value of these 10,000 netherworld ghost pagodas should be far more than 1 billion points. Such an opportunity is really hard to come by a second time. Jiang Xi sighed with emotion. Even if he had another chance, he was willing to take the risk. If not for the spatial seal of the triple-layered mountain, he would have died in the netherworld ghost prison. In other words, he had exchanged his life for this opportunity. Jiang Xi thought about the battle just now while controlling the flying boat. Fortunately, I hid the spatial seal until the end. If I had exposed it from the start, that ghost powerhouse might have directly used the 3rd stage of the netherworld ghost prison. At that time, even the spatial seal wouldn't have been able to save me. The 1st stage of the triple-layered mountain could temporarily seal a 6 tribulation transcender for 0.01 seconds. The third stage ghost generals were all at the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm, and it would be pretty good if they could seal a 6th Tribulation Transcender for 0.001 seconds. They wouldn't even be able to seal a 6th Tribulation Transcender for 0.001 seconds. In such a short time, it was very difficult for him to use any effective defensive methods, let alone break through the formation of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Moreover, the combined attack of the Netherworld Ghost Generals at the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm was close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. If he had faced an attack of this level right from the start, the possibility of him being able to block it would have been very, very small. But then again, it's mainly because I didn't unleash the full power of the Triple Mountain. Now, that I've only refined the first layer, whether it's the spatial shackles or the defense of the armor, they can't keep up with my current strength. I have to think of a way to quickly refine the second layer of the Triple Mountain. Riverward found a problem that he currently had. The second layer of the Triple Mountain could confine the space within a radius of 10 million kilometers. After transforming into armor, the strongest attack it could unleash would be weaker than the full-strength attack of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. If he had already refined the second level, then this time, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the ghost hell and could have easily left. However, refining an origin energy treasure was not that simple. For example, when he was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world, it had taken him 200 years to refine the first layer of the Triple Mountain. The effects of cultivation in the ancient Tao origin world were 100 times greater than in the origin universe. The second layer of the Triple Mountain was even more powerful, so naturally, it was more difficult to refine. If he wanted to refine the second layer in the origin universe, it would not be as simple as a few hundred years. It would take him thousands of years. After all, this was an origin energy treasure that even perfected lords would find difficult to obtain. Also, the strength of my spiritual sense is at a disadvantage. Jiang Ci thought of the second problem. This problem was not easy to solve. The peacock visualization method and the secret Tao pattern technique that he cultivated were both at a bottleneck. In the Tao integration stage, if he wanted to break through the limits of his spiritual sense, he would have to improve his mental state or comprehend the heavenly Tao. It was simply impossible before he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal. This is so frustrating. From the beginning to the end, I only heard the other party's voice. I didn't even see a shadow. Jiang Ci felt very helpless, although he had obtained 10,000 ghost hell pagodas and caused the other party to suffer a loss. Jiang Ci still felt very frustrated. However, Jiang Ci still felt aggrieved. This was the first time he had been so passive. He suffered a loss, so I'm sure he's not willing to accept it. I wonder if he followed us. Riverward frowned again. His spiritual sense was not as strong as the other party's, so he could not detect the other party's spiritual sense and traces. The possibility of him following me is very high. Jiang Ci's intuition told him that the danger was not completely over. What should I do? Jiang Ci frowned and pondered. Although he was anxious, he still maintained his calm. I can't let him follow me like this. Judging for his actions, he's obviously from the ghost race with a powerful background. He might even know a 9th Tribulation Transcender from a ghost race. If he asks a 9th Tribulation Transcender from the ghost race to block me somewhere ahead, then I'm done for. In the starry sky, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Tonggu continent, one could travel through the origin space. If the other party called for reinforcements, they could definitely travel through the origin space and set up an encirclement in front of him to block his path. I have a high-grade immortal boat that can travel at 100 times the speed of light in the origin space. However, if the other party has a top-grade immortal boat, he can easily catch up to me in the origin space. I'm walking right into a trap. There's no other way. I can only ask for reinforcements. Jiang Ci pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. The situation was indeed as Jiang Ci thought. At this time, 20 million kilometers behind him, a top-grade immortal boat was following him at nearly the speed of light. Inside the immortal boat, Gu Jiong's face was full of gloominess. His spiritual sense could clearly see Jiang Xi's every move. With 10,000 fewer Netherworld ghost pagodas, the power of the Netherworld ghost prison has decreased by 1 stage. This is equivalent to losing one of my trump cards. Gu Jiong's heart was full of hatred. His cultivation was only at the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. By relying on the Netherworld ghost prison, he barely had the battle prowess of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Now that the Netherworld ghost prison's power had greatly decreased, his strength had also decreased accordingly. The most important thing is still that golden patterned black armor. An origin treasure is incomparably precious. Since I've encountered it, I can't let it slip away from my eyes. Human, do you think you can leave so easily? Dream on. Gu Jiong's eyes flashed. Immediately after, he flipped his hand and took out a very high-grade secret transmission array. The primitive secret transmission array could only transmit messages within a radius of 10 billion light-years. But the one he was using could cover a radius of 10 billion light-years. In other words, the entire Tonggu continent was within the range of this secret transmission array. Gu Jiong sent 2 messages through the secret transmission array. In just a moment, a transmission phantom condensed. It was a tall figure covered in rotten flesh. His eyes were red, and his face was covered in blood-red lines. He looked ferocious and terrifying. Even through the transmission phantom, this tall figure covered in rotten flesh exuded a heart-palpitating aura. This was a powerful ghoul. Although ghouls only had a top-grade bloodline among the ghost race, with their special abilities, they also occupied a very important position among the ghost race. They were second only to the Imperial Golden Yakshas and the Royal Silver Yakshas. Greetings, Lord Dmo. Gu Jiong bowed respectfully. Gu Jiong, how come you have the time to contact me? Ghoul Dmo's attitude was very friendly. Although he was a 9th Tribulation Transcender, he was one of the top powerhouses in the ghost race camp in the 9th battlefield. But in front of Gu Jiong, he could not put on airs. Because Gu Jiong's father was in existence second only to a Dao Lord in the ghost race, he still had to give him face. You should know that I'm currently cultivating in the abyss of the ancient god, and I can't be distracted for too long. Otherwise, I'll encounter danger if I'm not careful. If you have something to say it as soon as possible, Dmo said softly. Yes. Gu Jiong hurriedly said, I want to ask Lord Dmo to help me hunt down a human Dao integration stage. He quickly recounted the battle that had just taken place. The reward for killing this human Dao integration stage expert is very high. I can give the reward to Lord Dmo. As long as you give me the spoils of war, it'll be fine. As for the 10,000 Netherworld ghost pagodas, I must take them back. Gu Jiong did not reveal anything about the origin treasure. He would not give up such a great opportunity. Generally, only true monarchs and Dao lords were qualified to know about the existence of origin treasures. He expected Dmo to not know about it. Spatial shackles? Sure enough, Dmo frowned after listening to his explanation. Although it can only shackles 1,000,000 kilometers, only Lord Ghost Kings who cultivate spatial Dao have the ability to use such a technique. He's a human Dao integration stage expert, but he can use it? How rare. Dmo was very puzzled and surprised. Gu Jiong secretly sighed in relief. He could confirm that Dmo really did not know about the origin treasure. Then he nodded and said, therefore, this human Dao integration stage expert is very likely the human race's prodigy, Jiang Ci. This kind of prodigy is very talented in Dao, and it's not impossible for him to have the ability to use spatial shackles in advance. Also, if Lord Dmo is willing to help, regardless of whether the final hunt is successful or not, I'll give you 5 billion ghost crystals. I'm even willing to take out 5 billion ghost crystals as a reward. I won't let you come here for nothing. Gu Jiong threw out another bargaining chip. Dmo's bloodshot eyes lit up. 5 billion ghost crystals. It's said that Gu Jiong is the richest among the ghost race's tribulation transcender royal family. As expected, he can casually take out 5 billion ghost crystals. His wealth is probably comparable to some ghost kings. It seems that his ghost king father really dotes on him. DMO sighed inwardly. Even as a ninth tribulation transcender, he had to save up for tens of thousands of years to have the opportunity to earn 5 billion ghost crystals. Now, he could get so many ghost crystals just by hunting a human Dao integration stage expert. There was no reason to refuse. Moreover, this human Dao integration stage expert was very likely to be the human race's prodigy, Jiang Ci. Killing him would also give him a big reward. That's great. Dikemo nodded in agreement. Gu Jiong smiled and waved his hand to summon a star map. These are the coordinates of the human Dao integration stage expert. I've been following him. The ancient God's Abyss is more than 8,000 light years away from here. I'll use a supreme-grade immortal boat to travel through the origin space. It'll take me about 3.5 days to reach him. DMO quickly calculated. At this time, the message secret formation lit up again, and another message phantom condensed. It was a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a red dress. Her eyes were captivating and extremely charming. Among the ghost race, only the Rakshasa race could see such a stunningly beautiful woman. Greetings, Lady Shu Lian. Gu Jiong's eyes lit up. Just now, he had sent 2 messages, and DMO was only one of them. The other was this ninth tribulation transcender Shu Lian from the Rakshasa race. She was also the target of his affection. Oh, Gu Jiong, long time no see. Shu Lian smiled lightly, causing one's heart to sway. DMO is also here. Weren't you cultivating in the ancient God's Abyss? She turned her gaze to DMO. Brother Gu Jiong has something he needs my help with. DMO smiled. Oh, what's the matter? He wants to invite 2 ninth tribulation transcenders at the same time. Shu Yin asked Gu Jiong. Afterward, Gu Jiong explained the matter and also took out 5 billion ghost crystals as a reward. 5 billion ghost crystals? Shu Yin was tempted. Her reaction also made Gu Jiong feel relieved. Shu Yin didn't know much about source treasures. A suspected prodigy of the human race. It's indeed worth a trip. Shu Yin nodded. Yes, the reward for killing a prodigy of the new era is very high. Even if the 2 of us join hands to kill him, we can still get a lot of rewards from the camp. DMO smiled. They didn't underestimate this human Dao integration expert. If he could make Gu Jiong suffer, he was definitely not simple. Even if he couldn't compare to a ninth tribulation transcender, he definitely had the strength of an 8th tribulation transcender. Then it's settled. You guys use the source space to rush in front of that human Dao integration expert. I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he can't escape. Gu Jiong's golden eyes were filled with excitement. After 3.5 days, he would be able to get back the 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas and the most important source treasure. Next, the 3 ghost race experts didn't end the transmission. Instead, they kept it so that they could know everyone's location at any time. One day later, they were chatting about something with smiles on their faces. DMO, after this hunt is over, I'll also go to the ancient God's Abyss. Let's go together at that time, Shu Yin said with a smile. No problem. DMO nodded. Dangers were also divided into different levels. If the Tong ancient continent was the most dangerous place in the 9th battlefield, then the ancient God's Abyss was the forbidden area of the Tong ancient continent. Many experts above the 7th tribulation transcender level were gathered in that area. Those below the 7th tribulation transcender level could only be considered weak there. She was just a beautiful Rakshasa woman and a ghoul covered in rotten flesh. The scene of them exploring the ancient God's Abyss together was very strange. This made Gu Jiong a little unhappy. After all, Shu Yin was the object of his affection. However, he still had a smile on his face and was about to say something. Suddenly, his smile froze, and his face became extremely ugly. What's wrong? DMO and Shu Yin noticed Gu Jiong's abnormality and stopped talking. You too. Gu Jiong's eyes were full of anger. He took a deep breath and said, I'm afraid this hunt will end early. End early? What's going on? DMO and Shu Yin were stunned for a moment, and there was some anger on their faces. For this hunt, They had left their respective places of cultivation. It was equivalent to giving up a lot of things. Only one day had passed, and they said it would end early? Was he toying with them? The two of you, I didn't want to do this. Gu Jiong's face was gloomy. Then he clenched his teeth and said, My spiritual sense just found out. A human ninth tribulation transcender powerhouse appeared in front of him, and he used a supreme-grade immortal boat to take away the human Tao integration cultivator. I don't dare to follow them, so I can't detect them with my spiritual sense. Demo and Shu Yin looked at each other. While they were unhappy, they also felt a little helpless, a human ninth tribulation transcender and a top-grade immortal boat. Even if they followed the original plan and went hunting, the success rate would be very, very low. Moreover, all of them were on a supreme-grade immortal boat, so they wouldn't be able to catch up even if they wanted to. Gu Jiong could see that these two ninth tribulation transcenders were somewhat unhappy. He quickly said, However, the two of you can rest assured that I will definitely not let that human Tao integration stage expert off. I'll issue a bounty mission in the Ghost Tribe camp and mobilize all of the powerful beings in the Ghost Tribe camp to find the location of that Tao integration stage human. Once I find something, I'll inform you and we'll go hunting again. That works too. Let's keep in touch. Demo and Shu Yin ended the transmission, and the transmission phantom disappeared. They were really unhappy. Since they didn't take action, they naturally couldn't get the 5 billion ghost crystals promised by Gu Jiong. Moreover, Gu Jiong's background was too big, so they couldn't get angry at him. Therefore, they could only hold it in. They were very unhappy and uncomfortable. Now, only Gu Jiong was left in the supreme-grade immortal boat. This made him even more unhappy. Hateful human. Gu Jiong angrily roared. Since his successful reincarnation until now, he had never suffered such a big loss in the more than 30,000 years he had lived. And this time, not only did he suffer a loss, but he also had to helplessly watch an origin treasure slip away in front of his eyes. His heart ached. It's not time to give up yet. As long as you're still in the Tonggu continent, I still have a chance. The powerhouses of the Ghost Tribe camp are all over the Tonggu continent. As long as I issue a bounty mission, they will help me find your traces. Human, you can't escape. A quarter of an hour later, 30 light years away. In the empty starry sky, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Tonggu continent, a supreme-grade immortal boat shuttled out of the origin space. Inside the immortal boat, in addition to Jiang Xi, there was also a bald man. Lord Shenmu, thank you very much this time. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. It's my honor to be able to help the undying Taoist out of his predicament, Shenmu teased. Jiang Xi smiled gently. After coming to the extraterritorial battlefield, he didn't expect that the name Mountain Sea would not become famous. Instead, his nickname unexpectedly became famous in the extraterritorial battlefield. The camps of the three peak races now knew about the undying Taoist. What's more, I also took your errand fee this time. I hope that we will have a chance to cooperate next time. Shenmu smiled. Well, then let's part ways here. Jiang Xi nodded calmly, but his heart was aching. Errand fee. He had let Shenmu take him for a quarter of an hour, crossing a distance of 30 light years. He had spent 100 million points. However, this money was well spent. He had successfully escaped from danger. After all, if a person died, everything would be gone. After parting with Shenmu, Jiang Xi took out a supreme-grade spirit boat and directly left. The distance of 30 light years was random, so it was impossible for that ghost race powerhouse to still be following him. The spiritual sense of a tribulation transcender powerhouse could not cover such a long distance. But at this time, Jiang Xi did not feel happy about escaping the pursuit. The experience of the past 10 years, the battle in the Nether Ghost prison just now, and Shenmu's teasing words. It made him realize that the identity of the undying Taoist had indeed brought him a lot of fame. But at the same time, it also limited his movements. A lone cultivator at the Tao integration stage is too conspicuous in the Tonggu continent. As long as the higher-ups of the monster race and ghost race are not stupid, They will definitely pay a big price to get rid of me. He came to the extraterritorial battlefield to temper himself, not to die. How to avoid this risk? This was a new problem Jiang Xi encountered. In just a moment, Jiang Xi thought of a solution. The aura of an immortal Tao powerhouse, in essence, is a pressure on the spiritual sense. Origin treasures can also emit a similar spiritual sense pressure. I can use the triple-layer mountain to disguise myself. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xi's mind moved, and the black armor formed by the triple-layer mountain began to emit a spiritual sense pressure that kept increasing. In the end, it stopped at the level of a seventh tribulation transcender. Not bad. Coupled with the strength of my spiritual sense, it can perfectly conceal my Tao integration aura. From today onwards, I am a seventh tribulation transcender, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Jiang Xi's face revealed a smile. He had finally solved a big problem. Even if he encountered a tribulation transcender powerhouse whose spiritual sense was stronger than his, he did not have to worry about being seen through. This was because the spiritual sense pressure emitted by the origin treasure truly existed. Then he took out his communication bead and contacted his master, Wine Sword Immortal. The attack of the ghost powerhouse just now was too sudden, and his communication with Wine Sword Immortal was also cut off suddenly. Now that the crisis had subsided, he should report that he was safe. Soon, the communication was connected, and a wisp of spiritual sense turned into a communication phantom through the communication bead. Earth, in the pavilion at the top of the mountain. It had been 20 minutes since Jiang Xi suddenly cut off contact. Wine Sword Immortal's clone had been frowning, holding the communication bead in his hand. He knew that Jiang Xi had a clone, and even if something happened to his main body, he would not really die. However, Wine Sword Immortal was still worried. After all, that was one of Jiang Xi's lives, and most of Jiang Xi's strength was accumulated in his main body. Once his main body was gone, it would be a big blow to Jiang Xi. While he was anxiously waiting, his communication bead suddenly received a message. Phew! Wine Sword Immortal finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his brows relaxed again. Jiang Xi's communication phantom appeared. Jiang Xi smiled and said, "Master," Wine Sword Immortal asked, "has the matter been resolved?" Jiang Xi nodded. A ghost tribulation transcender suddenly attacked. He gave a brief account of what had happened. Netherworld ghost prison? His spiritual sense has surpassed the limits of a tribulation transcender? Wine Sword Immortal was very surprised. Then he smiled and said, "Even in the ghost camp, there aren't many rich tribulation transcender powerhouses like this. I don't know if you're lucky or not to have met one. However, this is also a blessing in disguise. You were actually able to take away 10,000 low-grade immortal treasure Netherworld ghost pagodas. Even at the lowest price of 100,000 points each, it's still worth 1 billion points." Jiang Xi smiled. From his point of view, his luck was pretty good. Jiang Xi said, "Master, speaking of Netherworld ghost pagodas, I wanted to ask you to help me contact some powerhouses of our human race and see if they're interested in them." Wine Sword Immortal smiled and said, "No problem. I'll talk to the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall later. Your 10,000 Netherworld ghost pagodas should be easy to sell." Jiang Xi asked, "Tribulation Transcender Hall?" Wine Sword Immortal explained, "Yes, Tribulation Transcender Hall is one of the 36 halls of the Heavenly Court. In our human camp, only powerhouses of the 7 Tribulation Transcender realm and above are qualified to enter." Jiang Xi nodded gently. He had a brief understanding of the 36 halls of the Heavenly Court. However, he only knew the names of the 36 halls and didn't know the specific information. Apart from the Tribulation Transcender Hall, there were also the True Lord Hall and the Tao Lord Hall that were named after the Immortal Realm. In addition, there are also many halls named after the Tao, such as the Flowing Time Hall, the Void Hall, and so on. Finally, there was the Tao Origin Hall. It was the passage to the ancient Tao origin world of the human race and was an important place of the Heavenly Court. Chapter 544. In the desolate starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Tonggu continent, a high-grade immortal boat directly accelerated to the speed of light and shuttled into the source space. Inside the immortal boat, Jiang Xi had already finished his transmission. In front of him was the starry sky map of the ninth battlefield. The human race has 360 frontline military camps in the ninth battlefield. Among them, the first camp is the headquarters of the human race camp. Jiang Xi adjusted the direction of the immortal boat according to the starry sky map. The first camp was on Tonggu continent. The powerhouses of the human race who wandered this continent would go there when they needed to rest. However, Jiang Xi wasn't going there to rest. He asked Immortal Wine, Sword Immortal, to help him find a buyer for the Netherworld Ghost Tower. The transaction location was set at the first camp. According to the starry sky map, the first camp was more than 6,000 light-years away from him. If he flew at sublight speed, it would take him 7,000 to 8,000 years to get there. Therefore, after finishing his transmission, he changed to a high-grade immortal boat and went to the starry sky outside Tonggu continent to travel through the source space. 1 light-year in the source space was equivalent to 3,600 light-years in the original universe. Coupled with the speed of the high-grade immortal boat 100 times that of light, it would take him at most 7 days to get there. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xi drove the high-grade immortal boat out of the source space. As soon as he came out, he felt a boundless aura pervading the world. Looking down, he saw a majestic mountain range that stretched for 100,000 kilometers below. In the mountain range, there were palaces that were clearly built in the style of the human race. There were many armed tribulation transcender soldiers patrolling the sky above the mountain range. After Jiang Xi's immortal boat appeared, a group of soldiers immediately came forward to verify his identity. Since he had an identity badge, there weren't any problems during the process. He smoothly entered the first camp with the identity of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. The captain of the soldiers in charge of receiving Jiang Xi respectfully handled the entry procedures for Jiang Xi. Lord Mountain Sea, the camp has assigned you Palace 41. Seventh Tribulation Transcender powerhouses were neither the strongest nor the weakest in the human race camp of the ninth battlefield. In short, when they were resting in the military camp, these Tribulation Transcender armored soldiers, who were at most third Tribulation Transcenders, wouldn't dare to be negligent. Jiang Xi wore black armor with golden patterns and carried a long sword on his back. He walked toward Palace 41 with a calm expression. Behind him, the group of armored Tribulation Transcender soldiers discussed using their spiritual sense. Where did this Lord Mountain Sea come from? I've never seen him before. In our human camp, there are more than 20,000 seventh Tribulation Transcenders roaming the Tonggu continent. However, there aren't many seventh Tribulation Transcenders who practice the way of the sword. A 7 Tribulation Sword Immortal's actual combat strength is probably comparable to an ordinary 8 Tribulation Transcender. That's enough. Don't talk about experts above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm without permission. If you're detected by their spiritual sense, you'll be the unlucky ones. In the end, the captain of the armored soldiers scolded him using his spiritual sense. However, he also glanced at Jiang Xi's back. In the Tonggu continent, there weren't many powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. As the captain of the first military camp, he had long memorized the information of these experts. He had never seen this Mountain Sea Sword Immortal before. Maybe he just came to the 9th battlefield. I have to pay attention. He didn't doubt Jiang Xi's identity. He just wanted to remember it, so that he wouldn't offend someone in the future. The palaces in the first military camp were basically for Tribulation Transcender powerhouses to rest. Due to the shortage of resources on the battlefield, the palaces weren't large. Each one occupied an area of more than 100 square kilometers. However, it was enough for temporary rest. After Jiang Xi settled down in Palace 41, he waited for his master Wine Sword Immortal to send him a message. While waiting, he didn't stay idle. First, I need to understand the market situation. His spiritual sense swept through the communication bead, and a three-dimensional phantom appeared in front of him. Through the Eye of Heaven network, he entered the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure house. Search for the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. Soon, the three-dimensional phantom changed, and detailed product information appeared. Netherworld Ghost Pagoda, low-grade immortal treasure, 800,000 points. Part of the Netherworld Ghost Prison. Netherworld Ghost Prison, 70 billion points. Part of the Ghost Races formation, made up of 100,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. 800,000 points. Jiang Ci was shocked. No wonder that Ghost Powerhouse had given in and wanted to negotiate with him, willing to spend 1 billion points in exchange for 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Looking at the price given by the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure house, the entire Netherworld Ghost Prison costs 70 billion points. In other words, buying 100,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas at once can save me 10 billion points. Even so, 70 billion points is still a sky-high price. Many poor Ninth Tribulation Transcenders didn't have that much wealth. Of course, this was only the price given by the treasure house. If he sold the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas, he definitely wouldn't be able to sell at this price. If the price was the same, others could go to the treasure house to buy them. There is no need to buy them from him. Second-hand goods. I'll be satisfied if I can sell them for half the price. Jiang Ci smiled. The unexpected harvest this time was far beyond his imagination. I wonder if there's anything that can speed up the refinement of the source treasure? This thought flashed through Jiang Ci's mind. Immediately, he searched the Eye of Heaven network for the keywords, source treasure plus speed up the refinement. The results he obtained were very few. In the 3D image, there was only a single piece of information. Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid can speed up the refinement of the source treasure. 1 gram can increase the refinement speed by 100 times, and the effect lasts for 10 years. There was also a description of how to use it. What Jiang Ci didn't know was that if he wasn't the disciple of Tao Monarch 9 Heavens and had extremely high authority in the human race, he wouldn't have been able to find this information. This was because the origin source treasure was classified information among the 3 pinnacle races. Usually, only true monarchs and above had the qualifications to know. 1 gram can increase the refinement speed by 100 times, and the effect lasts for 10 years. This was what Jiang Ci paid the most attention to. He hurriedly entered the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure house again and searched for the price of the Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid. Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid, 1 gram, 1 billion points. Jiang Ci was dumbfounded. This was daylight robbery. 1 gram was sold for 1 billion points. He looked at his balance. 5 for billion points. In other words, with his current wealth, he could only buy 5 grams at most. Buy. Jiang Ci clenched his teeth and bought 4 grams. Keeping money was just a string of numbers. Turning it into strength was the best way to do it. At present, if he could refine the second layer of the third layer mountain, his ability to survive in the foreign battlefield would greatly increase. Afterward, he used 1 billion points to buy a top-grade immortal boat. This was because a top-grade immortal boat could also increase his ability to survive. Not long ago, he had spent 100 million points to hire a Ninth Tribulation Transcender in order to escape the pursuit of the Ghost Race experts. If he had a top-grade immortal boat at that time, he could have used its speed to escape and wouldn't have had to waste money. He placed the order, paid, and filled in the delivery address in one go. Now he just had to wait for the Purple Heaven Sect to send people to deliver the goods to the 9th battlefield. The human camp had a fixed transportation team that delivered resources from the human territory to the various battlefields. Therefore, he could buy things in the foreign battlefield, just that he had to pay a bit more. The foreign battlefield is extremely dangerous. It's normal for the transportation team to take a bit of risk to deliver the goods. Jiang Ci understood this point very well. This time, he had spent 4 billion points to pay a delivery fee of 4 million points. Thinking back, when he was cultivating in the Purple Heaven Sect's headquarters, the reward for the most dangerous hell-level mission was only 1 million points. Now, he had to pay a delivery fee that far exceeded the reward of that mission. Jiang Xi finally understood why his master, the liquor sword immortal, had encouraged him to rush forward and not care about the competition. When he reached a higher level, he would discover that the things he valued and cared about in the past were actually not that important. Thinking back, those people who had entered the Purple Heaven sect with him, such as Ji Wei, Mu Ning, Yan Jiufeng, and the others, were all geniuses of the same generation. Now, he had already left those people far behind. He could now fight against an eighth tribulation transcender. As for those geniuses, only Ji Wei's strength had reached the first tribulation transcender realm. This was the difference between choosing to look forward and choosing to accumulate one's foundation step by step. Of course, there was another main reason. He had an experience panel, but others didn't. Therefore, he could choose to keep rushing forward and not waste time accumulating his foundation. After buying things, Jiang Xi relaxed in the barracks. After all, he had spent more than 500 years fighting and killing. It wasn't good to be tense all the time. In this residential area, there were many other tribulation transcender powerhouses resting here. Soon, Jiang Xi became familiar with them, with his identity as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. After all, in the human camp, a 7 Tribulation Sword Immortal was considered a high-end fighting force. Even if he didn't take the initiative to make friends with others, there would still be people who wanted to get to know him. In this extremely dangerous Tonggu continent, knowing a strong friend might come in handy one day. The first barracks also had places for leisure and entertainment. Jiang Xi often drank in a tavern. Mountain Sea, what kind of wine is this? It's much better than the wine of Kuma's star. In the tavern, a middle-aged Taoist with a kind face raised his wine glass and said to Jiang Xi, this person was called Su Ji, and he was an 8th Tribulation Transcender. Jiang Xi made friends with him in the barracks yesterday, and the two chatted quite well. I don't have much of this wine left, so it's better to drink it. Jiang Xi chuckled and shook his head, not revealing any information related to his identity. However, the content of this sentence wasn't made up casually. The wine they were drinking now was the wine he brought with him when he left Earth. There really wasn't much left. That's a pity. Su Ji tasted the wine with an intoxicated expression. Jiang Xi smiled and didn't make any comments. When it came to drinking, no one could compare to his master, the wine sword immortal. However, your wine is still inferior to the wine brewed by Fairy Ruyan. It's a pity that she fell 30,000 years ago. She was the best winemaker in Tonggu continent. Su Ji suddenly sighed. Fairy Ruyan? Jiang Xi had never heard of this name. A 9th Tribulation Transcender from the Moon Sect. At that time, she was a peerless figure in the 9th battlefield. Su Ji's eyes flashed with reminiscence. 9th Tribulation Transcender. Jiang Xi was surprised. Such a powerhouse is already at the peak of Tonggu continent. How could she fall? Did her lifespan run out? She only lived for 60,000 years. How could her lifespan run out? She fell in the abyss of the ancient god. Su Ji shook his head and sighed. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. He had wandered the Tonggu continent for so many years, so he had naturally heard of the abyss of the ancient god. It was a forbidden area of Tonggu continent, known as the most dangerous place in the 9th battlefield. Even 9th Tribulation Transcenders had to be careful there. If they were careless, they might fall into a life and death crisis. Next, Jiang Xi waited for his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, to send him a message while making friends with 7th Tribulation Transcenders and above in the barracks. 3 days later, the Wine Sword Immortal finally brought him good news. A 9th Tribulation Transcender of the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall was interested in the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda and was willing to talk to him. Soon, with the Wine Sword Immortal taking the lead, Jiang Xi and the 9th Tribulation Transcender met on Earth through a transmission phantom. The Wine Sword Immortal pointed at the white-haired old man and introduced him. Jiang Xi, this is Immortal Elder Tong Tuo from the Everlasting Sect. Greetings, Immortal Elder Tong. Jiang Xi respectfully bowed. The Everlasting Sect was one of the 6 sects of the Tao Alliance, and it was also incomparably powerful. I've long heard of your name as a genius of the human race. Seeing you today, You are indeed extraordinary. Immortal Elder Tong Tuo laughed. Many thanks for the praise, Immortal Elder. Jiang Si chuckled. The wine sword Immortal held his wine gourd and interrupted the two's pleasantries, saying, "Let's get straight to the point. 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. Tong Tuo, what price are you offering?" After not seeing you for 50,000 years, the wine sword Immortal is still as straightforward as ever. Tong Tuo shook his head with a smile. Then he said to Jiang Si, "Let me ask you something first. How many of your 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda are complete?" Jiang Si only waved his hand, and 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda appeared through illusions. Only 100 or so are slightly damaged. The rest are all complete. Jiang Si listed out the 100 or so Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. They had been accidentally injured by the pillars of immortal energy during the battle in the Netherworld Ghost Prison. Tong Ta nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "You are Zhong Li's disciple, so I won't let you suffer a loss. 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda for 6 billion points. How about it?" Jiang Si remained silent, glancing at the wine sword Immortal. 7 billion. The wine sword Immortal took a sip of wine. 5 billion. Tong Tuo's expression didn't change. 8 billion. The wine sword Immortal put down his wine gourd. Tong Tuo stared at the wine sword Immortal with wide eyes. "Zhong Li, you're just trying to kill your friends. You can buy it from our Purple Firmament Sex treasury for 8 billion. The wine sword Immortal laughed. The white-haired immortal Elder Tong Tuo was unable to recover from these words for a long time. In the end, the two sides reached a deal for 8 billion. After the deal was completed, Tong Tuo directly transferred 8 billion points to Jiang Si. As for the goods, they would be delivered to Tong Tuo by the transport team of the 9th battlefield. Tong Tuo wasn't afraid that Jiang Si would go back on his word. After all, he was a dignified genius of the human race and the direct disciple of Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments. He wouldn't do something so degrading. Not long after, Jiang Si, who was in the 9th Battlefield's first military camp, saw the so-called transport team. Then, he handed over 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda to the other party. Of course, he also had to pay for entrusting the transport team to deliver the goods. This time, he had to pay 1 million points, and Jiang Si was the one paying for it. Since he had obtained 8 billion points this time, he didn't care about the cost then. He waited for another half a month before he finally saw another transport team. This time, they had come to deliver the goods. The things he had bought from the Purple Firmament Sex treasury had finally arrived. Palace 41 of the 1st military camp. The leader of the transport team was a 4 Tribulation Transcender, and he handed over a storage ring with both hands. At the same time, he respectfully bowed to Jiang Si and said, "Lord Mountain Sea, please check your goods." Jiang Si took the storage ring and refined it with his spiritual sense. Then, he clearly saw the things inside the storage space. He saw a beautiful flying boat inside. It was a top-grade immortal boat. Then, in the center of the storage space, there were 4 pea-sized drops of multicolored liquid. Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid. Many thanks. Jiang Si gently smiled after verifying that there was no mistake. "It's my honor to be able to serve Lord Mountain Sea." The leader of the transport team immediately smiled. He had been the leader of a transport team for tens of thousands of years, and he had rarely seen such a kind 7 Tribulation Transcender. Moreover, he was a sword immortal. Soon after, Jiang Si waited for the transport team to leave and impatiently entered the palace's cultivation room. This cultivation room had the effect of isolating spiritual sense. Although it wasn't absolutely safe for him to cultivate here, it was absolutely confidential. With his current strength, he still could not openly display the Origin Energy treasure. Therefore, he had to ensure that no one would discover it while refining it. In the cultivation room, Jiang Si flipped his hand and took out 4 drops of Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid. The multicolored liquid emitted an intoxicating halo. It can increase the refining speed of the source treasure by 100 times, and the effect lasts for 10 years. I hope that these 4 drops of heavenly spirit origin liquid can help me quickly refine the second layer of the third mountain and the first layer of the heaven connecting building. Calculating the time, he had already obtained the heaven connecting building for more than 1,500 years. The heaven connecting building had a total of 99 seals. Refining the first layer would allow him to display 1/10,000th of the power of this source treasure. According to Nick Hang, it could easily kill a 9 tribulation transcender. Looking at the time needed to refine the first layer of the heaven connecting building, Jiang Xi now believed it for more than 1,500 years. Nick Hang had been absorbing the immortal energy of the monster race's tribulation transcender corpses to refine the first layer of the seal. Although the refinement was about to succeed, the word soon had the same meaning as soon. It would take about 400 to 500 years. Now that he had the heavenly spirit origin liquid, he didn't have to wait that long. Refine. Jiang Xi began to refine the third mountain and heaven connecting building according to the instructions of the heavenly spirit origin liquid. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Above a boundless ocean in the Tonggu continent, a whistling golden sword light, carrying with it a sharp sword intent, cut through the void for tens of thousands of kilometers and directly cut a 7th tribulation transcendent monster with an immortal body of over 1.5 kilometers. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Damn Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. That monster race's 7th tribulation transcender was shocked and angry. He frantically fled with the remaining half of his body. However, before he could escape 100,000 kilometers away, a figure with a strong gale of sword light traversed 100,000 kilometers and penetrated his body. His primordial spirit was annihilated, and a huge amount of ownerless, immortal energy spread out. With a thought, Jiangxi's heaven-connecting building devoured this immortal energy. Then, he quickly left with the monster race's tribulation transcender storage magic treasure. After 100 years, he had already refined the first layer of the heaven-connecting building's seal. Now, he didn't need Nick Hang. He could control the heaven-connecting building to devour this immortal energy. This was because if Nick Hang took action too much, there was a risk of being discovered. Compared to the artifact spirits of ordinary immortal treasures, the artifact spirits of origin treasures were more like intelligent life forms. There were obvious differences. If he encountered a knowledgeable powerhouse, they would be able to discover this difference at a glance. The value of the heaven-connecting building far exceeded that of the third layer mountain. Jiang Xi had already been warned by Nick Hang that he couldn't expose the existence of the heaven-connecting building before he became a Dao monarch. He kept this in mind, so it was better for Nick Hang not to take action after all. Many of his opponents were 7th tribulation transcenders of other races. There might be some knowledgeable powerhouses among them who could recognize Nichong's difference. I've been out for another 10 years. Let's go back and deal with the spoils. Jiang Xi drove the top-grade immortal boat and quickly flew to the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Tonggu continent. Then, he entered the source space and headed in the direction of the human race's first military camp. With the help of the heavenly spirit origin liquid, it only took him 30 years to refine the first layer of the heaven-connecting building and the second layer of the third layer mountain. It could be said that with these 2 source treasures, there weren't many powerhouses in the alien battlefield that could threaten him. The reason he continued to temper himself in the alien battlefield was to perfect the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's universe scroll. Ever since he discovered the flaw of the 6 styles of the universe, he had been comprehending the mysteries of the fusion of the power of the 5 elements. He wanted to integrate the 5 secret techniques of the 5-element system into the system of the 6 styles of the universe. For this reason, he had also engaged in all kinds of battles in order to gain inspiration from them. It was just that 100 years had passed, but he still hadn't fully comprehended it. However, Jiang Xi's intuition told him that it would be soon. After returning to the first military camp, the captain in charge of receiving him greeted him with a smile. "Lord Mountain Sea, you've been out for 10 years this time. It seems that your harvest is not small. It's all right. Jiang Si smiled and nodded. I've left Palace 41 for you. You can go there directly. The captain was very enthusiastic. Many thanks. Jiang Si smiled. In the past 100 years, he had figured out the various relationships in the first military camp and made friends with many powerhouses above the seventh tribulation transcender realm. Under normal circumstances, powerhouses above the seventh tribulation transcender realm would disdain to communicate with soldiers below the third tribulation transcender realm. But Jiang Si didn't care. He got along well with the soldiers in the military camp. Therefore, every time he returned, everyone was very enthusiastic. If there were any good benefits, they would leave it for him. After Jiang Si left, a group of Tribulation Transcender Realm soldiers discussed through their spiritual sense. At first, I thought that Lord Mountain Sea's temperament was extraordinary. Now, it seemed that my eyesight was not bad. In just 100 years, he has already made a name for himself in the Tonggu continent. Yes, I heard that 30 years ago, Lord Mountain Sea killed an 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Camp. A 7th Tribulation Transcender killing an 8th Tribulation Transcender. There aren't many 7th Tribulation Transcenders in our human camp who can do that. The most important thing is that he doesn't put on airs and is willing to deal with immortals below the 3rd Tribulation. It's really admirable. These Tribulation Transcender Realm soldiers didn't know that their discussion had already been clearly heard by Jiang Si. It wasn't that Jiang Si was deliberately eavesdropping, but that his spiritual sense was habitually spread out and inadvertently heard these words. A 7th Tribulation Transcender killing an 8th Tribulation? Jiang Si chuckled in his heart. To be precise, it was the Tao Integration Transcender killing an 8th Tribulation. The battle 30 years ago was the battle that made the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal famous. After killing that 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Race, the name of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal spread throughout the Tonggu continent. In the camps of the three peak races, almost everyone knew this name. However, that battle was a bit of a trick. The offensive power of my sword, Tao, wasn't enough to kill an 8th Tribulation Transcender. Jiang Si secretly shook his head. His opponent at that time was an 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Race. It just so happened that he practiced the peacock visualization technique, which could restrain the methods of the Ghost Race. In his mind, the 7-colored lotus throne under his primordial spirit and the golden light of his primordial spirit could directly disperse the ghost chi and suppress the strength of the ghost race. The last time he was trapped in the Netherworld ghost prison, he also wanted to use the 7-colored lotus throne and the golden light of his primordial spirit. But at that time, the other party's methods had completely suppressed him, giving him no chance to use them. Chapter 545. In the territory of the human race, there was a starry sky continent with a diameter of 10 billion light-years. Above the 9 heavens, there were countless floating immortal mountains and immortal islands. Above the immortal mountains and immortal islands, there were layers upon layers of colorful, auspicious clouds. Palaces and pavilions surrounded by stars floated above these 5-colored auspicious clouds. This was where the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance was located. At this time, in a starry sky hall of the heavenly court that covered an area of 1 million square kilometers. In front of a huge stone table, there were 9 huge thrones. On each throne sat a figure with an ethereal aura, as if they were faintly in harmony with the starry sky. These were the 9 true monarchs of the Tribulation Immortal Hall, one from each of the 3 factions and 6 sects. A white-robed youth sitting at the head of the table waved his hand and summoned a 3D phantom. The content displayed was the detailed information of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal for the past 100 years. The white-robed youth expressionlessly said, "Everyone, this is the topic of today's discussion. Should we invite the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to join the Tribulation Immortal Hall?" After saying that, he looked at the other 8 true monarchs. 30 years ago, he killed an 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Race. In terms of strength, he is indeed qualified to join. However, his true identity is still doubtful. I want to confirm his identity again. Yes, we can't ignore the possibility of him being a spy of a foreign race. There is only information for the past 100 years here. I suggest that we check his previous experiences. Every human that enters the foreign battlefield has their identity recorded in the heavenly court. I suggest that we apply for permission to check it from the emperor. The other 8 true monarchs didn't object, but they all asked for the identity of the mountain sea sword immortal to be checked. The white-robed youth didn't stop them from discussing, and just watched quietly. In the end, when he saw that the discussion was almost over, he said, "I've already applied to the emperor. The answer he gave me was, there is no problem with the mountain sea sword immortal, and he can join the tribulation immortal hall." The 8 true monarchs looked at each other and said one after another, "Then there is no problem. I agree." Agreed. Agreed. The white-robed youth gently nodded and said, "Since everyone has passed, I will arrange for someone to invite the mountain sea sword immortal to join the tribulation immortal hall." Afterward, the figures of the 9 true monarchs all disappeared, leaving only the 9 huge thrones. It turned out that everyone was just a phantom. Ever since the battle in the ghost hell, Jiang Xi had learned his lesson. Every time he rested, he would return to Camp 1. With a supreme great immortal boat, he could travel thousands of light years in just a few days, which was quite convenient. In the military camp, not only could he have a safe and comfortable place to stay, but he could also dispose of the spoils of war he obtained from hunting in a timely manner. Unlike in the Tonggu continent, where one's mind was tense every day and one would get tired after a long time. This time, Jiang Xi went into seclusion for a month in Palace number 41. He summarized the battles of the past 10 years and comprehended the power of the 5 elements. After coming out of seclusion, he went to the tavern in the military camp's leisure area to relax. He was a regular here, and with his current identity as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, he was second only to 9th Tribulation Transcenders in the human camp. Therefore, as soon as he came in, many Tribulation Transcender powerhouses greeted him. "Shanghai, you're back. Shanghai, I heard that you killed another 3 7th Tribulation Transcenders? How ruthless. In the past 300 years, I've only killed 4 7th Tribulation Transcenders from foreign races. He's a sword immortal. You're just an immortal who cultivates in water-type Dao arts. How can you compare to Shanghai?" Jiang Xi walked past with a smile on his face. "Shanghai, over here." In the distance, his old friend Su Ji waved at him. Jiang Xi walked over and sat down. Then he smiled and said, "Su Ji, I haven't seen you in 50 years. It seems that your harvest this time wasn't small. Thank you for your kind words. My harvest this time was indeed not small." Su Ji smiled inexplicably. "Oh." Jiang Xi was a little surprised. He had just said it casually. Su Ji was an 8th Tribulation Transcender. If he said that his harvest was not small, then it must have been at least 100 million points. Let's go to your palace and talk about it in detail later. It's not convenient here, Su Ji said through his spiritual sense. Jiang Xi was even more surprised. What kind of harvest was it? Even if it was something worth 1 billion points, there was no need to be so careful. Afterward, the two drank while chatting, and they didn't mention anything about their harvest. For people like them, drinking and chatting often took at least a month. But this time, only 3 days had passed. The captain of the soldiers in charge of receiving missions in the military camp. The arrival of the captain interrupted their chat. After seeing Jiang Xi, he respectfully bowed. Then, he said with envy in his eyes, "Lord Mountain Sea, there's a team of envoys from the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall waiting outside your palace." Envoys from the Tribulation Transcender Hall? Jiang Xi's heart moved. Envoys come in person to invite people to join the Tribulation Transcender Hall. Mountain Sea, you haven't joined the Tribulation Transcender Hall yet? Su Ji looked very surprised. No. Jiang Xi shook his head. This is a good thing. After joining, there are many benefits. For example, the legendary ancient immortal world. Only by joining the Tribulation Transcender Hall can one obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient immortal world, Su Ji said with a smile. Obviously, he was also a member of the Tribulation Transcendent Hall. Ancient Immortal World? This was the first time Jiang Ci had heard of this term. Haha, you should quickly go back and see the invoice. After you enter the Tribulation Transcendent Hall, you will have the authority to know about the ancient immortal world. Su Ji pretended to be mysterious and laughed. Jiang Ci nodded. Then, he followed the captain of the armored soldiers and returned to his palace, number 41. In front of the palace, he saw 3 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses quietly waiting. The one in the lead was a burly man wearing golden armor. The aura he emitted was close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. The other 2 were 7th Tribulation Transcenders wearing black armor. Mountain Sea greets the 3 envoys. Jiang Ci walked over. The burly man wearing golden armor smiled and said, "Hello, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. We have come to invite you to join the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall." Jiang Ci invited them into the palace and sat down. "I still don't know the names of the 3 emissaries?" Riverward asked. The burly man wearing golden armor said, "My name is Zhu Luo. Shifeng, Herba." The other 2 7th Tribulation Transcenders also introduced themselves. The burly man wearing golden armor said, "Only powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm can join the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall. The several true monarchs above have decided that you are qualified to become a member of the Tribulation Transcender Hall. I wonder if you are willing to join?" Jiang Ci gently nodded and said with a smile, "Then I'm definitely willing." There was no reason to refuse. Only those above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm could join. In other words, the high-end Tribulation Transcender powerhouses of the human race were all in the Tribulation Transcender Hall. For example, his Master Winesword Immortal was one of them. Just as loose cultivator Su Ji had said, there were many benefits to joining. In the simplest terms, he could get to know more top Tribulation Transcender powerhouses inside. In the future, if there were any valuable spoils of war that needed to be dealt with, he wouldn't have to trouble Winesword Immortal. He could trade with those powerhouses inside. In that case, please accept the mark of the Heavenly Eye. Zhu Luo flipped his hand and took out a closed eye. It was the clone of the Heavenly Eye. Then, he formed a seal with one hand, and the closed eye opened, shooting out a gray light that shrouded Jiang Ci's body. Jiang Ci didn't resist. He had already experienced this process when he first entered the foreign battlefield and confirmed his status. In the next moment, he discovered that the situation this time was a bit different. A gentle voice echoed in the hall. "Human Mountain Sea welcomes you to the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall. The human race stands at the peak of the universe and is surrounded by enemies. We need powerhouses to fight and resist these enemies. I hope you can remember your mission as a powerhouse and fight for the human race." Buzz, the light shot out by the Heavenly Eye condensed into a special symbol in the air and fell on Jiang Ci's shoulder before sinking into it. The mark was successful. At this time, Jiang Ci was still immersed in the gentle voice. It should be said that his soul had sunk into it. "Fight for the human race," Jiang Ci repeated. Then, he suddenly woke up and hurriedly asked, "Was that the Heavenly Eye talking just now?" "I'm not sure about that." Zhu Luo shook his head and smiled. Then he said, "Every powerhouse that joins the Tribulation Transcender Hall will experience this scene, but no one knows who it is. Some people speculate that it might be the artifact spirit of the Heavenly Eye, or it might be one of the Tao Lords above." Jiang Ci nodded thoughtfully, but his heart was still full of surprise. This was because the feeling that the voice gave him was not inferior to the feeling that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave him. It could even affect him from the depths of his soul. Okay, the mark has been formed. In the future, if you encounter powerhouses from the Tribulation Transcender Hall, True Lord Hall, or Tao Lord Hall, you'll be able to sense their aura. Through the aura of the mark, you'll be able to recognize each other. Zhu Luo smiled. Jiang Ci's heart moved. Sure enough, he could sense the aura of Zhu Luo and the other 2 7 Tribulation Transcender messengers through the mark on his shoulder. If there's anything else you don't understand, You can search the Heavenly Eye Network. You now have the authority to find the relevant information, Zhu Luo added. Jiang Xi also smiled. He had learned about the Tribulation Transcender Hall in detail from a mortal master Wine, sort 100 years ago. He didn't expect that he would become a member now. After the messenger of the Tribulation Transcender Hall left, Jiang Xi entered the Heavenly Eye Network through his communication bead and searched for information about the Tribulation Transcender Hall. The information was very complete, including the 9 true monarchs, the Hall Masters of the Tribulation Transcender Hall, as well as other information. In the end, what shocked Jiang Xi the most was that the current number of people in the Tribulation Transcender Hall exceeded 3 million. This was the first time he knew that the human race was so powerful. 3 million powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. Jiang Xi was speechless, but after thinking about it, he felt that this number was quite reasonable. In the human camp of the 9th battlefield, there were more than 30,000 powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. In the entire foreign battlefield, there were a total of 36 main battlefields like the 9th battlefield. Roughly speaking, there were more than 1 million powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm in the foreign battlefield. I wonder how many people there are in the True Monarch Palace and the Tao Lord Palace. Jiang Xi thought these 2 palaces of the Heavenly Court were the true high-end forces of the human race. He was not qualified to come into contact with them yet. Soon, Jiang Xi was full of confidence. Then, he once again searched for information about the ancient immortal world. The legendary immortal world, where the core of the original universe is located. The opening time is uncertain. The last time it opened was 1 million years ago. After looking through it briefly, Jiang Xi shook his head. At first, he thought that he could enter at any time. After all, it was the immortal world, and there might be immortal crystals and the like. Refining the heaven-connecting building required a large number of top-grade immortal crystals, and he had been thinking about it. However, the ancient immortal world had only opened once 1 million years ago, and he did not know when it would open again. Therefore, there was no need to pay attention to it for the time being. An era had 36 million years, and even a 9th Tribulation Transcender only had a lifespan of 100,000 years. Jiang Xi was looking through the information in his residence. Not long after, the kind-looking Wanderer Su Ji arrived. Wanderer Su Ji smiled and said, "Welcome to the Tribulation Transcender Hall. Tell me, are you here to show off your big harvest?" Jiang Xi still remembered the conversation between the two when they were drinking. Now that the messenger of the Tribulation Transcender Hall had just left, Wanderer Su Ji came looking for him. This made Jiang Xi feel that Wanderer Su Ji's big harvest should not be so simple. "I'm not here to show off. I have a big benefit for you." Wanderer Su Ji's expression became serious. "Big benefit?" Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. "Let's go to your cultivation room," Wanderer Su Ji said with his spiritual sense, looking very careful. Jiang Xi became even more curious. What kind of big harvest could make Wanderer Su Ji so careful? Moreover, would this big harvest bring him any benefits? He did not believe that a pie would fall from the sky. The two entered the cultivation room that could isolate spiritual sense. "Can you tell me now? What did you get?" Jiang Xi asked. "Have you heard of the ancient god race?" Wanderer Su Ji took a deep breath. "Ancient god race? You mean the natives of the Tonggu continent?" Jiang Xi was a bit surprised. He had met many powerhouses at the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm and above in the 1st military camp. Through the usual exchanges, he had learned a lot of information about the Tonggu continent. This starry sky continent, with a diameter of 20,000 light-years, had once nurtured a powerful peak race, the ancient god race. In general, the universe's races were divided into 3 levels: ordinary, peak, and peak. To be called a peak race, it meant that it had at least one Tao monarch powerhouse. Countless years ago, the human race, the monster race, and the ghost race, the 3 peak races, designated the starfield where the Tonggu continent was located as the 9th battlefield. As the natives of the ancient god race, They were very brave and did not submit. But with their strength, how could they be a match for the three peak races? They were quickly wiped out. However, there were also many survivors of the ancient god race at that time. Did you meet any survivors of the ancient god race? Jiangxi asked again. No. Wanderer Su Ji shook his head. Wanderer Su Ji shook his head and said with a solemn expression, I found the ancient god race's ancient god hidden treasure. Ancient god's secret treasure. Riverward was greatly astonished and hurriedly asked, Is it true or false? How could such a great opportunity fall into my lap? Of course it's true, Wanderer Su Ji said in a deep voice. Jiang Xi regained his calm and said with a frown, Su Ji, you and I are indeed good friends. But the ancient god hidden treasure represents endless wealth. Anyone who finds it will find a way to hide it. There is no reason for them to share it with others. Jiang Xi knew very well that the ancient god race, as a peak race in the universe and the master of the Tonggu continent, had an incomparably deep heritage. They stored their race's resources and treasures all over the Tonggu continent in the form of secret treasure spaces, which are the so-called ancient god hidden treasures. When the ancient god race was exterminated overnight, it happened too suddenly. The survivors of the ancient god race only had time to take away a part of the ancient god hidden treasures. Therefore, there was still a small part of the ancient god hidden treasures left in the Tonggu continent. Moreover, the secret treasure spaces where the ancient god hidden treasures were located were all refined by the Tao monarchs of the ancient god race. Even the spiritual sense of a true monarch powerhouse couldn't find them. One could only find them if they were extremely lucky. In the history of a ninth battlefield, there were more than 10 ancient god hidden treasures that were discovered by the powerhouses of the three camps. Although each ancient god hidden treasure only contained a small part of the ancient god race's treasures. But with the heritage of a peak race, even a small part was endless wealth for tribulation transcender powerhouses like them. This was the main reason why Jiang Xi was suspicious. In this world, there were only a few people he could completely trust. Facing Jiang Xi's doubt, Wanderer Su Ji smiled calmly and said, You are right. Even if we are good friends, it's impossible to share such a great opportunity. He took a deep breath and said, In fact, I'm not the only one who found the ancient god hidden treasures. I'm telling you this because I want to invite you to compete for the ancient god hidden treasures together. A lot of people? Jiang Xi frowned. The ancient god hidden treasures were extremely precious. If too many people found them, it would definitely lead to a great war, and even 9 tribulation transcenders might die. If that was the case, then this opportunity was worth discussing. Don't worry, there aren't many people. It's just me and an 8th tribulation transcender monster. Wanderer Su Ji shook his head. Then, he continued, the details are like this. Not long ago, I fought with that 8th tribulation transcender monster in the abyss of the ancient god. That battle caused a large area of space to shatter. Then, I found a strange place. There was a small space that didn't even budge under the aftermath of the 2 of us 8th tribulation transcenders attacks. But soon, that 8th tribulation transcender monster also found out. We broke into that small space together. We discovered that there was a huge ancient palace inside. Only then did we realize that this was the ancient god hidden treasures of the ancient god race. Then, at the entrance of the palace, we found some corpses of the ancient god race. There were 6 talisman seals on those corpses. That 8th tribulation transcendent monster, and I fought again. Unfortunately, our strength was about the same. In the end, we each grabbed 3 talisman seals. The talisman seals are naturally the key to entering the palace of the ancient god hidden treasures. However, we also found an important message on those corpses. Only those with 6 talisman seals can enter from 6 designated directions at the same time to truly open the ancient god hidden treasures. Wanderer Su Ji revealed a helpless expression. That 8th tribulation transcender monster, and I also tried. Although we could enter the palace with the talisman seals, we could only move in those corridors. No matter how we tried, We couldn't enter the other places inside the palace. After hearing this, Jiang Xi completely understood. It wasn't that Wanderer Su Ji was generous, but that he had to find someone to go in with him. And he just happened to be familiar with Wanderer Su Ji. More importantly, as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, his combat strength was at the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. If there was an accident during the fight for the ancient god hidden treasures, Wanderer Su Ji wouldn't have to worry about finding someone too strong to threaten him. Jiang Xi expressed his understanding. This was human nature. If he were in Wanderer Su Ji's shoes, he would also do the same. With a cautious attitude, he asked, "There's another question. Since it's the ancient god hidden treasures, what if the bloodline of the ancient god hidden treasures is needed to open them?" The possibility of this was very high. As a top race in the universe, the ancient god hidden treasures definitely had such bloodline restrictions. It was impossible for them to leave their treasures to another race. I also considered this point. Wanderer Su Ji nodded. However, in the history of the 9th battlefield, many powerhouses have obtained the ancient god hidden treasures. Although I don't know what happened when the ancient god hidden treasures appeared, what is certain is that the value of the ancient god hidden treasures is comparable to the total wealth of a true monarch. I feel that in front of such an opportunity, taking a little risk is worth it. Mountain Sea, what do you think? Of course it's worth it. Jiang Xi smiled. Then, are you going or not? Wanderer Su Ji asked with a smile. Of course I'm going. Jiang Xi's tone was very decisive. In the Tonggu continent, if he claimed to be number 2 in terms of life-saving means, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. Not counting the heaven-connecting tower, just the second layer of the 3rd layer mountain alone could resist the full-strength attack of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. At the same time, it could seal the space within a radius of 10 million kilometers. Then, he had the Great Teleportation Talisman, which could teleport him 100 million light-years away at random. Both of these treasures could put him in an invincible position. Since some powerhouses had obtained the ancient god hidden treasures before, with so many life-saving means, he might also be able to obtain them. Ha, good. Wanderer Su Ji laughed, and then said, 3 talisman seals, so we need 3 people. Your sword attacks are very strong, and together with my spatial techniques, we can deal with many dangerous situations. However, we are still lacking someone with high defense. After a while, Jiang Xi and Wanderer Su Ji arrived at another palace in the 1st military camp. In the training room of this palace, Jiang Xi saw the second person that Wanderer Su Ji was going to invite. It was an 8th Tribulation Transcender with the appearance of a stone man from the Boulder race, a vassal race of the human race. Wanderer Su Ji pointed at the stone man in front of him and said, "Mountain Sea, this is Old Mo, a good friend of mine. He saved my life before." "Hello, Old Mo," Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. The stone man Old Mo said in a muffled voice, "Since you are Su Ji's good friend, then you are also my good friend." It was a simple sentence, but Jiang Xi could hear the sincerity in it. Information about the Boulder race also appeared in his mind. It was also a top-notch race. Their characteristics were that the stone men of the Boulder race were relatively straightforward, and their thinking was also very simple and slow. Of course, as their strength increased, their thinking would become slightly more flexible. However, Old Mo, who was an 8th Tribulation Transcender, was not as smart as Jiang Xi and Wanderer Su Ji. After listening to Wanderer Su Ji's explanation, he pondered for a full 3 minutes. Then he raised his head and said, "I'll go. If that's the case, then it's settled." Wanderer Su Ji was in high spirits. He flipped his hand and took out 2 square black stones. They were only the size of a palm, but they were covered with complex runes. Just refine them with your spiritual sense. With these talisman seals, we can enter the palace of the ancient god's secret treasure. As Wanderer Su Ji spoke, he handed the 2 talisman seals to Jiang Xi, and Old Mo Jiang Xi took them. After holding them in his hand, he suddenly felt a very subtle and inexplicable aura. It seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember what it was. This aura was too vague, and it disappeared in a flash. Even with his spiritual sense, which was comparable to that of a ninth tribulation transcender, he couldn't catch it. Since he couldn't remember, he didn't think too much about it and directly refined the talisman's seals. Soon after, the three of them left the first military camp and rode Wanderer Su Ji's top-grade immortal boat. They traveled through space and rushed toward the ancient god's abyss. Chapter 546. The Abyss of the Ancient God was a forbidden area of the Tonggu continent. It was the most dangerous place in the ninth battlefield. Jiang Xiai had wandered the Tonggu continent for more than 100 years and had heard of this place many times. However, this was his first time here. After the top-grade immortal boat shuttled through the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Jiang Xi's gaze was immediately attracted by the huge abyss below. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, he could clearly see it with his eyes. This huge abyss was close to a light year in diameter. It was as if a big hole had suddenly appeared in this vast land. The inexplicable aura emitted from the abyss made people feel awe. It was as if one's soul would be swallowed if they looked at it for too long. At this moment, Jiang Xiai finally remembered why the aura that flashed on the talisman seal gave him a familiar feeling. When he first set foot on the Tonggu continent, he had felt this inexplicable feeling. Now, it seemed that this abyss was the source of the inexplicable aura. Next to him, Su Ji found that Jiang Xiai was looking at the abyss below in a daze and smiled. "Shanhai, have you never been to the abyss of the ancient god?" "Yes, I haven't been here." Jiang Xiai nodded indifferently. "No way. I just said it casually. And you really haven't been here before? With your strength, you could have come to the abyss of the ancient god long ago." Su Ji was very surprised. Jiang Xiai smiled and said, "Actually, I've only been in the Tonggu continent for more than 100 years, and I haven't had the time to explore this place." Those who dared to explore the abyss of the ancient god were basically 7 tribulation transcender and above. With his strength, he could indeed establish a foothold here. Su Ji praised, "You're amazing. You've only been here for more than 100 years, and you've already killed so many tribulation transcenders of other races. You even killed an 8th tribulation transcender of the ghost race." Amazing. Oldemo only said 2 words. Like his name, he was very silent. Su Ji smiled and shook his head. Then, he said to Jiang Xiai, "Since it's your first time here, I'll briefly explain the situation of the abyss of the ancient god to you. The abyss of the ancient god is 1 light year in diameter, and its depth is unknown. That's because there's a special kind of field force inside. The deeper you go, the stronger the field force becomes. 4 tribulation transcender powerhouses like us, we can go 1 light year in at most, and that is our limit. If I go any further, neither my body nor my soul will be able to withstand it. It's said that even perfected lords don't dare to go deeper." At this point, Su Ji said seriously, "Therefore, when you wander in the abyss of the ancient god, you have to be careful of your position in addition to beware of the alien race experts that may appear at any time. This is because the special force emitted from the depths of the abyss will continuously lead you deeper into the abyss without you noticing. In the history of the Tonggu continent, there were many lone tribulation transcender powerhouses who suddenly fell into an epiphany while cultivating. By the time they woke up, they were already deep in the danger zone. Those who were strong could even break free from that kind of force field. Those who are slightly weaker can only perish under that kind of force field. Riverward had been listening attentively, and his expression had also become serious. A special field force. This was the first time he had heard of this information. If no one told him, it would be troublesome if he encountered a similar situation in the future. Su Ji suddenly laughed. "Haha, don't be so serious. You just have to remember 2 things. Don't go too deep and don't have an epiphany." Jiang Xiai chuckled. These words were quite insightful. Su Ji asked, "There's one more thing. I don't know if you have heard of how the abyss of the ancient god was formed." "I don't know." Jiang Ci shook his head. Old Mo said in a muffled voice, "Legend has it that this is the place where the ancient god race's ancient god fell." That ancient god, Dao monarch level ancient god? Jiang Ci was shocked. Suji said, "Yes. It is said that the ancient god was unwilling to submit to the alliance agreement of the three peak races and fought with the Dao monarchs of the human race, the monster race, and the ghost race. In the end, he self-detonated in anger, forming this unfathomable abyss of the ancient god with a diameter of 1 light-year. Jiang Ci took another look at the abyss that seemed to be able to swallow everything. The inexplicable aura he felt should be the remnant of the ancient god after his death. The place where the Dao monarch fell. There were only a few dozen Dao monarchs in the entire human race. Just from a number, one could imagine how powerful the Dao monarchs were. Jiang Ci let out a light breath and calmed his emotions. Then he said with his spiritual sense, "The place where the ancient god fell. No wonder we could find the ancient god's hidden treasure here. Since ancient times, who knows how many tribulation transcender powerhouses have wandered the abyss of the ancient god. But before me, I have never heard of anyone finding the ancient god's hidden treasure." Suji smiled proudly and also said with his spiritual sense, "There were many powerhouses in the abyss of the ancient god, and many nine tribulation transcenders were cultivating and hunting here. They didn't dare to talk about the ancient god's hidden treasure openly. Therefore, they cautiously used their spiritual sense to communicate." Jiang Ci shook his head and said, "Maybe someone found it before, but they didn't spread it. Haha, in any case, we have now found this great opportunity. Whether or not we can progress further on the path of immortality will depend on this." Suji's gaze was fiery as he looked at the bottomless abyss of the ancient god. The treasures hidden in the ancient god's hidden treasure were comparable to the wealth of a true monarch powerhouse. Even if they divided the wealth equally, it was enough for them to transcend another tribulation and become a ninth tribulation transcender. They could even touch the possibility of reversing life and death. On the side, Old Mo, as his name suggested, remained silent and rarely spoke. Then the three of them drove the top-grade immortal boat and once again flew toward the abyss of the ancient god. This unfathomably deep abyss was 1 light-year in diameter. It was different from other places in Tonggu continent. There was enough space here to accelerate and travel through space. In just 1 minute, the top-grade immortal boat arrived at an area 3 trillion kilometers deep in the abyss of the ancient god. Suji pointed in a direction and said, 2 million kilometers ahead, there is a space with an area of 1 square kilometer. Jiang Ci's spiritual sense could naturally explore that area, but he didn't find anything special about it. It seemed that the rumors were true. The space where the ancient god's hidden treasure was located was refined by the ancient god. Even true monarchs couldn't find it. As for why the Dao monarchs of the 3 races who fought against the ancient god didn't take away the ancient god's hidden treasure, Jiang Ci could guess the reason. It was very simple. They didn't want it. Then, the 3 of them carefully flew in the abyss and soon arrived at that space. When they got close, Jiang Ci still didn't find anything. He only felt that this space was no different from the surrounding space. Jiang Ci praised, "It's really mysterious." Suji smiled and said, "Otherwise, it wouldn't have been our turn. If it was so easy to find, it would have been someone else's long ago." A space with an area of 1 square kilometer couldn't be more insignificant compared to this abyss with a diameter of 1 light-year. Suji and that monster race A tribulation transcender being able to find this place could only be said to be luck. "Let's go in." Suji put away the flying boat, and with a flash of his figure, he directly entered this space. Jiang Ci and Old Mo looked at each other and followed. It was as if they had passed through a barrier. Then, they found that the space in front of them had suddenly become bigger, or it could be said that they had entered another space. In the void, an ancient palace was floating, with a length and width of 1 million kilometers. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The palace of the ancient god. Jiang Xiai and Su Ji's eyes burst out with golden light. At this moment, even the slow-witted old Mo was somewhat excited. The three of them didn't hesitate and arrived at the huge platform in front of the palace. On the platform, there were 6 corpses that were 1,000 feet tall. They looked similar to humans, but they had 6 arms. The ancient god race had been destroyed for who knows how many eras, but these 6 corpses were still intact. This showed that their cultivation was very strong when they were alive. There is still some spiritual sense pressure left on the corpses. They are at least at the 7th tribulation transcendal level. Jiang Xiai carefully sensed. Su Ji nodded and said, "Yes, from the looks of the talisman seals, the 6 of them were most likely the guardians of the ancient god's secret treasure. It's just that the battle at that time was too sudden, and they didn't have time to react before dying. Their primordial spirits were destroyed." Jiang Xiai could imagine the scene at that time. The true monarchs and Dao monarchs of the 3 peak races had directly swept through the entire Tonggu continent. Just their primordial spirit attacks were enough to destroy the primordial spirits of those tribulation transcender powerhouses without any room to resist. In addition to the 6 corpses, the platform was also engraved with complex runes similar to those of a teleportation array. It was hexagonal, and the runes on each corner formed a clear pattern. A teleportation array. Jiang Xiai was a bit surprised. The environment of the foreign battlefield was treacherous and often changed. It wasn't suitable to build a teleportation array. This was because the teleportation array might be destroyed or be ambushed by the enemy. Therefore, everyone used flying boats to travel. They didn't expect to see a teleportation array here. Su Ji smiled and said, "It's a teleportation array, but it's a bit different. It needs a talisman seal to activate it." Jiang Xiai gently nodded and said, "Hexagonal runes." In other words, 6 talisman seals are needed to open the ancient god's palace. Su Ji said, "Now we just have to wait for the monster race's tribulation transcender powerhouses to come." The 3 of them weren't in a hurry and quietly waited on the platform. After half a day, 3 streams of light appeared in this space, whistling as they arrived on the platform. Rich monster energy and immortal energy instantly spread out. "Hee hee," a gloomy laughter echoed. "Su Ji, it seems you're very impatient. However, it's better to come at the right time than early." The one who spoke was a monster less than a meter tall. His pair of black eyes revealed a crafty look. He was shaped like a wolf, but his 2 front paws were very short. Therefore, he walked upright. This was a powerhouse of the Golden Wolf clan, a top-notch bloodline of the monster race. Although he was short, his aura wasn't low. He was an 8th tribulation transcender. Su Ji smiled and said, "We came early so that we could arrange some things in advance. Don't you think so?" "Humph." The expression of the Golden Wolf clan's 8th tribulation transcender turned cold. Then, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Xiai and old Mo. "These are the 2 helpers you invited?" "Stupid Rock of the Giant Rock clan. There aren't many of them in the Tong ancient continent, and he's an 8th tribulation transcender. It seems he's that stupid old Mo. This youth with a long sword on his back and golden and black armor is a 7th tribulation sword immortal? A human mountain sea sword immortal? Or green cry sword immortal? Oh, these 2 aren't very good." His comments were obviously a psychological tactic. However, Jiang Xiai and the other 2 didn't care. They were all veterans, and their minds wouldn't be disturbed by these words. If it were outside, and the human camp and the monster camp met, they would immediately attack. But this time, everyone had come for the ancient god's secret trove. Before the ancient god's secret trove was truly opened, they naturally wouldn't attack. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's get to know each other." Su Ji shook his head and said, "I'm Su Ji of the human camp." Mountain Sea, Old Mo, Jiang Xiai, and Old Mo reported their names. At the same time, they looked at the 3 tribulation transcender powerhouses of the monster camp without any fear. Of the 3 monster race tribulation transcender powerhouses, the 8th tribulation transcender of the Golden Wolf clan was very short, less than a meter tall. The other two weren't the kind of monster race that was famous for their huge, immortal bodies. One of them had the appearance of a human, but she had 8 fox tails. Her every move was soul-stirring. She was an 8th Tribulation transcender powerhouse of the monster race's Spirit Fox clan. The last one was a 100-meter-tall man with an ox head and a human body. He had 4 ring-shaped magical treasures on each of his arms. He was an 8th Tribulation transcender of the monster race's Ox Demon clan. However, Jiang Xiai hadn't been in the Tonggu continent for a long time, and he didn't know any information about these 3 monster races. After he and Old Mo finished their introductions, Su Ji solemnly said, "It's your turn." The 8th Tribulation transcender of the Golden Wolf clan smiled and said, "My name is Bei Yu." The fox girl of the Spirit Fox clan smiled and said, "Spirit Fox Enchantress." At this time, she had a pure and holy aura. 8th Ring Ox Demon. The big man from the Ox Demon clan grinned, and his imposing aura suddenly increased by a few notches. Lightning flashed all around him, accompanied by muffled thunders, causing people to feel uneasy. Jiang Xiai and the others felt this aura, and their expressions changed slightly. He was very close to a 9th Tribulation transcender. In other words, this 8th Ring Ox Demon from the Ox Demon clan was the strongest one present. Since everyone knows each other, let's start the teleportation formation now. Bei Yu smiled as if victory was already in his hands. The Northern Ring's Ox Demon and Spirit Fox Enchantress also had strange smiles on their faces. Suji expressionlessly turned his hand and took out a talisman seal. Jiang Xiai gently shook his head and also took out a talisman seal with Old Mo. Next, the 3 people and 3 monsters stood in 6 different positions of the hexagonal teleportation formation and activated it. Buzz! Suddenly, violent spatial fluctuations appeared on the platform. At the same time, dazzling white light condensed. This was the sign of teleportation. This is troublesome. I didn't expect the other party to have a powerhouse close to a 9th Tribulation transcender. Su Ji's voice sounded in the ears of Jiang Xiai and Old Mo. If a 9th Tribulation transcender was equivalent to 108th Tribulation transcenders, then this 8th Ring Ox Demon was equivalent to 10 8th Tribulation transcenders. Now, in terms of combat strength, the 3 of them were at a disadvantage. I'm good at Earth-type magical techniques and have high defense. I can temporarily stall him. Old Mo transmitted his voice. He was very honest and didn't think of shirking. Instead, he took the initiative to take the most difficult one. Su Ji sighed. That's the only way. Jiang Xiai also said, Spirit Fox Enchantress should be good at illusion techniques. Just leave it to me. Su Ji solemnly said, All right, let's each take one. As long as Old Mo can stall him, we still have a chance. The 3 of them secretly communicated with each other through their spiritual senses. The 3 monster tribulation transcenders on the opposite side were also secretly communicating. A few seconds later, the teleportation formation in front of the ancient god's palace was finally fully activated. The dazzling light was like a small star illuminating the space. Under the power of the teleportation formation, the 3 people and 3 monsters disappeared. In the deepest part of the ancient god's palace, a rune flickered on a hidden wall. This was the entrance to a heavenly abode. After stepping into this heavenly abode, one could see that it was a desolate place. On the ground, there were many tall, 6-armed figures busily cultivating or working. If Jiang Xiai and the others saw this scene, they would be able to recognize that these were the remnants of the ancient god race. However, they were not the survivors of the ancient god race. After countless eras, those who had not reached the true monarch realm had already died. These were the descendants of the first batch of survivors. At this time, in the center of this heavenly abode, inside an ancient pagoda that was millions of feet tall, on the ground, a rune flickered. Whoosh! A 6-armed figure exuding an ethereal aura suddenly appeared, and he excitedly looked at the ray of light. Ha! It's here! It's finally here! I've waited for countless eras, and it's finally here. He laughed like a madman, his face full of tears. After waiting for countless eras, his strength was revealed with a single sentence. This was a true monarch with an endless lifespan. Those whose cultivation is above the seventh tribulation transcender realm, come here. His spiritual sense covered the entire heavenly abode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, a total of 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race flickered and arrived. The aura emitted by each of them was at least at the seventh tribulation transcender realm. Greetings, true ancestor. They respectfully saluted the true monarch of the ancient god race. Then, the ninth tribulation transcender in the lead asked, True ancestor, what happened? The true ancestor of the ancient god race smiled with unconcealable excitement and said, Just now, the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure was completely activated. The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race suddenly became excited. Some laughed, some went crazy, and some directly shed tears. So, we have a chance to leave? Haha, this is great. I didn't expect that I would have a chance to leave this cage in my lifetime. After hearing these words, the true ancestor of the ancient god race looked at the 10 tribulation transcenders with a complicated expression. Cage, countless eras ago, he had received an order from the ancient god to leave with a group of people with excellent bloodlines. However, before he could leave, a war suddenly broke out. A battle between Tao monarchs was not something that a true monarch like him could participate in. He had no choice but to hide in the ancient god's secret treasure with his people. However, the 6 people who were responsible for guarding the ancient god's secret treasure were unable to escape in time and died in the aftermath of the war. Without the talisman seals of the Guardians, they had no way to open the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure, so they were trapped here. Helpless, he could only open a heavenly abode here to provide a place for his people to live. Year after year, epoch after epoch, they waited. He watched with his own eyes as the people who had survived with him grew old and died of illness. Then, he watched the new generation of his people grow up and die of old age, generation after generation. During this time, many of his people cultivated to the ninth tribulation transcender realm. However, the resources of this small world were not enough to support his people to cultivate to the true monarch realm. Even the people of the ninth tribulation transcender realm could only die with regret and grief after their lifespan was exhausted. On the surface, they were survivors of their race, but in fact they were prisoners. This ancient god's secret treasure, this paradise world, was their cage. Cage, the true ancestor of the ancient god clan side. Compared to his people, he, a true monarch, had suffered the most. Even if his people cultivated to the ninth tribulation transcender realm, they could only live for 100,000 years. As for him, a true monarch, he had lived for countless eras in this small world. If he had not seen the real universe, he might not have felt anything. However, he was a true monarch before his race was exterminated. He had also traveled in the vast original universe and knew how vast the world was. The gaze of the ancient god clan's true ancestor swept across the faces of the 10 tribulation transcender realm cultivators. Then, he took a deep breath and said, Today, I'll take you out of this cage. Since the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure had been activated, it meant that 6 foreign race cultivators with talisman seals had entered the ancient god's secret treasure. As long as they could take away the 6 talisman seals, they could take their people out of the ancient god's secret treasure. The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god clan calmed down a little. The ninth tribulation transcender in the lead said in a grave tone, True ancestor, I think it's better if you don't show up this time. The ancient god clan's true ancestor frowned and said, Are you worried that there are true monarchs of foreign races outside? The ninth tribulation transcender solemnly said, It's better to be safe than sorry. True ancestor is the only hope of our ancient god clan. If something happens to you, our race will truly be finished. The ninth tribulation transcender said with a solemn expression. True monarchs with endless lifespans were the main reason why they, the survivors of the ancient god clan, could continue living for countless eras. If even their only true monarch died, there was a possibility that their clan would be exterminated in the future. The ancient god clan's true ancestor pondered for a moment. He naturally understood this principle. Moreover, he was also clear about his own strength. He was only a true monarch who had reversed life and death once. A first revolution Tao immortal. Among the fifth revolution Tao immortals, he was the weakest. If there really was a first revolution Tao immortal of foreign races outside, he would be in danger. All right, the true ancestor nodded. When it came to the life and death of his clan, he knew what to do. Gu Hong, Gu Qian. He called out 2 names in a row. 2 of the 10 tribulation transcenders stepped forward. Gu Hong was the 9th tribulation transcender. Gu Qian was an 8th tribulation transcender whose strength was second only to him. As for the remaining 8, they were all 7th tribulation transcenders. The true ancestor sternly said, "You two are the strongest. You two will go and compete for the talisman seals of the ancient god's treasure trove." Yes. Gu Hong and Gu Qian respectfully bowed. The true ancestor of the ancient god clan thought for a moment and said, "There is one more thing. This ancient god's treasure trove is one of the 100 inheritance treasures left behind by the ancient god. Not only does it contain a large number of treasures of the ancient god clan, but it also contains the most important inheritance of the ancient god. If possible, you could try to bring back the inheritance of the ancient god. As for those treasures, let's leave it to fate. Those foreign races probably don't know about the uniqueness of this ancient god's treasure trove. Their primary goal will definitely be those treasures." Chapter 547. Countless eras ago, when the ancient god race was negotiating with the 3 peak races, he had a premonition that his days were numbered. Because the Tao monarchs of the 3 races would definitely not let a Tao monarch like him leave. He could fight to the death with those Tao monarchs, but his race could not. Therefore, he arranged for the talented members of his race to escape and move to the wilderness at the edge of the universe, where they could repopulate. The ancient god's secret treasure he left behind in the Tonggu continent was the hope for his race to rise again. His race was divided into 10,000 teams, of which 100 inherited teams carried the most important secret treasures. As for the 9,900 ordinary teams, they were used as cannon fodder to cover the inherited teams with ordinary secret treasures. The difference was very big. Ordinary secret treasures had very few treasures. Only the secret treasures of the ancient god race contained a large number of treasures, as well as the most important inheritance of the ancient god. However, even if the ancient god race had made careful arrangements in advance, the battle had come too suddenly. In the end, whether it was the inherited teams or the ordinary teams, they were almost wiped out. After all, they were facing the 3 peak races. At present, the secret treasure that Jiang Ci and the others had opened was one of the 100 secret treasures. The 6 guard were all 7th tribulation transcender and above. Back then, the inheritance team that was responsible for taking away this treasure had been trapped in this space by a freak combination of factors and had been imprisoned for countless eras. In the heavenly abode world where the remnants of the ancient god race resided, the true ancestor of the ancient god race loudly said, "Eternal life of the ancient god. Eternal life of the ancient god. Eternal life of the ancient god." The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race also shouted in unison. Then, under everyone's worried and expectant gazes, Gu Hong and Gu Qian passed through the entrance of the heavenly abode world. In the next moment, a weak rune light flickered, and the 2 powerhouses of the ancient god race arrived in the ancient god palace. Gu Hong was slightly taller, close to 1,000 meters. Gu Qian was slightly more than 800 meters tall and was slightly thinner. The similarity was that they both had 6 arms, and the skin exposed outside the armor was covered with golden patterns. They looked at each other and cautiously did not use their spiritual sense to explore the entire palace, fearing that they would attract the attention of the 6 foreign races. After all, they still didn't know how strong these 6 intruders were. Let's go to the array formation hall first, Gucci said through his spiritual awareness. Gucci nodded. Then, the 2 figures went straight to the deepest part of the ancient god palace. Besides being cautious, the 2 experts from the ancient god clan had another advantage. That was how familiar he was with the ancient god palace. They were trapped in this space, but it didn't mean that they couldn't enter the ancient god's palace. During their growth, they had cultivated and played in the corridors of this palace countless times. They were well aware of the locations of the formation hall, the hall of inheritance, and the treasure hall. Of course, they only knew the location, but they couldn't enter. Furthermore, not only could he not enter, he could not even use his spiritual sense to probe the situation in the various halls. Because the palaces of the ancient gods were personally created by the ancient gods, they had to wait for the hexagonal teleportation formation outside to be fully activated before they could enter those palaces. Otherwise, even perfected lords would not be able to force their way in. Now that the hexagonal teleportation formation had been fully activated, the ancient god's secret treasure had been truly opened. These restrictions were gone. As for why he didn't go to the inheritance hall or the secret treasury hall first, the reason was very simple. The 2 experts from the ancient god clan kept their mission in mind. Their first goal was talisman seals. Their second goal was inheritance. Their third goal was treasures. In order to leave this prison, talisman seals were the most important thing. Otherwise, even if they obtained countless treasures, what was the use? They would still be prisoners. In addition, they firmly believed that even if the 6 foreign races had talisman seals, they wouldn't be able to open the treasure hall and the inheritance hall because of the ancient god bloodline. Soon, the 2 experts from the ancient god clan arrived at the formation hall at the core of the ancient god palace. In layman's terms, this formation hall controlled all the formations and restrictions in the ancient god palace, except for the teleportation formation inside the formation hall. Guhong, a 9 tribulation transcender, continuously made hand seals with his 6 arms. Soon, a golden holographic image appeared in the hall, showing the situation of the entire ancient god palace. The ancient god clan wasn't the kind of clan that lacked information. Before their clan was exterminated, they were able to travel the universe and naturally had these formations and surveillance methods. Look, they came in. Guqian pointed at a spot in the golden holographic image. With a thought, Guhong zoomed in on that area. 3 humans and 3 monsters appeared in the corridor at the entrance of the ancient god palace. Humans, monsters. Guhong and Guqian's eyes were filled with hatred. This was the first time they saw a foreign race. However, the 3 P clans were their enemies, and they knew the characteristics of these 3 clans since they were young. If their hatred for the 3 P clans could be described in one word, it would be hatred to the bone. However, at this moment, they knew how to restrain themselves. They had hated them for so many years, so a little while longer was not a big deal. Guqian asked, "Big brother, how is their strength?" The golden holographic image in front of them could monitor the situation inside the ancient god palace, and naturally, it could also detect the strength of the intruders. 5 8th tribulation transcenders and 1 7th tribulation transcender. I could defeat them myself. Guhong's eyes flickered with a fierce light. He wanted to directly attack. Guqian shook his head. "Big brother, we can't be reckless. I heard from the true ancestor that the Peak clans have deep foundations. To judge their strength, we can't just look at their cultivation on the surface. These human and monster tribulation transcenders might have some powerful trump card that could threaten our lives." Guhong was not stubborn. He let out a light breath and calmed the boiling, killing intent in his heart. He said, "You have been smarter than us since you were young. You can decide what to do this time." Guqian nodded and looked at the 3 humans and 3 monsters that had just appeared in the golden holographic image. He suddenly smiled and said, Let them kill each other first. They are obviously two forces. Therefore, whether they find the secret treasury hall or the inheritance hall first, they will kill each other first at that time. We will have a chance. Gu Qian was worried that Gu Hong would be impulsive. After thinking for a while, he said, "Big brother, there's one more thing that you should understand. Since we started cultivating, we have never fought with a foreign race. At most, we have exchanged pointers with each other, and we have rarely experienced life and death situations. However, these foreign races have been fighting and killing all the time. In terms of actual combat experience, they're definitely far better than us. It's just that they have cultivation, but no actual combat experience. When they were killing each other, he would be able to observe their fighting styles and trump cards. This way, when we make a move, we will have a greater chance of success." He only took a glance through the golden holographic image and observed these subtle things and made the corresponding judgment. The ancient god's palace was millions of kilometers long and wide. Just the area it covered was trillions of square kilometers. Moreover, this was not an empty palace. There were many halls here, and countless corridors were interspersed between the various halls. The illusion was very complicated. For ordinary people, they would not be able to walk through this palace in their lifetime. However, for 6 powerhouses with the strength of an 8th tribulation transcender, this was not a big problem. When Jiang Xi's group and the 3 tribulation transcenders of the monster race entered the ancient god's palace through the teleportation array, they spread out their spiritual senses. They wanted to find where the treasures of the ancient god's secret treasury were hidden. Su Ji said with his spiritual sense, "These halls are isolated from the detection of spiritual senses. We have to find them one by one." Jiang Xi said, "This is a good thing. If everyone spreads out, we won't have to worry about the other side joining hands." The two sides had never thought of the possibility of dividing the ancient god's secret treasury equally. They were all aiming to kill each other and obtain all the treasures. Now, a battle could break out at any time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beiyu, the 8-ringed demonic ox, and the spirit fox enchantress turned into 3 streams of light and went into the corridors to search for the various halls. Su Ji lightly shouted, "According to the original plan, each person will be responsible for one hall." Immediately, the 3 of them chased after them. Su Ji chased after Beiyu, and Old Mo chased after the 8-ringed demonic ox. Jiang Xi brought out the Gale Sword and also chased after the Spirit Fox Enchantress. His speed was the fastest. In the corridor ahead, the seductive vixen with 8 fox tails jumped in fright. So fast, because Jiang Xi's speed was close to the speed of light, close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. In other words, among the 6 of them, the 8-ringed demonic ox was the strongest, and Jiang Xi's speed was the fastest. "You want to get ahead of me?" "Oomph." The Spirit Fox Enchantress's 8 fox tails danced and used an illusion attack. Whoosh! A pink fog filled the corridor. If Jiang Xi wanted to pass through it, he would have to pass through it. An illusion technique of an 8th tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi gently smiled and entered it. All kinds of illusions that could cause people to fall into depravity appeared around him. In his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit, which had a circle of golden light behind his head, emitted a golden primordial spirit, and the 7-colored lotus platform lightly shook. This hallway that was shrouded in illusions and fog was unimpeded for him. He easily passed through it. The Spirit Fox Enchantress did not expect the illusion to trap Jiang Xi. She wanted to use the illusion to interfere with Jiang Xi's speed and affect Jiang Xi's judgment. Because the environment of these corridors was like a maze, it was too complicated. The shortest distance was 50 kilometers, and the longest distance was 10,000 kilometers. There were many turns. Speed didn't work well here. Even if one could cross 200,000 kilometers in a second, they would not be able to display their speed to the limit. Only those with fast and flexible speed could do it. It just so happened that the Spirit Fox Enchantress was very confident in her flexibility. After crossing less than 1,000 kilometers, she encountered a turning point. Whoosh! Her foxtail lightly moved, and she nimbly turned into the next corridor. In this complicated corridor, speed alone is not enough. The spirit fox enchantress was very confident. But at this time, she discovered with her spiritual sense that Jiang Xi, who was behind her, had not only easily passed through her illusion fog, but he was also like a gust of wind, nimbly turning that corner. The Dao technique he used was clearly the Dao of the sword. Why does it feel like a wind-type Dao technique? The spirit fox enchantress was bewildered. With such a strange speed, no wonder Wanderer Su Ji invited him, a seventh tribulation transcender. Then, she realized that he was about to catch up to her. In the next moment, a departing fire sword with a blazing aura slashed towards her. This attack is also so powerful. The spirit fox enchantress's expression greatly changed. Her 8 fox tails crazily danced, forming a thick shield around her body. Boom! She forcibly withstood this sword attack, and then her body flew out uncontrollably, smashing into the wall of the palace. Bang! The wall was not damaged, but the spirit fox enchantress's immortal power was in chaos under this kind of recoil. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Xi directly sped up and rushed to the front. He did not waste time fighting with the spirit fox enchantress. An 8th tribulation transcendent monster was not so easy to kill. After turning another corner, he finally saw the door of the first hall. Although the door was millions of feet high, he could easily open it with his strength. It was empty. Next, he continued to search. Behind him, the spirit fox enchantress was also in hot pursuit. She wanted to use a stronger illusion technique to delay Jiang Xi's speed. Battles also broke out on the other 2 roads. Wanderer Su Ji and Bei Yu seemed to be evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Old Mo and the 8th ring bull demon. The former was completely at a disadvantage, but with the super defense of the giant rock demon and his earth-type Dao technique, he was barely able to stall the 8th ring bull demon. Therefore, from the looks of it, only Jiang Xi had the advantage. Inside the formation hall, Gu Hong and Gu Qian had been paying attention to the battle between the 2 sides. Very strong. Although that 8th tribulation transcender of the bull demon race is much weaker than me, his combat strength is clearly superior to mine. If we really fight, I don't have the confidence to defeat him. Gu Hong's expression was solemn. He looked at Gu Qian and said, "Fortunately, you persuaded me. Otherwise, if we rushed out just now, we might have been surrounded and killed by them. Not only that bull demon, but that human speed is also close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. The other 4 are also not bad. Moreover, this is just the beginning. They haven't found the secret treasury hall or the inheritance hall yet. They might have many tricks up their sleeves." Gu Qian calmly shook his head. The 2 powerhouses of the ancient god clan had heavy hearts. The foreign races that could enter the ancient god's secret treasury were indeed not weak. Now, they could only hope that the 2 sides would fight fiercely. It would be best if more than half of them died. Only then would they have a chance. After a while, Gu Hong and Gu Qian's eyes lit up. That human with the fastest speed is about to find the secret treasury hall. Because these halls had the effect of isolating spiritual sense, everyone could only search them one by one. Jiang Xi used his speed to push open the doors of the halls one after another. However, he found that they were all empty. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough, and he had already left the spirit fox enchantress far behind. Soon, he arrived at the door of the next hall and reached out to push it. Jiang Xi felt resistance. The door did not open. Found it. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why couldn't he open it? Did he need a talisman seal? Behind him, the spirit fox enchantress was about to catch up. He did not have time to think too much and immediately used his spiritual sense to send a message to Su Ji and Old Mo. The spirit fox enchantress also noticed Jiang Xi's abnormal behavior and immediately understood what was going on. Come over. That human sword immortal found the secret treasury hall. The spirit fox enchantress contacted the other 2 tribulation transcendent monsters. Although each hall had the effect of isolating spiritual sense, There was no such restriction in the corridor. The secret treasury hall. The Mountain Sea realm has found the secret treasury hall. Suji, Old Mo, Beiyu, and the eight-ringed ox demon broke away from their opponents at almost the same time and quickly rushed to the position of Jiang Ci and the spirit fox enchantress. Boom! In front of the secret treasury hall, Jiang Ci used his strongest power to bombard the door, but still did not open because his spiritual sense was ineffective. He looked at the door a few times to see if there were any mechanisms. However, this 1,000,000 feet tall door could not be seen with just a few glances. At this time, the spirit fox enchantress finally caught up. Then, let's deal with the opponent first. Jiang Ci's eyes turned cold, and his sword intent rose. Wang, Scarlet Heaven sword trembled slightly, and the 6 styles of the universe was displayed. 6,000 feet long sword lights surrounded him, affecting the surrounding space and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Gale! Jiang Ci's figure flashed, and almost instantly, he arrived in front of the spirit fox enchantress with the sword lights. He slashed out with his sword. His speed is too fast. The spirit fox enchantress did not dare to relax in the slightest. Pink fog spread out again, accompanied by the sound of lust that could cause one to have evil thoughts. Sure enough, Jiang Ci's speed slowed down slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the spirit fox enchantress's 8 fox tails suddenly merged into one and became 10,000 times larger. Like a knife, they swept toward Jiang Ci in an arc, insignificant skill. Jiang Ci's eyes burst out with divine light, and the unique golden light of his primordial spirit dispelled the illusion. Then he saw the 100,000 feet long foxtail coming over, and it instantly transformed into a diamond sword. The sharp and ferocious sword whistled as it collided with the foxtail. Clang! The energy generated by the collision set off an even stronger shockwave that was close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. A human and a monster were both sent flying under this tyrannical impact. Bang! Bang! In this narrow space, they almost hit the wall of the palace at the same time. It seemed that they were evenly matched, but in fact, Jiang Ci was completely fine. Borrowing the force of the rebound, he once again slashed out with his sword, and the wind was released again. As for the spirit fox enchantress, not only was her immortal power in chaos, but her body also suffered some minor injuries. Fast speed, strong attack, and high defense. It seems that the previous rumor might be true. This Mountain Sea sword immortal might really be able to kill an 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Race with his 7th Tribulation Transcender cultivation. This thought flashed through the spirit fox enchantress's mind. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the difference in strength between each realm. Especially after reaching the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm, the possibility of fighting someone of a higher realm would become smaller and smaller. Therefore, it was extremely rare for a 7th Tribulation Transcender to kill an 8th Tribulation Transcender. At this time, seeing Jiang Ci attack again, the spirit fox enchantress did not dare to relax in the slightest. The 100,000 feet long foxtail was like a knife, and it collided with Jiang Ci's wind sword. At the same time, a dagger appeared in each of her hands, and she wanted to fight Jiang Ci in close combat. "You're thinking too much." Jiang Ci chuckled. Sword light whistled, and the 6 styles of the universe were used one after another, almost suppressing the spirit fox enchantress. The battle between the two seemed very long, but in fact, it only lasted for less than 3 seconds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this time, Suji, Old Mo, Beiyu, and the 8-ringed demonic ox arrived at the same time. Let's deal with that Mountain Sea sword immortal first. Beiyu and the 8-ringed demonic ox made the same decision. This was because they could see that Jiang Ci had almost no weaknesses. Although he was a 7th Tribulation Transcender, his attack, defense, and speed were all at the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender, and his speed was close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Speed was the most difficult aspect to deal with. These two eighth tribulation transcenders of the monster race condensed their terrifying immortal power to attack. One carried an evil black chi, while the other carried a tyrannical electric light as they attacked riverward. Old M.O. continued to entangle that demonic ox. Suji shouted, easily stopping Bayu. Old M.O. was an honest person. Without saying anything, his whole body was shrouded in earth-yellow Dao charm, and he roared to stop the eight-ringed demonic ox. However, the strength of the eight-ringed demonic ox, which was close to that of a nine-tribulation transcender, was still a bit stronger. He, who cultivated a lightning-type Taoist technique, flashed past Old Mo's obstruction like a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of Jiang Xi. The eight-ringed magical treasure on his arms whistled as it smashed out. Rumble. Thunder roared, and lightning flashed. This small space was full of tyrannical energy. However, Jiang Xi, who was the target of the attack, was still suppressing the eighth tribulation transcender spirit fox enchantress with one sword strike after another. The aura of the spirit fox enchantress had obviously declined a lot, and her injuries were getting worse. Seeing the eight-ring demonic ox's magical treasure attack, Jiang Xi could have chosen to ignore it. With the power of the triple mountain armor transformation, this level of attack couldn't affect him. At most, it would only shake his body. However, now was obviously not the time to expose this trump card, so he chose to dodge. He merged his body with his sword, and his sword was like a gust of wind, directly dodging the attack of the eight-ring demonic ox. However, he still underestimated the power of this attack. The speed of a lightning-type Taoist technique wasn't slow either. Boom! Lightning whistled, and the space shattered. The tyrannical attack caused Jiang Xi's body to instantly become numb, and then he uncontrollably crashed into the door of the secret treasury palace. Jiang Xi sensed that something was wrong, and he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, stop!" Scared? The eight-ring demonic ox laughed complacently. He had succeeded in his attack, and he believed that he could easily crush this mountain sea sword immortal. Too late. He waved his hand and slapped out, summoning his eight-ringed magical treasure, wanting to attack again. Jiang Xi wasn't afraid of him, but he didn't want to talk nonsense with him either. He turned around and slapped the door of the secret treasury palace, precisely where he had crashed into just now. Suddenly, 6 grooves appeared on the million-foot-tall door, the shape of which was the same as the talisman seal. With 6 grooves, it was obvious that this secret treasury palace also needed talisman seals to open. This time, everyone really stopped fighting, because now they couldn't be sure whether this door only needed talisman seals or 6 talisman seals to open at the same time, just like the hexagonal teleportation array. If one of the 6 died, and they couldn't open the door, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, the battle paused. From the looks of it, other than the spirit fox enchantress who had suffered injuries that were neither light nor heavy, the other 3 people and 2 demons were all fine. However, at this juncture, everyone's attention was on the 6 grooves. Open it together? Bayu looked at Suji, unaffiliated cultivator. He no longer had his initial confidence. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal's performance just now made them realize that the 3 people on the human side were not much weaker than them. If they really fought, it was still unknown who would win. Suji, unaffiliated cultivator, of course, also heaved a sigh of relief. After glancing at Jiang Xi, he nodded. Next, everyone inserted their talisman seals into the grooves. The expected scene of light shining brightly and the door automatically opening did not appear. The 3 people and 3 demons pushed the door at the same time. Then, everyone's expression changed. It was very ugly. It didn't open. First activated, then modified. Chapter 548. Ancient God Palace, Array Hall. Gu Hong and Gu Qian looked at the golden virtual image with a complicated expression. What a pity. They found the opening mechanism of the secret treasure hall first. Gu Hong shook his head. That human sword immortal is lucky. This is something we can't predict. Gu Qian smiled bitterly. Originally, he had thought that the 6 intruders would be divided into opposing groups and that some of them would be able to kill each other. However, he had not expected such an accident to occur. The 6 grooves were very difficult to discover compared to the gate that was millions of feet tall. They couldn't detect it with their spiritual awareness, but the human sword immortal found it by accident. They don't have the bloodline of the ancient gods. Even if they have the seal, they can't open the door. Gu Qian took a deep breath as if he had made a decision. Actually, to open the door, they didn't need the 6 seals. They only needed the 6 seals and the bloodline of the ancient gods. But those alien races didn't know about this secret. They can't fight now. If they find out that they can't open the secret treasure hall, they might just leave. Gu Hong frowned. They couldn't let the 6 alien races leave before they got the seal. Their only choice now was to stand out and fight with the alien races. It was too late to ask the true ancestor for help. They were in the array hall, and their spiritual awareness was blocked. So, the alien races couldn't find them. But as soon as they stepped out of the array hall, the 6 alien races' spiritual awareness would find them. Brother, I'll open the door for them. Gu Qian was determined. No, Gu Hong refused. You can't stop them. But, even if we work together, we can't beat them. Gu Qian was helpless. Seeing that Gu Hong was about to say something, he quickly said, My plan isn't to fight with them. I'll try to get the seal and open the door for them. Once they're all in, I'll close the secret treasure hall. Then you can take the 6 seals. As for the 6 alien races, they'll be locked in the secret treasure hall. Then you can ask the true ancestor for help. Maybe you can save me. Gu Qian told him about her plan. It was simple, using his life in exchange for the 6 seals. It looked like there was still a chance of survival, but that was only in theory. The possibility of survival was very small. Therefore, this was a completely selfless act. You stay here. I'll help them open the secret repository palace. I'm a 9th tribulation transcender. Even if I enter the secret repository palace with them, I'll have a higher chance of surviving, Gu Hong said solemnly. Gu Qian shook his head and said, None of those 6 alien races are simple. There isn't much difference between a 9th tribulation transcender and an 8th tribulation transcender in front of them. Then, he sighed and said, Big brother, you're a 9th tribulation transcender, and you're more useful to our race than I am. Sacrificing me to give our race a chance to be reborn, it's really worth it. When he said this, Gu Qian had a serious expression on his face and a carefree smile on his face. Gu Hong stared at him blankly. Finally, he said bitterly, Ancient God, live forever. Eternal ancient God. Gu Qian laughed. Boom, boom. Space continued to shatter and recover. Turbulent energy filled the ancient god palace. In front of the secret treasury hall, Jiang Xi, Su Ji, and old Mo Beiyu, the 8-ringed demonic ox, and the spirit fox enchantress. A total of 6 8th tribulation transcender powerhouses were jointly bombarding that million-feet-tall door. With their strength, even if there were 10,000 planets, they would still be able to blast them into space dust. However, this door didn't change at all. It didn't even tremble. As expected of something refined by a Tao monarch, Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. There was really no other way. Not only him, but the others and the monsters also had thoughts of leaving. Suji opened his mouth and said, Let's go back and think of a way. Next time, but before he could finish, everyone's expression changed. This was because their spiritual senses had discovered an abnormal situation. A 6-armed figure appeared at the core of the ancient god palace. Ancient god race. How is this possible? There's actually someone from the ancient god race here. He's not a true monarch, but an 8th tribulation transcender. He might know how to open the door. Just as everyone was shocked and prepared to make a move, Gu Qian flew in their direction. In less than 3 seconds, he appeared in front of everyone. Ancient god races, Gu Qian greets everyone. Gu Qian was very calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. The 3 people and the 3 monsters all stared at Gu Qian. Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you? The 8-ringed demonic ox looked fierce. Of course I'm afraid. Gu Qian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one, and then he smiled. But if you kill me, you won't be able to open this door. The expressions of Jiang Si's group of three, as well as the three monster tribulation transcender powerhouses, changed slightly, and they looked at each other. Everyone was very afraid. No one knew what this eighth tribulation transcender remnant of the ancient god race was hiding behind him. Would there be someone even stronger than him? However, everyone understood that the possibility of this was very small. If there was a stronger ancient god race powerhouse, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Then Suji asked, "What do you want?" "The secret chamber. I want half of the secret chamber." Gu Qian's smile remained unchanged. "Impossible. It's impossible. Then you should just die." The three people and the three monsters all objected. Finally, after some discussion, they decided to give Gu Qian 20% of the secret chamber. Of course, everyone knew that this ratio was just for show. You want to take it? They had to be alive. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Qian's 800-meter-tall body flew to the 6 grooves on the door, and he took out the 6 talisman seals. Although Gu Qian maintained a smile on his face, he couldn't help but feel excited when he took out the 6 talisman seals. The talisman seals were the hope for their race to escape the cage, the hope for their race to be reborn, and the hope for their race to rise. There was no need to refine them. Gu Qian just held the talisman seals in his hands, and the golden lines on the talisman seals seemed to have come alive, emitting a golden light. This scene made Jiang Si's group of 3, as well as the 3 monster tribulation transcender powerhouses, believe Gu Qian's words a little more. This 8th tribulation transcender of the ancient god race was indeed able to open this door. Then, Gu Qian placed the 6 glowing talisman seals back into the grooves. Buzz! The huge door suddenly trembled, and it became illusory. The scene inside gradually became clear. They saw a simple ring floating in the air. This was the real secret chamber of the ancient god. After the door became completely illusory, no one took the lead this time. "You go first." Suji and Beiyu both looked at Gu Qian. They were worried that there might be a trap inside. Gu Qian nodded with a faint smile. He silently chanted the eternal life of the ancient god in his heart, and then stepped inside. "Hang in there, you must survive." Inside the formation hall, even though Gu Hong had lived for tens of thousands of years, when he saw this scene through the golden illusory image, his eyes turned red, and he chanted the eternal life of the ancient god. Then he saw the 6 foreign races also step into the secret chamber. The illusory door reappeared. The 6 talisman seals were still embedded in the grooves on the door. Talisman seals. Gu Hong knew his mission. He rushed out of the formation hall with sadness and without any hesitation. Rumble! But before he reached the secret chamber, he suddenly heard a soul-piercing sound of thunder, and the sky suddenly darkened. This is the heavenly tribulation, the 9th tribulation. Gu Hong's face changed. Whose heavenly tribulation? Gu Qian's? There were 5 8th tribulation transcenders among the foreign races, but it was most likely Gu Qian's heavenly tribulation. That was because when a powerhouse transcended a tribulation, they would make thorough preparations in advance and find a safe place to trigger the heavenly tribulation. It was impossible for the 5 8th tribulation transcenders of the foreign races to trigger his 9th tribulation at this time. Gu Qian. Gu Hong was filled with grief and indignation. He knew that Gu Qian was finished. Hastily transcending the tribulation with foreign enemies, there was no chance for him to survive. Even if the true ancestor came, it would be useless. Die. All the foreign races must die. Gu Hong's eyes were red as he roared. He rushed to the secret chamber at the fastest speed and took the 6 talisman seals. This process took about 3 seconds. Gu Hong turned around again and rushed to the deepest part of the ancient god palace. He wanted to return to the grotto heaven world where his race lived and asked the true ancestor to kill the 6 foreign races trapped in the secret chamber. The space inside the secret chamber contained heaven and earth, and it was millions of kilometers in length, width, and height. 3 people, 3 monsters, and an ancient god. All 7 tribulation transcender powerhouses entered. Then, Jiang Xi and the others discovered that the door behind them had reappeared. What's going on? The door is closed again. At this time, if they still did not understand what had happened, their many years of cultivation would have been in vain. They had been tricked by this 8 tribulation transcender of the ancient god race. The gazes of the 3 people and 3 monsters fell on Gu Qian. Since you came in, don't think about leaving alive foreign races. Gu Qian's expression was no longer indifferent, but ferocious and full of hatred. Attack! Su Ji and Bei Yu shouted at almost the same time. Jiang Xi's group of 3 and the 3 monster tribulation transcender powerhouses tacitly attacked Gu Qian. They had to deal with the third party first. Of course, they were not going to kill him. They were going to capture this Gu Qian and interrogate him. But at this time, the situation suddenly changed. Gu Qian was laughing wildly, and the immortal energy in his body was rapidly circulating. His spiritual sense affected the power of the Tao, and his momentum also reached the peak. Somehow, an unfathomable feeling appeared in this starry sky. The world changed color. Heavenly tribulation. The expressions of Jiang Xi's group of 3 and the 3 monster tribulation transcender powerhouses changed. As long as one was in this starry sky, they would feel a kind of pressure coming from their soul. Heavenly might. Rumble, thunder rumbled, and the world roared. Boom! Layers of black tribulation clouds quickly gathered, and terrifying lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds, covering the starry sky with a radius of 90,000 kilometers. 9 magnificent white steps with golden patterns appeared layer by layer, as if they were stairs to the heavens. At the end of the steps, there was a 90,000-meter-tall, white immortal door with golden patterns. It was covered with mysterious runes, and it stood at the top of the steps, transcending the heavenly tribulation, climbing the stairs to the heavens, and opening the immortal door. This was the 9th tribulation of a tribulation transcender. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation had already formed, and it would not dissipate without releasing all of its power. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Su Ji, Old Mo, Bei Yu, and the other monster tribulation transcender powerhouses all turned around, wanting to leave the area covered by the heavenly tribulation. As for the ring, they would wait until the heavenly tribulation was over. Of course, they had to survive first. Jiang Xi's expression was also solemn. He had already taken out the sword of wind and was ready to leave. Through the scale of the heavenly tribulation, he could tell that this was the most common 9th tribulation. But even the most common 9th tribulation had terrifying power. Haha, run? Do you think you can run away? Gu Qian seemed to have gone crazy, and his 800-meter-tall body suddenly expanded by 10,000 times. A terrifying aura tore through space. He wanted to use his self-detonation and the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill Jiang Xi and the others. As for surviving, he had never thought of this possibility. The moment he chose to step out of the formation hall, he was already prepared to die. Asking Gu Hong to ask the true ancestor to save him was just to comfort him. Rumble. In the sky, in the black tribulation clouds with a radius of 90,000 kilometers, countless dragon-like lightning were condensing. Tribulation lightning was about to appear. Eternal, ancient God. Gu Qian revealed a relieved smile at the last moment. Boom! His 800-meter-tall body had already expanded to 8 million meters. The rapidly expanding immortal power, mixed with the power of the primordial soul and the power of the Tao, suddenly exploded. 8th tribulation transcender, Gu Qian died. The terrifying energy produced by the self-detonation spread out. For immortal Tao powerhouses, this space was not big. Instead, it increased the power of the self-detonation. It was enough to threaten 9th tribulation transcenders. Crash! This space, which was only 1 million kilometers in length, width, and height, was completely shattered by the energy, forming a violent space turbulence. As for Riverward and the other 5 Tribulation Transcendent powerhouses, they all stopped running away. Madman, that madman, old Mo. Loose cultivator Su Ji's kind image disappeared, and he quickly raised an energy barrier. Then, his next move was to appear in front of Old Mo. Old Mo of the Giant Rock clan changed his appearance and spread his arms, using his extremely high defense to protect Loose cultivator Su Ji. Block it. You must block it. Beiyu's expression was also fierce. The 8-ringed demonic ox and the spirit fox enchantress also used their own defensive methods. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy swept over their bodies. Jiang Ci was the fastest, but he was the last one to bear the brunt of the self-detonation. He was not sure what the other 5 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses were feeling, but he felt uncomfortable. The armor formed by the triple-layered mountain could block the full-strength attack of a 9 Tribulation Transcender, but it did not mean that it could block all of it. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to make him dizzy. Fortunately, his body was strong enough, close to a low-grade immortal treasure. The aftermath could not harm him. He just felt uncomfortable. What he was worried about now was the heavenly tribulation. The 9th tribulation was about to descend. Would the golden pattern black armor be able to withstand it? After reaching the Tao integration realm, Jiang Ci had studied the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation triggered by Gu Qian, an 8th tribulation transcender of the ancient god race, was the most common 9th tribulation. The black tribulation clouds would condense 9 bolts of tribulation lightning. The power of the tribulation lightning would gradually increase. The 9th bolt would be equivalent to 100 times the power of a 9th tribulation transcender. Then there was a rule. If someone who was not transcending the tribulation was within the range of the tribulation clouds, they would also have to bear a bolt of tribulation lightning as punishment. Fortunately, this bolt of tribulation lightning was only equivalent to the first bolt of the 9th tribulation. However, this bolt of tribulation lightning was 10 times the power of a 9th tribulation transcender. Although there was only a difference of 1 tribulation between an 8th tribulation transcender and a 9th tribulation transcender, the difference in strength was huge. For an 8th tribulation transcender, if they did not have any trump cards, they could only wait for death. If the 3rd layer mountain is not enough, then I can only use the Great Teleportation Talisman. Jiang Ci held the Great Teleportation Talisman in his hand, ready to use it at any time. Whoosh! The energy of the explosion gradually dissipated. Jiang Ci made his aura become a bit chaotic, as if he had been injured. Otherwise, he would be suspected. This was because loose cultivator Su Ji, Old Mo, and the 3 monster race tribulation transcenders all looked miserable. In particular, the spirit fox enchantress had the worst defense. She had been injured by Jiang Ci, and now she was seriously injured. Her aura was only 30% of its peak. Jiang Ci was confident that he could kill her with a single sword strike. However, there was no need for that now. The tribulation lightning was about to descend. The 9 bolts of tribulation lightning targeting those transcending the tribulation had dissipated with Gu Qian's death. What condensed again were 6 bolts of tribulation lightning targeting those who were not transcending the tribulation. Boom! The world changed color. 6 bolts of black tribulation lightning, each 100 meters thick, roared and fell from the tribulation clouds like black dragons, rushing toward Jiang Ci's group of 3 and the 3 monster race tribulation transcenders. Each bolt was 10 times as powerful as a 9th tribulation transcender. Roar! The 8th ring demonic ox roared, and the aura of its whole body rose. It formed a protective barrier with immortal energy and used an 8th ring magical treasure to resist the tribulation lightning. I will definitely be able to block it. Beiyu crazily condensed layers of black energy barriers. Save me! Save me! The spirit fox enchantress desperately asked her 2 companions for help. She was seriously injured and would definitely not be able to block it. The tribulation lightning fell on the spirit fox enchantress like a pillar, directly annihilating this monster race 8th tribulation transcender. On the other side, Old Mo, save me. Suji used the same trick and asked Old Mo for help. Old Mo did not speak. His rock-like body was covered with an earth-yellow energy barrier, and it instantly became bigger. It was like a solid shield that blocked Suji's path. This way, he would have to face 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. Boom! The 2 bolts of tribulation lightning fell on Old Mo's body. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on Old Mo's body, and the cracks kept getting bigger. Goodbye, Sushi, my friend. A smile finally appeared on Old Mo's face. He was dead. Jiang Sai did not speak, and he sighed in his heart. In fact, when he blocked Gu Qian's self-detonation, he had already seen Su Ji's true colors under his kind face. Now, he also had to block a bolt of tribulation lightning, and he did not have the time to care about these things. The 100-meter thick tribulation lightning directly covered him, and its terrifying power kept attacking the golden-patterned black armor on his body. His body was unavoidably injured. Cracks also appeared on it, but it was still acceptable, and it did not develop into a serious injury. The tribulation lightning came quickly and left quickly as well. Soon, the hidden treasury palace regained its calm. From Gu Qian's self-detonation to the tribulation lightning falling and disappearing, only 5 seconds had passed. In these 5 seconds, 3 8th tribulation transcenders had died. Gu Qian, the spirit fox enchantress, and Old Mo. As for the remaining ones, Suji expressionlessly put away Old Mo's storage magic treasure. He was also injured, but not seriously. The 8th ring demonic ox was also injured, and his aura had dropped by 30%, close to being seriously injured. Beiyu was seriously injured, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. Because his immortal body was the smallest, less than 1 meter, he was at a disadvantage when facing the tribulation lightning. In the eyes of these 2 monsters, the mountain sea sword immortal was also seriously injured, and his aura was less than 10% of his peak state, and they could kill him with a wave of their hand. Of course, Jiang Xi was faking it, and he was only slightly injured at most. The effect of the triple mountain sea sword immortal armor was beyond his imagination. It could even block 10 times the power of a 9 tribulation transcender now. The situation had changed from 3 against 3 to 2 against 2. The strength of the 2 sides was about the same. Between Su Ji and the 8th ring demonic ox, it was hard to say who was stronger. Jiang Xi and Beiyu were both seriously injured and could die at any time. Therefore, the key to deciding the outcome was between Su Ji and the 8th ring demonic ox. The 8th ring demonic ox looked at Beiyu and said, "Beiyu, the distribution ratio has changed. I want 80% of the treasure trove." Beiyu's expression changed, and he bitterly smiled. 80% is fine, it's better than dying. Arrogant. The conversation between the 2 monster race, tribulation, transcender, angered Suji. He was not dead yet. The 8th ring demonic ox mocked. Using the body of your companion in exchange for a chance to live. I, the 8th ring demonic ox, admit that I'm cruel and ruthless, but I wouldn't do such a despicable thing. Suji's expression was very ugly, and he did not refute. He just looked at Jiang Xi in the distance. In his view, the mountain sea sword immortal was the same as Beiyu, no longer a threat. Of course, it was better if he was dead. For the treasure trove of the ancient god, it's worth it to use this trump card. Su Ji made a decision. Moo. At this time, the 8th ring demonic ox let out a strange roar, shocking the mind. Then his aura began to strengthen, and in the blink of an eye, he recovered from the original 70% to his peak state, close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. The only difference was his eyes, which were filled with a bloodthirsty madness. The berserk state of the demonic ox clan. This was the trump card of the 8th ring demonic ox. Die, despicable human. The 8th ring demonic ox roared and condensed the immortal energy of 2 9th tribulation transcender attacks. Not only did he want to kill Suji, but he also wanted to kill the dying mountain sea sword immortal. However, Suji just calmly took out a silver jade talisman. The ethereal aura emitted from the silver jade talisman faintly merged with the surrounding space. A true monarch talisman. It contained the full strength of a true monarch powerhouse. Even the weakest true monarch could kill them with a wave of their hand, let alone a full-strength attack. Not good. The expressions of the eighth ring demonic ox and Yu changed greatly. I, Suji, am the final winner. Suji laughed complacently and detonated the true monarch talisman. Whoosh! An even more terrifying wave of energy, accompanied by inexplicable ripples, directly rolled toward the two monster race tribulation transcenders. There wasn't any sound, but wherever it passed, space turned into nothingness. The two monster race eighth tribulation transcenders didn't even have time to struggle. Their bodies exploded in an instant, and the armor and magical treasures on their bodies scattered in the surrounding space. However, Suji seemed to have forgotten one thing. He only used the true monarch talisman to block one of the immortal energy attacks of the eighth ring demonic ox, as if he had forgotten that he still had a living companion. Therefore, the other immortal energy attack fell on the already seriously injured Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi pretended to be unwilling and roared. Boom! The immortal energy attack that was close to the level of a ninth tribulation transcender suddenly exploded, and the last 10% of his aura dissipated. Then, it quietly floated in the surrounding space. You don't dare to kill me with your own hands, afraid that the badge on my body will record it? Jiang Xi sneered in his heart. Who doesn't know how to play dead? Do you think I don't have a trump card? Attack first, then change later. Chapter 549. Inside the secret chamber. The space was millions of kilometers in length, width, and height. In just 5 seconds, it had gone from being shattered to nothingness, and then back to its original state. The energy tide that had yet to dissipate was still reverberating in this space. The remains of corpses, fragments of battle armor, top-grade spirit treasures, and storage treasures were all floating in the space, including the ring that contained the ancient god's secret chamber. Whether it was Gu Qian's self-detonation, the heavenly tribulation, or the true monarch talisman, none of them damaged the ring. In addition, there were 2 people in this space that were still intact. Suji was still standing, and Jiang Xi was still lying there, pretending to be dead. I'm the biggest winner. Suji laughed heartily. He had never been a kind person, and being kind was just a disguise. In other words, no one who could cultivate to the 8th tribulation transcender realm was easy to deal with. That true monarch talisman that was worth 10 billion points was something he had bought before asking for help. He had spent most of his wealth to buy it. Then he won the bet. 10 billion points in exchange for an even bigger return. The treasures in the ancient god's secret chamber were comparable to the wealth of a true monarch. Now I have hope of becoming a 9th tribulation transcender. Suji excitedly flew toward the ring, crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Around the ring, there were some remains of corpses and fragments of battle armor. Suji didn't care. His gaze was focused on the ring, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. Whoosh! But at this time, an inch-long black poisonous needle that emitted an aura that made one's soul tremble shot out from a nearby fragment of battle armor. Its speed was close to the speed of light. At such a close distance, Suji had no time to block it. The black poisonous needle pierced through his right temple and came out from his left temple. His primordial spirit was directly annihilated, but his eyes still had an excited expression. However, he didn't have any aura left. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Suji's mind was already muddled by the joy of victory, and he was careless at the last moment. The nearby fragment of battle armor trembled slightly, and the space fluctuated. Then, a short figure less than 1 meter tall appeared from nothingness. It was the 8th tribulation transcender Yu, who had discovered the ancient god's secret chamber together with Suji. However, his current aura was only that of a sixth tribulation transcender, and there were no injuries on his body. Obviously, this was one of his clones that had been hiding in the storage space of the armor fragment. Since Suji had prepared a trump card, Bayu naturally wouldn't forget to prepare one as well. He waved his hand and put away the ancient god's ring and Suji's body. Sacrificing one of my main avatars and using a soul-destroying needle that can kill an 8th tribulation transcender in exchange for this ancient god's secret treasure is worth it. And all the wealth of 6 8th tribulation transcender powerhouses. Bayu's cunning eyes scanned the small space. Those supreme grade spirit weapons and storage magic treasures were still floating in the air, undamaged. His figure flickered. According to the distance, he first collected the artifacts of the 8-ringed bull demon and the spirit fox enchantress, then Old Mo's. Jiangxiai was the last because Jiangxiai was the fastest and ran the furthest. This Mountain Sea Sword Immortal's armor is strange. After withstanding so many attacks, his body is still intact. Bayu felt that this should be an unexpected gain. Then, he controlled his spiritual sense and waved his hand to collect the entire corpse. Bayu was surprised. He failed. The corpse in front of him was still floating there. Collect again. It still didn't move. What's going on? Bayu was at a loss. Collect again. Voila. The corpse in front of him suddenly exploded, and a sword light swept past. In such close proximity, how could Bayu's avatar, who was only a 6th tribulation transcender, resist Riverward's all-out attack? The immortal body that was less than 1 meter tall instantly exploded. He's still alive? This was Bayu's last thought. Phew! Jiangxi's aura recovered to that of a 7th tribulation transcender. He waved his hand and collected Bayu's scattered storage magic treasures and spirit artifacts. Good hunters are the last to strike. His spiritual sense was comparable to that of a 9th tribulation transcender, and it was one of his trump cards. As long as one's spiritual sense didn't surpass his, they wouldn't be able to see that he was playing dead. The armor of the triple-layer mountain blocked a lot of attacks for him, and it was also one of his trump cards. With just these 2 trump cards, he became the final winner. When Suji took out the true monarch talisman, he took the opportunity to play dead. In his view, since Suji had prepared a trump card, Bayu must have prepared one as well. After all, they were the ones who found the ancient god's treasure first. In contrast, Old Mo, the 8th ring demon ox, and the spirit fox enchantress were all invited at the last minute, so that they didn't have time to prepare. Facts proved that Jiangxi's decision was right. Although he was sure that he could kill Suji, he would have to face Bayu's sneak attack afterwards. He also wasn't sure if he could block that black needle, and the one who would die would be him. What's more, with his identity badge, he couldn't attack people of the same camp. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the Heavenly Court's laws. This was also the reason why Suji wanted to use the 8th ring demon ox to kill Jiangxiai. These thoughts flashed through Jiangxi's mind. Then, he looked around and felt a little worried. How do we get out? His spiritual sense had already carefully explored this space that was millions of kilometers in length, width, and height, but he couldn't find a way out. The door that turned from solid to illusory, and then from illusory to solid, disappeared when they came in. Moreover, this space was refined by a true monarch-level ancient god, forming its own heaven and earth. It was impossible to break through the space to leave. Guqian's self-explosion, heavenly tribulation, and the true monarch talisman couldn't break through the space barrier, so it was even more impossible for him. Do we still need to use the Great Shift Talisman? Jiangxiai held the Great Shift Talisman in his hand. He really didn't want to use it. But at this moment, the door appeared again, and it turned from solid to illusory. It could be seen from the outside, and it could also be seen from the inside. Jiangxiai immediately noticed this change, but there was no joy on his face, only seriousness. Ancient God Race, true monarch. Outside the door, there were 10 six-armed figures, and their auras came from outside. Through their auras, He could tell that the leader was a true monarch powerhouse, and the other 9 powerhouses were 7 tribulation transcender and above. Moreover, Jiang Ci could feel the strong, killing intent of these ancient god race members. If it weren't for the fact that the door hadn't completely opened, these 10 ancient god race members would have definitely rushed in and torn in pieces. Run. At this time, Jiang Ci didn't care about whether he was willing or not. His life was more important. He instantly activated the Great Shift Talisman, who, with a burst of spatial fluctuation, he disappeared from this space. Whoosh, 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 the true ancestor of the ancient god race, and the remaining 9-7 tribulation transcender and above clansmen passed through the completely illusory door. Damn it, that human got away. The secret treasure is also gone. What method did he use? The 10 survivors of the ancient god clan were furious. They looked at the space that only had the remains of the corpse and the fragments of the battle armor left, and their anger gradually subsided, turning into sadness. Gucci said with red eyes, "Gu Qian is dead." The other 8 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race were silent. The true ancestor of the ancient god race was also silent. Then he softly said, "Eternal life of the ancient god. Eternal life of the ancient god. Eternal life of the ancient god. Eternal life of the ancient god." They all knew that the ancient god race had really been reborn this time. With the talisman seal, they could leave the heavenly abode and the ancient god race's secret treasure, migrate to a corner of the universe, and reproduce. Moreover, they had also obtained the inheritance of the ancient god. Although the human had taken away the ancient god race's secret treasure, he hadn't taken away the inheritance. With the inheritance of the ancient god, they could develop specific cultivation methods according to the talent, perception, bloodline, and so on of their clansmen. This way, their clansmen would improve faster, and it would be easier for powerhouses to be born. In time, the ancient god race might become a powerful race again. After all, they were a top race that had once had a down monarch. Therefore, the ancient god race was also a winner. On the other side, after Jiang Ci used the Great Shift Talisman, he realized a problem. Where would he be teleported to if he randomly teleported a distance of 1 light year? This abyss of the ancient god was 1 light year in diameter, and its depth was unfathomable. In other words, he might be teleported out of the abyss of the ancient god, or he might be teleported to an even deeper place. It turned out that there was some truth in the saying that what one worried about would happen. Jiang Ci's worries came true. After the teleportation ended, he found that his primordial spirit began to show signs of collapsing, and his body seemed to be disintegrating. This reminded him of what Wanderer Su Ji had said before entering the abyss of the ancient god. If you don't go deep, you won't have an epiphany. This was because there was a special field in the abyss. The deeper one went, the stronger the field. 4 tribulation transcender powerhouses, 1 light year, was their limit. If they went any deeper, whether it was their body or primordial spirit, they wouldn't be able to bear it and would collapse. Even true monarchs wouldn't dare to step into the depths. And his current situation was very similar to what Wanderer Su Ji had described. His body and primordial spirit were almost unable to bear it. If it weren't for the fact that his body was close to a low-grade immortal treasure and his spiritual sense was comparable to a 9th tribulation transcenders, he might have directly collapsed as soon as he came out. Riverward guessed that perhaps it was because of that special field force that there was a variable in his teleportation. There was a fixed direction, which was downwards. The ancient god's secret treasure was located 3 trillion kilometers deep in the abyss of the ancient god, which was 3 light years deep. After he teleported 1 light year, his position became 3 light years deep. Even true monarchs wouldn't dare to step into this depth. The current state of his body and primordial spirit confirmed this conjecture. Why am I thinking about this? Riverward suddenly realized that his thoughts were starting to slow down. In other words, he wasn't as bright as before, because at this time, he should be thinking about how to escape from here instead of worrying about his current environment. At this moment, his body and primordial spirit would collapse in at most 1 second. Should he teleport again? Would he teleport to an even deeper place? Would he? Riverward's consciousness gradually blurred, and his body was like broken glass, cracking piece by piece. At the same time, under that special field, he kept falling deeper and deeper. Jiangxiai, Jiangxiai. Suddenly, a clear female voice sounded in Jiangxi's mind, waking Jiangxiai up. Jiangxiai, enter the heavenly tower. Jiangxi's thinking was very slow, but he still reacted. Just as his body and primordial spirit were about to collapse, he entered the heavenly tower with a thought. In the abyss that seemed to be able to swallow everything, only a 9-story ancient pagoda was left standing quietly in the void. In the space of the heavenly tower, Jiangxiai sat cross-legged. With the help of spirit energy and healing spirit pills, his body and primordial spirit were rapidly recovering. After an unknown period of time, his injuries finally returned to normal. When he opened his eyes, he saw the artifact spirit of the heavenly tower, Nikhang, standing in front of him with a smile. Nikhang, thank you so much this time. Jiangxiai chuckled. Nikhang shook her head and smiled. It was very dangerous just now. Your primordial spirit was almost cut off from the heavenly tower. Luckily, I discovered in time. Jiangxiai was also scared. His thinking seemed to have slowed down by 10,000 times. In that state, he could not unleash his abilities no matter how strong he was. If not for Nichang's reminder and the heavenly tower, he could only wait for death. What do we do now? Jiangxi's spiritual awareness reached out of the heavenly tower and confirmed the current situation. It was still the same question. Should he still use the major transference talisman? However, the special field in the abyss seemed to really affect the major transference talisman. The heavenly tower can also be used as a flying boat, Nikhang said with a smile. Riverward's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Indeed, he realized that he could control the heavenly tower to fly in the abyss. However, I suggest that you go further down, Nikhang said. Go further down? Jiangxiai was a little surprised and briefly explained the situation in the ancient god abyss. The further down you go, the more dangerous it is. After hearing this, Enai Shang nodded gently and said, I see. The place where a Tao Lord died. Don't worry. This place can't shake the heavenly tower. You can control the heavenly tower and continue down. I sense something interesting. This made Jiangxiai curious. Something interesting? Since the heavenly tower could block the danger here, there was nothing to worry about. That direction, 10 times the speed of light. Travel in the source space for 10 minutes. Nikhang frowned and gave him the coordinates. Jiangxiai nodded. He controlled the heavenly tower and traveled in the source space for 10 minutes according to Nichang's directions. When he came out again, he was already 2 light years away from the ancient god abyss. That location is 300,000 kilometers away. Nikhang closed her eyes and sensed carefully. Then, she pointed to a specific location. Jiangxiai controlled the heavenly tower and traveled at sublight speed. He arrived in an instant. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness discovered a special object. It was the interesting thing that Nikhang mentioned. A strand of 7-colored energy slithered through the void like a little 7-colored snake. This stream of energy was relative to the size of the abyss. In terms of size, this small snake-like energy body was about 1 meter thick. That indescribable aura was intoxicating. He only used his spiritual consciousness to brush it, and he felt as if his primordial spirit had been cleansed. It was very comfortable. Strange aura? Could it be that the aura he sensed earlier was emitted by this 7-colored snake? That is... Jiangxiai asked Nikhang curiously. No. Nichang's expression did not look too good. She was no longer as calm. What's wrong? Jiangxiai was very surprised. There's no time to explain now. Go and take it away. Use the heavenly tower. Nikhang urged. Jiangxiai did not ask. He controlled the heavenly tower and chased after the 7-colored snake with a thought Tong Tian Lu took the seven-colored snake into the Tong Tian Lu Walla. Suddenly, Jiang Xi discovered that there seemed to be a fluctuation in the nearby space. It shook slightly, or rather, the entire ancient god abyss shook. Not good. Nichang's expression changed drastically. Then, she hurriedly said, "Go. Go quickly." Jiang Xi did not hesitate. He controlled the heavenly tower again, wanting to accelerate to light speed and travel into the source space. But before he could accelerate to light speed, he discovered that the nearby space seemed to have turned into a swamp. It was difficult to move even an inch. Even the heavenly tower was affected. It started to slow down from close to light speed. Roar! A roar resounded through the sky from the bottom of the abyss. An inexplicable aura that made one's hair stand on end rapidly spread out. Terrifying. It was as if there was an invisible hand reaching out from the bottom of the abyss, wanting to grab the heavenly tower. At this moment, Jiang Xi discovered that his body and primordial spirit had become sluggish again. Imprisonment. Space imprisonment. He roared in his heart. Buzz. Finally, the second imprisonment effect of the origin source treasure, Triple Mountain, appeared. With the heavenly tower as the center, the space within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers instantly froze. Then it was instantly broken open. It was only 100,000th of a second, but this short 100,000th of a second was enough. The heavenly tower successfully accelerated to light speed, entered the source space, and disappeared. The ancient god abyss, which was close to 2 light years deep, became empty once again. Roar! At the bottom of the abyss, a low roar sounded again. It seemed to contain some anger. Then it gradually calmed down. At the same time, the entire top area of the ancient god abyss was in chaos. The tribulation, transcender, powerhouses of the various races who were cultivating here all felt a throbbing from the depths of their souls. It was as if death was about to befall them. Soon, the higher-ups of the 3 peak races in the 9th battlefield learned about the abnormality in the ancient god abyss. Then, they reported this matter to the higher-ups of their respective races, which were the Tao Lords. But strangely, this matter was dealt with indifferently. The perfected lords did not seem to care about this abnormality. The chaos and storm this time gradually calmed down as time passed. It was just that in the next 1,000 years, the number of powerhouses adventuring in the ancient god abyss increased slightly. Other than that, there were no other changes. At this time, Jiang Xi, who had caused the chaos in the ancient god abyss, was desperately shuttling through the source space. The speed of the heavenly tower went from 100 times the speed of light, to 300 times the speed of light, to 500 times the speed of light, all the way to 1,000 times the speed of light. It was only when the creepy feeling that lingered in his heart disappeared that Jiang Xi was slightly relieved. More than an hour later, he slowed down and left the source space. Then, he quickly put away the heavenly tower and changed back to his supreme grade immortal boat. He continued to fly in the sky above the ancient god abyss. According to the star map, he was now 500 light years away from the ancient god abyss. He should be safe. And Aishang, what was that? In the flying boat, Jiang Xi was still in shock as he talked to Aishang in his mind. I'm not sure. Aishang's tone was a little hesitant. Now, I can't say, because it's very likely that you'll be punished by the heavenly Tao. That's something that only Tao lords are qualified to know. Punishment by the heavenly Tao. Jiang Xi was shocked. Previously, when he named the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, the heavenly Tao had punished him. If Master Nine Firmament had not arrived and reprimanded the heavenly Tao, he would have been dead. Only Tao lords were qualified to know about the existence at the bottom of the ancient god abyss. Would it be punished by the heavenly Tao? What exactly was it? He did not ask further and temporarily put this doubt in his heart. He planned to find an opportunity to ask Master Nine Firmament in the future. Then what about this rainbow snake? Jiang Xi asked again. At this moment, the rainbow snake was happily swimming in the space of the heavenly tower. Of course, it's something good. A wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin. And I Shang smiled. Heavenly Tao's origin. Jiang Xi was a little confused. This was the first time he had heard of this. The Tao realm is divided into Tao, true intent, Tao domain, Tao of heaven and earth, great Tao, heavenly Tao, and finally the origin realm. And I Shang explained. Jiang Xi was enlightened. Then what's the use of it? He had almost lost his life for this little snake just now. If it had no use, then it would be a huge loss. Refining it will bring great benefits. And I Shang smiled gently. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Since it was a great benefit, then it would definitely not be a loss. Then he drove the supreme grade immortal boat and shuttled in the direction of the first military camp. He had to find a safe place first before he could refine it with ease. In the monster race's star domain, a short figure less than a meter tall suddenly appeared in the core of a dead and desolate planet. The short figure's wolf-like face was full of resentment. If Jiang Xi was here, he would definitely recognize who this figure was. The ancient god's secret treasure, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Beiyu had been defeated, but compared to the already dead wanderer Su Ji, Old Mo, the eight-ringed demonic ox, and the spirit fox enchantress, he had not been defeated so thoroughly. At least he was still alive. For a cunning eighth tribulation transcender, of course, he would not put himself in a truly dangerous situation. Beiyu once had a great opportunity and obtained 2 clones. Including his main body, he had 3 lives. The ones wandering in the foreign battlefield were his 8th Tribulation Transcender main body and his 6th Tribulation Transcender clone. This one was his last 8th Tribulation Transcender clone and his only remaining trump card. He had lost 2 lives, lost tens of thousands of years of accumulation, and lost the ancient god's treasure trove. Beiyu hated Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to the bone. His defense is very high. Tribulation lightning 10 times stronger than a 9th Tribulation Transcender's did not cause him any harm. His speed is very fast, close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. I can't compare to him. His attack power is very strong, able to kill my 6th Tribulation Transcender clone in one strike. His attack power is definitely at the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. If I were to fight him, I would definitely lose. Beiyu calmly analyzed all of this. Of course, he would not let go of this hidden human. It was even more impossible for him to give up the ancient god's treasure trove. In that case, let's make things chaotic. Only with chaos will I have a chance. Beiyu made his decision and quietly returned to the 9th battlefield. Chapter 550. 9th Battlefield, Tonggu Continent. Jiang Xi quietly returned to the first military camp under the identity of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, not attracting too much attention. But soon, the news of Su Ji's and Old Mo's death spread throughout the camp. Both of them were 8th Tribulation Transcenders of a human camp, and they also had their life slips in the Heavenly Court. Since they died, their life slips naturally broke. Since Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was a good friend of Jiang Xi, some human tribulation transcenders contacted Jiang Xi and asked him about Su Ji's death. Only a few people knew that Su Ji had invited him and Old Mo. However, Riverward still gave a half-true, half-false account of the situation and then pushed the blame to the shifter camp. Of course, he wasn't lying. Su Ji had indeed died in the hands of the monster race, and Old Mo had been killed by Su Ji. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. If the secret treasure of the ancient god was leaked, all the top powerhouses of the Tonggu continent would go crazy. After that, Jiang Xi directly went into seclusion. Palace number 41, inside the training room. Jiang Xi took out the ring that contained the secret treasure of the ancient god. Since leaving the abyss of the ancient god, he hadn't taken out the ring to be cautious. And this training room could isolate spiritual sense, so he didn't have to worry about any powerhouses spying on him. He could organize his spoils of war without worry. Full of expectations, he swept the ring with his spiritual sense and easily refined it. Fortunately, there are no restrictions on the ring and I can refine it without the bloodline of the ancient god. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. He probed it with his spiritual sense. Phew! That sigh of relief instantly rose again. Even though Jiang Xi was the disciple of Tao Monarch Nine Firmaments, a genius of the current era, and a mountain sea sword immortal with the strength of an eighth tribulation transcender, he still found it difficult to breathe. Fuck! Jiang Xi hadn't cursed for thousands of years. After a while, he calmed down a little and started to explore the secret treasure of the ancient god. The storage space inside the ring was very large, but the size was not the main point. The main point was the treasures inside. First of all, there were spirit artifacts piled up like a sea. There were low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit artifacts. Each of them was like an ocean piled up in the storage space. Next were the spirit pills, which were also piled up into a sea. Similarly, there were 4 grades of low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit pills. Then, it was the spirit crystals. Finally, there were many other types of spiritual items that were used to nurture the younger generation. Even with the strength of Jiang Xi's soul sense, it still took him 10 days to sort out all the things in the ring, because there were simply too many. The treasures here seemed to have been prepared for the inheritance of a tribe. From spirit vessel, golden core, nascent soul, essence soul, Tao integration, and tribulation transcender, there are treasures of all levels. Although there aren't any treasures that I can use, there are so many of them. No wonder Wanderer Su Ji, Beiyu, and the others fought so hard for it. Jiang Xi let out a light breath and tried to calm himself down. He originally thought that the treasures in the ancient god's treasure trove would be worth about 100 billion points. This number was already equivalent to the net worth of an ordinary true monarch. Ordinary 9 tribulation transcenders would have a net worth of 10 billion points at most. Only Immortal Master Wine Sword might have tens of billions or close to 100 billion points. And the total value of the ancient god's treasure trove exceeded 900 billion points. In addition, the treasures and wealth left behind by Wanderer Su Ji, Beiyu, and the other 8th tribulation transcenders were also worth more than 30 billion points. The harvest this time is close to 1 trillion. Jiang Xi was still very excited. After the great change on Earth, the contract he signed with the Heavenly Court was only 100 billion points. Moreover, it was paid in installments. The remaining 5 billion points would be waiting for him to become an immortal. Now, the value of the ancient god's treasure trove was close to 1 trillion. Although he had used up 1 use of the greater teleportation talisman, this harvest was absolutely worth it. As the saying went, cultivation required money, and money was resources. Whether it was cultivation or refining the Heavenly Tower and Triple Mountain, he would need a lot of resources. With so many points, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. How should I deal with it? Jiang Xi pondered for a while. There were too many things inside, and there was nothing he could use. He could only sell them. It's too troublesome to sell them in batches. For such a large transaction, it's best to directly look for the sect. Jiang Xi finally made a decision. With his identity as the personal disciple of Tao, Lord Nine Firmament, the sect would not dare to bargain with him. However, he was not in a hurry to contact the Purple Firmament sect's treasure trove because the spoils of war had not been sorted out yet. There is also an unexpected harvest from this trip. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense entered the Heavenly Tower. The 7-colored snake was still happily wandering around. For this, he was almost stopped by the terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient god's abyss. A wisp of the heavenly Tao's source energy. Refining it will bring great benefits. These were Ni Shang's original words, but he did not know how great the benefits would be. Jiang Xi was looking forward to refining this before thinking about selling the ancient god's treasure trove. Thereafter, he followed the method Ni Shang told him and began refining this wisp of heavenly Tao's source energy. He took out the 7-colored snake and formed a set of complicated seals with both hands. Swoosh! The wisp of heavenly Tao's source energy in the form of a seven-colored snake seemed to be attracted. It entered Jiangxi's glabella and split into two. One of them came straight to his sea of consciousness and headed straight for his primordial spirit. The seven-colored lotus platform below his essence spirit was very similar to the seven-colored snake's color. However, the feeling it gave off was very different. The seven-colored lotus platform was vast and sacred, while the seven-colored snake was chaotic and hazy. Boom! The first seven-colored snake plunged into his essence spirit. The seven-colored lotus platform spun rapidly, and the halo behind his essence spirit's head became clearer. The golden light of his essence spirit also became stronger. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred in Jiangxi's consciousness, causing torrential waves. However, this kind of explosion did not bring him any harm. Instead, it was very comfortable and made him want to sleep. Jiangxi did not sleep because not only was his essence spirit becoming stronger, but his body was also undergoing drastic changes. The other seven-colored snake did not enter his consciousness. Instead, it went down from Jiangxi's glabella and went straight to his dantian. Then it circled around his dantian and spread to every part of his body with spirit power. His body did not explode. Instead, there was a seven-colored light circulating around his body, and his body strength was rapidly increasing. This time, the drastic changes in his body and essence spirit lasted for an entire day before it ended. You've refined a wisp of heavenly Tao's source energy. Experience plus 10 trillion. Suddenly, the experience panel's notification sounded in his mind. Refining the heavenly Tao's source energy can also give experience, and so much. Jiangxi was surprised and delighted. He had been in the extraterritorial battlefield for nearly 700 years, and the amount of experience he gained had always been very little. It was all because of the nearly 5 trillion experience points he had obtained in the ancient Tao origin world. He did not fight and kill every day in the extraterritorial battlefield. He had been deducing normal Tao techniques all the time, and he would use up tens of millions of experience points every day. Therefore, before he obtained this amount of experience points, Jiangxi's experience points had already decreased by more than half, and he was left with more than 2 trillion. It might seem like a lot, but it was actually very little for his current strength. He had planned to go to the ancient Tao origin world again after he became an immortal and harvest another wave of Taoist spirits. He did not expect to gain so much this time. A wisp of heavenly Tao's source energy, 10 trillion experience points. It's really worth it. Jiangxi was overjoyed. Just this alone could be considered a huge benefit. After all, he had been hunting Taoist spirits for thousands of years in the ancient Tao origin world, and he had only obtained close to 5 trillion. However, this short 10-minute adventure in the ancient God's Abyss had given him 10 trillion experience points just by obtaining a wisp of heavenly Tao's source energy. 1,000 years, 10 minutes, the difference was obvious. Not only that, there are other benefits. Jiangxi calmed his mind and carefully felt the changes in his body and essence spirit. First of all, the changes in his body were very simple. His strength had increased. It had increased from a low-grade immortal artifact to a middle-grade immortal artifact. It had increased by a whole realm. Low-grade and middle-grade immortal artifacts did not sound like much. In fact, the strength of many Nine Tribulation transcendent bodies was around low-grade immortal artifacts, and they were still far from middle-grade immortal artifacts. Simply put, 7th Tribulation Transcenders and above could damage low-grade immortal artifacts if they used supreme-grade immortal artifacts. However, it would take a lot of effort to completely destroy a low-grade immortal artifact. As for a body that was close to middle-grade immortal artifacts, only 9 Tribulation Transcenders with supreme-grade immortal artifacts were qualified to destroy it. The premise is that I stand there without moving. Jiangxi smiled confidently. Now, unless he actively sought death, there were not many Tribulation Transcenders who could really threaten him. Only 9th Tribulation Transcenders like Immortal Master Wine Sword, who barely had the strength of a perfected lord, could pose a threat to him. Next was the change in his essence spirit. In his sea of consciousness, his essence spirit had become more solid. The golden halo behind his head had increased from 1 to 2. However, the second halo was still very faint. Heart cultivation, third layer. Jiangxi's eyes lit up and golden light flickered. After refining this wisp of heavenly Tao origin, his essence spirit had also been baptized, and his mental realm cultivation had made a breakthrough. False, grand, and empty. He had now reached the third layer of the heart cultivation realm. After heart emptiness reached large success, it was emptiness. Nothing could affect his state of mind. Of course, from the second halo behind his essence spirit, it could be seen that he had just entered this realm, and he could not truly achieve emptiness. Big Brother used this mental realm to cross the 20th island of the Heavenly Cascade and was accepted as a disciple by the Taoist sects tomorrow. I've also caught up now. Jiang Ci chuckled. The advantage of improving his mental realm was that the strength of his essence spirit had broken through the limit of tribulation transcenders. From 10 million kilometers, it had increased to 100 million kilometers. The situation where he was crushed by that ghost powerhouse's essence spirit would never happen again. My body is at the level of a 9th tribulation transcender, and my essence spirit has also surpassed that of a 9th tribulation transcender. Jiang Ci was clear about his shortcomings. Before refining that wisp of heavenly Tao origin, his overall combat strength was at the level of an 8th tribulation transcender. Now that his body and essence spirit had both improved, he could barely be considered a 9th tribulation transcender. Yes, a 9th tribulation transcender who could fight and run. I have to perfect the 6 styles of a universe as soon as possible. If the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra of a universe can really form its own system, then I won't be afraid of a 9th tribulation transcender. Jiang Ci thought. Next, he had to continue comprehending the power of the 5 elements and find inspiration to perfect the secret technique through battle. After more than 100 years on the Tonggu continent, he had almost comprehended it. He was just a little bit away. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly received an urgent message from his communication pearl. It was from Immortal Winesword. Jiang Ci was a little puzzled as he accepted the message. A wisp of essence spirit passed through the communication pearl and turned into a transmission phantom. This isn't Earth. After looking around, he found that this was Immortal Winesword's residence in the ancient Tao origin world. The person standing in front of his transmission phantom was Immortal Winesword's main body. Disciple greets master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. At the same time, he was puzzled because Immortal Winesword's main body was very serious right now. He was completely different from his usual carefree and unrestrained self. This gave him a bad premonition. Did something happen on Earth? You don't have to worry about spiritual senses here. I'll ask you a question, and you have to answer truthfully. Immortal Winesword's voice was very low. It wasn't Earth? Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. Immortal Winesword said with a serious expression, "Did you obtain the ancient god's secret treasure?" Jiang Ci's face was full of shock, and his heart skipped a beat. However, he still nodded. There was no need to hide anything from Immortal Winesword. You really obtained it? Immortal Winesword was shocked this time, although he hadn't been in the 9th battlefield. He had heard of the ancient god's secret treasure and knew that it was worth at least 100 billion points. Comparing it, his entire net worth didn't even reach that amount. His disciple hadn't even become an immortal yet, but he had already surpassed him. Jiang Ci didn't know what his master was thinking. He only knew that the current situation was very serious. He quickly asked, "How did master know?" It was reasonable to say that he was the only one who had survived at that time, and no other powerhouse should have known about it. It was also impossible for the last few survivors of the ancient god clan to spread the news because they didn't know his identity. At present, Only his two masters knew that he was the mountain sea sword immortal, as well as his seventh senior brother, who was the emperor of the heavenly court. The key point was that these three people didn't know that he had entered the ancient god's abyss. Then what was the situation? Immortal Wine Sword explained, "This matter has already spread in the tribulation celestial hall. Many people are saying that the mountain sea sword immortal of the ninth battlefield obtained the ancient god's secret treasure. That's why I quickly asked you to confirm it." Tribulation celestial hall? Jiang Ci froze for a moment. He had just joined the tribulation celestial hall and hadn't really stepped into that circle yet. Yes, the news was first spread by a seventh tribulation transcender who was also in the ninth battlefield. According to him, the news first spread in the monster race camp. Then, it spread to all the other races in the ninth battlefield. Our human camp was the last to know, Immortal Wine Sword said. Jiangxi's expression became dignified. In other words, the entire ninth battlefield now knew that he had obtained the ancient god's secret treasure. To be precise, the mountain sea sword immortal had obtained it. After pondering for a while, Jiang Ci raised his head and asked Immortal Wine Sword, "Monster Race Camp. Master, can you confirm who spread the news?" Immortal Wine Sword shook his head and said, "I have already helped you investigate, but I don't have many connections in the ninth battlefield, so I couldn't find the source." Immortal Wine Sword shook his head and said, "However, I found the original content of the news. It clearly indicated that you entered the ancient god's abyss in half a month, and there were also the detailed coordinates of the ancient god's secret treasure." Time and place. Jiang Ci was now completely sure that at least one of the three monster race tribulation transcenders, Beiyu, the eight-ringed demon ox, and the spirit fox enchantress, had not died. This possibility existed. He himself had a clone, so it wasn't strange for other powerhouses to have clones as well. For example, Beiyu had a sixth tribulation transcender clone at that time, but it was killed by his sword. So who was still alive? Immortal Wine Sword didn't disturb Jiang Ci's contemplation. He just sighed in his heart. This disciple's luck was too heaven-defying. After a while, he asked, "Disciple, what are you going to do?" Jiang Ci hesitated for a while. The ancient god's secret treasure was too attractive. It could be imagined that all the powerhouses in the ninth battlefield were looking for the mountain sea sword immortal, wanting to kill him and eat his flesh. Now, there were two paths in front of him. One was to give up the identity of the mountain sea sword immortal. This wasn't difficult, and it was a very safe method. Whether it was changing his identity or directly ending his life and death tempering and leaving the ninth battlefield, it was very simple. However, this seemed a little dejected. He was somewhat unwilling to give up the identity of the mountain sea sword immortal. The second was to stand up and kill so that those powerhouses wouldn't dare to think about the ancient god's secret treasure. Before refining a wisp of the heavenly Tao source energy, this second path was obviously a dead end. Now that his strength had increased, he felt that this path should be very interesting and enjoyable. Moreover, he really wanted to find out who was hiding behind the scenes and causing trouble. In fact, thinking of this, Jiang Ci was already leaning toward the second path. However, he still said these two ideas, hoping to get some advice from Immortal Wine Sword Immortal. "Haha, since your strength has reached this point, then don't worry and go on a killing spree. The prestige of powerhouses is earned through killing. Back in the days, I went on a killing spree in the third battlefield. I drank wine and killed all the foreign races. That's how I got the name Immortal Wine Sword Immortal." This was Immortal Wine Sword Immortal suggestion. "Many thanks, Master, I understand." Jiang Ci's eyes lit up and fighting spirit began to rise in his heart. Tong Gu Continent, abyss of the ancient god. After the news about the ancient god's secret treasure spread, the tribulation transcender powerhouses of various races that were wandering around here immediately went to the coordinates mentioned in news. Then they found that space. However, after searching inside, they found that the entire palace of the ancient god had been cleared. This included the secret treasure palace and the inheritance palace. They even found the heavenly abode where the remnants of the ancient god race lived, but it was also empty. These discoveries confirmed the authenticity of the news. The mountain sea sword immortal, a seventh tribulation transcender of the human camp, had obtained the ancient god's secret treasure. The ninth battlefield became lively. At this time, the powerhouses of foreign races that weren't wandering around the Tongu continent were all rushing over, either to join in the fun or to fight for it. Tongu continent, Camp 1 of the human camp. Jiang Xiai came out of Palace 41, where he lived. After seeing him, several human tribulation transcenders who passed by saw him. Their eyes widened. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is actually staying in the camp? Those foreign races outside are looking for him. They're going crazy. However, he's really brave, daring to come out at this time. I wonder if he really got the ancient god's secret treasure. In any case, this is big news. If those foreign races know that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal they've been looking for so hard is now in the camp, I'm afraid they'll be dumbfounded. Haha. With the strength of Jiangxi's spiritual sense, he could naturally detect their spiritual sense transmissions. However, he just smiled and nodded at them, then flew straight to the largest palace in the depths of Camp 1. After he left, these human tribulation transcenders immediately spread the news that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was in the camp. Compared with the powerhouses of other races, the tribulation transcenders of the human camp were mostly envious, jealous, or greedy when they heard that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had obtained the ancient god's secret treasure. However, no one dared to make a move, because the heavenly court had decreed that attacking someone of the same camp was a capital offense, unless they dared to betray their race. But where could they go if they betrayed their race? To the monster realm, ghost realm, or the border of the universe? Not many people were willing to give up their lives as good people and become dogs. Of course, there were definitely some who were willing to take risks. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Xiai took the initiative to stand out. He wanted to kill them all and let them know that he was qualified to obtain the ancient god's secret treasure. After a while, Jiang Xiai came to the palace in the depths of Camp 1, then posted 3 bounties here. The first one was to find the whereabouts and position of the monster race's Bayu. The second one was to find the whereabouts and position of the monster race's 8-ring demonic bull. The third one was to find the whereabouts and position of the spirit fox enchantress. Each bounty was 1 billion points. As long as the coordinates were confirmed, they could be obtained. Since he wasn't sure who was still alive, he would post a bounty for all of them and mobilize the strength of the human camp to help him find them. As long as one of them was still alive, Jiang Xiai believed that the chances of finding them were very high. You must be very unwilling, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to spread the news of the ancient god's secret treasure. But you're worried that you're not my opponent, so you want to muddy the waters and fish in troubled waters? You want to be a hunter hiding in the dark? Let's see who's the hunter this time. After Riverward posted the bounty, he leisurely returned to Palace number 41 and continued his seclusion. Along the way, he met other human tribulation transcenders and received a lot of surprised gazes. However, he didn't pay attention to them and just waited for the news. 3 bounties for 3 billion points. Even a 9th tribulation transcender will be tempted. At the same time, the foreign races in Battlefield 9 quickly learned that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was hiding in Camp 1. That coward. Too shameless. He actually hid in the headquarters of the human camp. There's no other way. Battlefield 9 is the headquarters of the 3 peak races. It's the safest and most dangerous place. Wait for him to come out. As long as he's still in the Tongu continent, we still have a chance. These were the thoughts of many foreign race tribulation transcenders. Of course, those who dared to have thoughts about the ancient god's secret treasure were at least 7th tribulation transcenders. After all, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal wasn't a nobody. He was a powerful existence that had once killed an 8th tribulation transcender of the ghost race. Posted first, changed later. Chapter 551. On a starry sky island near Tonggu continent, in an ancient palace located deep underground, Bayu was enjoying wine and food in the main hall, enjoying the peace before the battle. Suddenly, two transmission phantoms appeared in the palace through Bayu's secret transmission array. One was more than 3 meters tall, with a pair of transparent wings and a long tail covered in scales. The other was more than 800 meters tall, with a wolf head and a human body. His whole body was covered in golden hair and exuded a rich blood energy. The winged monster joked, "Bayu, you're really carefree. The humans of Tonggu continent are all looking for you." The wolf-headed monster said in a deep voice, "3 bounties, 3 billion demon crystals, and you only need to provide the coordinates. This is a big deal." Bayu smiled with a cunning look. "Xiaoying, Golden Wolf, you two are 9 tribulation transcenders. With you here, who in the entire Tonggu continent would I be afraid of?" "Haha, well said." The wolf-headed Golden Wolf laughed heartily. "With the two of us here, the tribulation transcenders of Tonggu continent are nothing to be afraid of." The winged Xiaoying chuckled, revealing her strong confidence. "With the two of us together, we could be called invincible." Bayu continued to laugh. "As for the huge bounty issued by Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, this just shows that he has a lot of wealth. As long as we kill him, I believe we will have a big harvest." In the entire Tonggu continent, there were only a little more than 1,000 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. The 3 peak factions had an average of 300 or so, which was very small. Every Ninth Tribulation Transcender stood at the top of Tonggu continent. The monster faction's Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, Xiaoying and Golden Wolf, were the best among them. This time, Bayu specially invited them with a reward of 1 billion demon crystals and an equal share of the wealth of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. The 3 of them each took 1/3 of the wealth of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Moreover, Xiaoying and Golden Wolf took 1 billion demon crystals first, so they agreed without any hesitation. This Bayu is so generous. Presumably the wealth of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal will be even more amazing. It should be like the rumors that he really got the ancient god's treasure. At that time, even if we each take 1/3, it will be far more than the wealth of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. That's right. Moreover, that Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is only a 7th Tribulation Transcender. Even if they have some tricks up their sleeves and possess the battle prowess of an 8th Tribulation Transcender, they are still far from being our match. When Xiaoying and Golden Wolf received the invitation, they had communicated with each other. That was what they said at the time. Next, the 2 9 Tribulation Transcenders looked at each other, and then the Golden Wolf said, "Bayu, the 8th Ring Demon Ox and the Spirit Fox Enchantress that were with you at the time have already died. Therefore, the human's bounty target is actually you. When are you going to show yourself? I'll hide first and let him think that I'm afraid, that I'm unwilling, and let his guard down." Bayu smiled cunningly. "I'm hiding outside Tonggu continent. Those humans won't be able to find me. However, it's about time. I'll find some time to purposely show myself once and let the human camp discover me. At the same time, I will set up a trap and lure the Mountain Sea Sword Immortals into it." Bayu's cunning eyes turned into an ominous glint as he fiercely said, "Then, we'll attack together. With 2 9 Tribulation Transcenders and 1 8th Tribulation Transcenders joining forces, we can definitely kill him in an instant." This is what it means when you don't move. You don't give him any chance. Bayu himself was an expert who was good at hiding and had many tricks up his sleeve. He knew that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortals were somewhat similar to him in this aspect, and they had more tricks up their sleeves. Therefore, he had to make sure that he got rid of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortals cleanly, leaving no chance. "Good, I like this plan. We'll crush him with absolute strength." The Golden Wolf laughed loudly. Those humans are usually very annoying. They like to fight, scheme, and use secret techniques. It's not fun at all. It's too troublesome. Simple and fast. Xiaoying also nodded. "Then it's settled. The 2 of you come to my place as soon as possible, and then we'll set up a plan to seize the ancient god's treasure." Bayu said. "Haha, kill the humans, seize the ancient god's treasure. Kill the humans, seize the ancient god's treasure. The golden wolf and Xiao Ying also laughed loudly before ending the communication. There were always coincidences in the world. Just like this time, the enemies of the mountain sea sword immortals and the undying Taoist had a connection. Just as Beiyu, the golden wolf, and Xiao Ying were communicating, a top-grade immortal ship flew past them 50 million kilometers away. Inside the immortal ship was the ghost race's seventh tribulation transcender, Gujiong. He once used the netherworld ghost prison to trap the undying Taoist, but in the end, he lost 10,000 netherworld ghost pagodas. Even now, he was still looking for the undying Taoist. Finding those netherworld ghost pagodas wasn't his main goal. He just lost to a human Tao integration stage expert and felt that he couldn't swallow it, so he wanted to take revenge. For example, this time, Gu Jiong came outside the Tonggu continent because he heard that a human Tao integration stage expert suspected to be the undying Taoist had appeared on an island near the Tonggu continent. He specifically came here, but found that it wasn't him. Of course, it was a complete coincidence that he passed by Beiyu's hiding place on the way back to the Tonggu continent. Gu Jiong's father was a golden Yiksha ghost king of the ghost race. With his father's help, the strength of his spiritual sense had already broken through the limits of the tribulation transcender realm. Therefore, his spiritual sense just now detected the conversation between Beiyu and the three monster race tribulation transcenders 50 million kilometers away. Monster race's eighth tribulation transcender, Beiyu, the one the human camp is offering a reward for? They want to plot against the ancient god's secret treasure? A golden light flashed in Gu Jiong's golden pupils. He had also heard about the ancient god's secret treasure that had recently made the powerhouses of the Tonggu continent crazy. Even if he was born noble and rich, he was now tempted. It was worth at least 100 billion ghost crystals. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is offering a reward for Beiyu, and Beiyu is setting up a trap for the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. In other words, as long as I keep an eye on Beiyu, I can find the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. At that time, I will have a chance to compete for the ancient god's secret treasure. This is an opportunity for me. However, I still need to find some helpers. Gu Jiong's thoughts turned sharply. Just now, he also heard that the Golden Wolf and Xiao Ying were both nine tribulation transcenders. He alone was obviously not qualified to compete for it. With the help of the Netherworld Ghost Prison, his strength was only at the eighth tribulation transcender realm. Afterward, he contacted the two nine tribulation transcenders of the Ghost Camp, DMO and Shu Lian, who were invited to kill the undying Taoist. The three ghost race tribulation transcenders conspired again. After hearing Gu Jiong's words, DMO and Shu Lian were immediately tempted. Now, the powerhouses of the other races in the Tonggu continent were all thinking about hunting the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal and obtaining the ancient god's secret treasure. However, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had been hiding in the human camp, so they had no choice. However, there were now rumors that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had put a bounty on the three tribulation transcenders of the monster camp, including Beiyu. This meant that as long as they followed Beiyu, they would very likely find a chance to kill the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. The three ghost race tribulation transcenders quickly decided on a plan. Gu Jiong kept an eye on Beiyu, while DMO and Shu Lian quickly rushed over. Tonggu continent, the first camp of the human camp. Jiang Xi did not relax for a moment and had been in seclusion in the cultivation room of the palace he lived in. It had been more than a month since he posted the bounty. During this time, he had been comprehending the power of the five elements, trying to find a way to perfect the six styles of the universe. To Jiang Xi's surprise, the benefits that the wisp of heavenly Tao source brought him were far more than just 10 trillion experience points and the improvement of his body and primordial spirit. When he calmed down to comprehend the power of the five elements, he found that his deduction speed had increased. His affinity with Taoist techniques had further increased. In the past, it was 99 times, but now it was 1,000 times. Now, 1 day of comprehension was equivalent to 10 days of comprehension. For more than 100 years, Jiang Xi had been comprehending the mysteries of the deep fusion of the 5 elements through the use of the full moon scimitar magical treasure. He wanted to know how the power of the 5 elements combined to form the power of the 5 elements. Originally, he had almost comprehended it and was only a step away. According to his estimation, he would be able to figure out the mystery in about 2 or 3 years now that he had refined the wisp of heavenly Tao source. This time was greatly shortened. On this day, Jiang Xi ended his seclusion with joy in his eyes. He looked at the full moon scimitar in his right hand and smiled gently. Then, with a thought, he summoned the 5 elements Taoist technique. The power of the 5 elements, which reinforced and restrained each other, flowed on the 5 rings of the full moon scimitar. In a mysterious way, they combined to form the perfect power of the 5 elements. Immediately after, Jiang Xi's empty left hand also appeared with the power of the 5 elements. Without the full moon scimitar, it directly formed the power of the 5 elements. He had finally comprehended the power of the 5 elements and found a way to perfect the 6 styles of the universe. More than 100 years of comprehension have not been in vain. You have contributed greatly. Jiang Xi looked at the full moon scimitar again. This special magical treasure had contributed greatly. He decided to keep it well. Next, he began to try to perfect the 6 styles of the universe. If I use the mysteries contained in the power of the 5 elements to combine the 5 elements Taoist technique and sword Tao on a deeper level, it should be the 5 elements sword. At that time, the 6 styles of the universe. No, the 7 styles of the universe will be a true, self-contained system. Once he learned the theory, he would have a clear direction. He would have a feeling that success would come naturally. In just 3 days, Jiang Xi created the 7th style of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, the 5 elements sword. You have self-created the peak-level secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Experience points plus 1 trillion. The experience panel's notification sounded at the same time. So much experience points? 1 trillion. Jiang Xi was a little surprised. However, on second thought, this was a peak-level secret technique that he had spent more than 500 years to create. It was reasonable to give it 1 trillion experience points. At the same time, this notification also meant that the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, which had truly become a self-contained system, was finally qualified to be recorded in the experience panel. Jiang Xi checked the secret technique column on the panel. As expected, he saw the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Secret technique. Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Heaven and Earth Scroll. Level 7. 100 billion. 10 billion. The 7 styles of the universe are all self-created, so I don't have to use experience points to level them up step by step and directly reach the perfected stage. Jiang Xi looked at the experience points at the back and guessed. This was an unexpected surprise. After all, it saved him a lot of time to level up. In addition, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra had been successfully recorded in the panel. In the future, he would not have to waste time looking for inspiration in battle. He could just use the panel to deduce. Jiang Xi had a rough idea of the follow-up of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. This Heaven and Earth Scroll was created from the Tao of Heaven and Earth. According to his imagination, the next scroll was the Great Tao Scroll. Through the 7 styles of the universe, he could deduce the 7 styles of the Great Tao. If he did not have the experience panel, it would be very difficult to create the Great Tao Scroll. He would have to go through countless life and death crises. However, he did not have to worry about that now. As long as he had enough experience points, he could slowly deduce it. Jiang Xi's face revealed a relaxed smile. Let's not worry about the follow-up of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra for now. This time, the completion of the Heaven and Earth Scroll has finally allowed my strength to have a substantial breakthrough. Now, I can truly go out and kill without worry. The 7 styles of the universe gave him greater confidence. Now, I'll wait for the news of the bounty. First, I'll deal with the one hiding behind the scenes. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a golden light. His heart was constantly accumulating battle intent. Just like this, he waited for another 7 days. Jiang Xi finally received a message. It was from a fifth tribulation transcender in the human camp. Lord Mountain Sea, I found Bei Yu's whereabouts. These are the coordinates. The fifth tribulation transcender's transmission phantom smiled and said the specific coordinates. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Thank you in advance. I'll go over and confirm it. If the information is true, the bounty will be transferred to your account. Then I'll have to ask Lord to go over as soon as possible. Otherwise, Bei will leave that area if you take too long. The fifth tribulation transcender respectfully bowed and then ended the transmission. Tong-gu continent. In a mountain cave, Bei Yu was meditating alone. Of course, he was just pretending. His spiritual sense had always been in a spread-out state, and he had already discovered the fifth tribulation transcender more than 3 million kilometers away. He found me? What a lucky guy. If it weren't for Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, you would have already died. On the other side, Jiang Xi did not delay and flew out of the first military camp. His movement immediately attracted the attention of the other tribulation transcender powerhouses in the military camp. Recently, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had become the focus of the entire Tong-gu continent, whether it was the human race, the monster race, or the ghost race. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal went out. It seems he found the monster race's bounty. Maybe he's going to leave Tong-gu continent. After all, the other races are watching him. It's possible. The ancient god's secret treasure is enough to give him the opportunity to cultivate to the ninth tribulation transcender realm. There's no need for him to continue taking risks in Tong-gu continent. I think he's going to go out and fight. Sword Immortals are not that easy to surrender. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put up such a high bounty. The human tribulation transcenders in the military camp discussed spiritedly, and there were all kinds of opinions. Some people wanted to follow and watch the show, but Jiang Xi did not give them a chance. He directly went to the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Tong-gu continent. The top-grade immortal boat shuttled into the source space at light speed and disappeared. 2 hours later, the top-grade immortal boat began to decelerate and shuttled out of the source space. At this time, he had crossed 300 light-years. According to the coordinates 2 hours ago, he was cultivating in a mountain cave 300 million kilometers away. I wonder if he's still there. Jiang Xi looked at the starry sky map and then drove the top-grade immortal boat to the corresponding location. Flying at sublight speed, the top-grade immortal boat flew 200 million kilometers in just over 10 minutes. The range of his spiritual sense was now 100 million kilometers. At this distance, he could already detect the mountain cave. Found him. His spiritual sense clearly detected that the monster race's eighth tribulation transcender Bei Yu, who was less than 1 meter tall, was sitting cross-legged in the cave. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but also seemed to be waiting for him. Sure enough, it's this guy, worthy of the naturally cunning Golden Wolf clan. Jiang Xi's eyes were cold. This meant that Bei Yu had 3 clones. You want to set me up? First, he hid behind the scenes and made the situation chaotic. Then, he led me into the trap and continued to plot against the ancient god's secret treasure. 2 ninth tribulation transcenders, the Golden Wolf and Xiao Ing of the monster race. That's quite a big lineup. If I hadn't refined that wisp of heavenly Tao origin, your plan might have succeeded. But now Jiang Xi smiled. With the strength of his spiritual sense, the situation within 100 million kilometers was under his control. Of course, he had discovered the 2 ninth tribulation transcenders lying in ambush 10 million kilometers away from Bei Yu. This distance was just the limit of the spiritual sense of a ninth tribulation transcender. Unfortunately, your plan is going to fail. His spiritual sense, which had surpassed the limit of a tribulation transcender, allowed him to quietly approach Bei Yu. Even the 2 ninth tribulation transcenders couldn't discover him. Unless the other party's spiritual sense also surpassed the limit of a tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi put away the top-grade immortal boat and directly flew over. Every time his figure flickered, he would cross more than 200,000 kilometers. Soon, he had flown 60 million kilometers. Jiang Ci stopped. His spiritual sense had discovered something new. 100 million kilometers away from his current position, he discovered another ghost squad, which included a 7th Tribulation Transcender and 2 9th Tribulation Transcenders. The Golden Yiksha clan, the Ghoul clan, and the Rakshasa clan. From the looks of it, they're also lying in ambush. Who are they ambushing? No, that 7th Tribulation Transcender Golden Yiksha discovered my spiritual sense. Jiang Ci was startled. The strength of the other party's spiritual sense had also surpassed the limit of a Tribulation Transcender. Immediately afterward, he discovered that the Ghost Squad no longer hid their whereabouts and directly flew in his direction. They are ambushing me. No, it should be said that they are ambushing the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Jiang Ci roughly understood. These 3 Ghost Tribulation Transcenders were relying on their spiritual sense, which had surpassed the limit of a Tribulation Transcender, to keep an eye on Beiyu and find the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal who had the ancient god's secret treasure. 100 million kilometers away, deep underground, Gu Jiong, Dimo, and Shu Lian were patiently waiting. Gu Jiong relied on his powerful spiritual sense to monitor the 3 monster Tribulation Transcenders on Beiyu's side. In addition, more than 2 hours ago, he also discovered a 5th Tribulation Transcender of the human race. He knew that Beiyu had deliberately set up a trap, so he didn't take any action and just continued to monitor the situation within a radius of 100 million kilometers. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is here, Gu Jiong said to Dimo and Shu Lian with a smile. His spiritual sense had discovered Jiang Ci, who was flying. In the next moment, his expression changed. Not good. This Mountain Sea Sword Immortal's spiritual sense has also surpassed the limit of a Tribulation Transcender. He discovered us. We can't wait. Let's go, Dimo and Shu Lian said at the same time. Immediately, the 3 Ghost Tribulation Transcenders left their hiding place and quickly flew in the direction of Jiang Ci. If Beiyu is used as a coordinate reference, then the current situation was Jiang Ci was 40 million kilometers away from Beiyu, while Gu Jiong's side was 60 million kilometers away from Beiyu. A gap of 20 million kilometers. Everyone's speed is almost at the sublight speed of 200,000 kilometers per second. In other words, before the 3 Ghost Race people arrive, I have about 100 seconds to deal with Beiyu and the 2 Monster Race 9 Tribulation Transcenders. Jiang Ci quickly made a judgment. With his current strength, this time was definitely enough to deal with Beiyu first. As for the 2 Monster Race 9 Tribulation Transcenders, it might be a bit difficult. Let's deal with Beiyu first. Jiang Ci didn't hesitate too much and killed the troublemaker first. Next, he used another 200 seconds to cross the remaining 40 million kilometers and arrived at a place only 100,000 kilometers away from Beiyu. At this time, whether it was the 8th Tribulation Transcender Beiyu or the 2 9 Tribulation Transcenders Golden Wolf and Xiaoying, none of them had discovered him. Let's start with a sword as a greeting gift. Jiang Ci held Scarlet Heaven Sword and used the Sword of Wind Xiao. The sword, which was close to the speed of light, swept across 100,000 kilometers and shattered the galaxy. Almost instantly, it fell on Beiyu's hiding place. In a mountain cave 100,000 kilometers away, Beiyu was quietly waiting. At the same time, he was secretly communicating with Golden Wolf and Xiaoying through the secret communication array. It's been more than 2 hours now. Using source space travel, he should be here soon. He is a 7th Tribulation Transcender, and his spiritual sense is not as strong as Golden Wolf and Xiaoying. As long as he enters the range of 10 million kilometers, he will be discovered. Beiyu thought in his heart. He was also looking forward to the next battle. As long as he killed the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, he could regain the ancient god's secret treasure. Although it was only 1/3, it could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources to help him pass the 9th Tribulation and become a 9th Tribulation Transcender. The only pity was that he lost 2 clones. Suddenly, Baiyu's heart tightened as if some danger was coming. He cautiously probed with his spiritual sense, but didn't find anything. Golden Wolf and Xiaoying's spiritual sense are stronger than mine. If there was a situation, they would have warned me. Baiyu shook his head. The next moment, a sense of nervousness and fear rose from the bottom of his heart and went straight to his mind. Danger! Just as this thought came to his mind. Boom! The sword light whistled and the wind raged, forming a terrifying spatial storm. This mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers directly exploded. The cave that Baiyu hid in was also reduced to nothingness. As an eighth tribulation transcender, he reacted with the fastest speed and propped up a layer of immortal energy shield. Crash! But the sword that swept across 100,000 kilometers directly shattered this layer of immortal energy shield. Roar! Baiyu roared. His immortal body was less than 1 meter, and he only had time to enlarge it 100 times. Chi! The sword slashed down. More than half of Baiyu's immortal body was annihilated by the Sword of Wind. It's him. It's the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. How is he so strong? He cut off more than half of my immortal body with one sword. Why did my spiritual sense find him? Where is he? Baiyu was terrified. He dragged the remaining half of his immortal body and frantically flew in the direction of Golden Wolf and Xiaoying. Quick! The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is coming. He sent a message to the 2 ninth tribulation transcendent monsters. Send first, then change later. Chapter 552. Tens of millions of kilometers away, Golden Wolf and Xiaoying were still concentrating on investigating the situation within tens of millions of kilometers, waiting for Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to enter the fray. Suddenly, they received a message from Baiyu. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is here. Immediately afterward, their spiritual senses found Baiyu, who only had a small portion of his immortal body left, and a black-armored youth holding a sword. When did he come? Why didn't we find him? Golden Wolf and Xiaoying were shocked. Their reaction was also very fast. They immediately faced Baiyu and flew over. Of course, it was not to save Baiyu. Those who could cultivate to the 9th tribulation transcender realm were not stupid. It was better for Baiyu to die. This way, after killing Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, they would not have to divide the treasures of the ancient god. They did not know what had happened just now. However, in their opinion, no matter how strong a 7th tribulation transcender was, he could not be too strong. 2 9 tribulation transcenders could easily kill this human. On the other side, the 3 tribulation transcenders of the ghost race. Because Gu Jiong's spiritual sense surpassed the limits of tribulation transcender, the 3 of them clearly saw what had happened just now. Just one sword strike. Is he still a 7th tribulation transcender? Gu Jiong was shocked. DMO solemnly said, he barely has the strength of a 9th tribulation transcender. It seems that he is a human genius. Shu Yin chuckled and said, it's okay. Now that one of the 3 monsters is dead, the 3 of us together are the strongest. While talking, they quickly rushed to the location of the battle. At this time, Baiyu, whose immortal body was mostly destroyed, was still making his final struggle. He was confused, terrified, and desperate. Why did this Mountain Sea Sword Immortal suddenly become so strong? More than a month ago, when they were in the ancient god's abyss, they were not like this. This is my last clone. If it dies, I will really die. What should I do? Baiyu really felt the aura of death approaching this time. Behind him, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, who once killed his 6th tribulation transcender clone with one sword strike, was getting closer and closer. With only a small portion of his immortal body left, his strength had dropped from 8th tribulation transcender to 5th tribulation transcender. It was impossible for him to block the next sword strike. In other words, apart from death, he could only die. Baiyu saw the human raised his sword again. Human, hateful human, you won't have an easy time even if I die. Baiyu roared with unwillingness. His immortal body suddenly expanded as he was about to self-destruct, because begging for mercy was definitely useless. "I'll live a better life if you die." Jiang Xi laughed. The distance between the two sides had been reduced to 50,000 kilometers. He unleashed another slash that pierced through the river of stars. The cold golden light illuminated this part of the starry sky as it whistled towards Beiyu. "Ah, mountain sea, sword immortal, you will definitely be buried with me." At the last moment, Beiyu suddenly laughed wildly. His spiritual awareness sent the message that he had prepared earlier to the entire camp of the demon race through the secret communication array. Boom! The Vajra sword instantly annihilated him. His immortal body and primordial spirit both dissipated. Almost at the same time, all the monster race cultivators on Tonggu continent received the message from Beiyu before his death. In less than a minute, the news spread through the Ghost Clan camp. "The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal has appeared. Quick, let's go. It might be a trap. Who cares if it is or not? Let's go first." What if it's true? Haha, I'm the closest. The ancient god's secret treasure is destined to be mine. Whether or not I can accumulate enough resources to reverse life and death depends on this. The huge temptation of the ancient god's secret treasure made the monster race and Ghost Clan go crazy. Powerhouses above 7 Tribulation Transcender rushed to Jiangxi's location from various places. There were also many 9th Tribulation Transcender powerhouses. Jiangxi didn't know what Beiyu did before his death. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. Instead, he would be very excited. This battle was to deter the foreign races and make a big name for the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Therefore, the more enemies there were, the better. There are also 2 9th Tribulation Transcender of the monster race, 2 9th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Clan, and 1 7th Tribulation Transcender. Jiangxi's figure flickered as he took the initiative to fly towards the Golden Wolf and Xiaoying Wush. The two sides were tens of millions of kilometers apart. Because they were moving in opposite directions, Jiangxi and the 2 9 Tribulation Transcender of the monster race collided. Roar! The Golden Wolf's immortal power surged, and its blood energy mixed with demonic energy instantly condensed into a giant golden wolf tens of thousands of kilometers tall. Like an ancient wolf beast, it stood in the void and then pounced towards Jiangxi with a roar. "Yo!" Xiaoying screamed, but she didn't use a method similar to the golden wolf. Instead, she split into tens of thousands of creatures with wings on their backs, scales, and long tails. They screamed in unison, and the sound waves shattered the space and swept out like a wave. No one dared to underestimate the joint attack of 2 9th Tribulation Transcender. Jiangxi also didn't underestimate it. Standing in the void, Red Heaven sword trembled slightly, and the frequency of the tremor seemed to affect the space within 1,000,000 kilometers. Universe 7 styles. This was the first time he used the complete universe scroll. Who, silently, an extremely mysterious existence had descended upon this space. 7 sword lights thousands of feet long spiraled out. A sword of wind hung above his head. A sword of 5 elements hung below his feet. The other 5, diamond, deadwood, flowing water, leaving fire, and shield mountain, surrounded him. And Jiangxi himself was like a sword, placed in the middle of the universe 7 styles. What a strange feeling. Jiangxi found that he seemed to have completely controlled the space within 1,000 feet. With a thought, the space was imprisoned, and time seemed to have stopped. Rumble. At this moment, heaven and earth roared, and the starry sky above Tonggu continent cracked open, and 7-colored light faintly appeared. It was as if something was about to break out. It was as if heaven and earth were about to shatter. But soon, those cracks disappeared again. Ancient Tao Source Realm, 9 Heavens Realm. As usual, Tao Lord 9 Firmament's Carnage clone sat cross-legged in the sea of corpses. Comprehending something suddenly, this top 3 powerhouse of the human race sat up and his deep eyes were filled with surprise, surprise, and surprise. This formed a world of its own. It's clearly a peak's secret technique. How can it form a world of its own? Tao Lord Nine Heavens was puzzled, but he soon laughed heartily. Haha, a Tao integration cultivator can form a world of his own. This little guy surprises me again and again. Good, good, good. Human territory, Tao sect in an unknown space. This space was very big, as if it was a vast universe. In one of the universe mystic realms, Ming Zun's in-name disciple Xiantian was undergoing a dangerous training. When Jiang Xi finished executing the universe 7 styles, a white-robed man sat in the middle of the battlefield. A white-robed, middle-aged man, sitting in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the 9th battlefield with a gentle gaze and then nodded with a smile. Human territory on a peaceful planet of life. A willow tree swayed gently by a lake. A woman in green appeared above the willow tree. She looked at the sky, and after whispering for a while, she disappeared. Demon territory, demon holy land, demon starry sea. On this day, the demon lord woke up, and his terrifying aura spread for tens of thousands of light years. Ghost territory, ghost holy mountain. A sigh sounded. Ghost owl lords and perfected lords were shocked. At the same time, the big bones sea and the small bones sea boiled like never before. Some golden and silver yakshas that were reincarnating melted in the boiling seawater before they could successfully reincarnate. At the same time, in Battlefield 9, Tonggu continent, Jiang Xi looked up at the sky, a little surprised. He couldn't see the scene in the starry sky, but he could feel that something seemed to be happening up there, but it also seemed like nothing had happened. Strange. Jiang Xi retracted his gaze and looked at the ancient golden wolf that had already pounced in front of him, as well as Qiu Ying's shriek. Even 9th Tribulation Transcender would be seriously injured if he took these 2 attacks head-on. It seems like I can block them? Jiang Xi's heart moved whoosh. The terrifying blood, aura, and shrieking sound waves instantly froze after entering the space 3,000 meters around him. What? The golden wolf and Qiu Ying were shocked. This was their full-strength attack. They were very confident that these 2 attacks could definitely kill this human 7 Tribulation Transcender in an instant. A distance of 10,000 feet was no different from an inch to a 9th Tribulation Transcender. But why did they stop when they were only 10,000 feet away from this human? At this time, Gu Jiang, DMO, and Shu Yan were only 10 million kilometers away from Jiang Xi. They were also very surprised. What happened just now? DMO said in a deep voice, "This human is a little strange. Let's end this quickly." Gu Jiang and Shu Yan nodded in agreement. At this time, they only felt that the mountain sea sword immortal was a little strange, but it wasn't to the point of giving up. Swallow him. The golden wolf that seemed to have transformed into an ancient beast controlled its 10,000-kilometer-tall body and stepped through the starry sky. Its bloody mouth, which could swallow a planet, roared and crashed toward riverward with a loud rumble. "Children, tear him apart." Qiu Ying shrieked. 100,000 clones of Qiu Ying shot out beams of immortal energy at the same time. Almost instantly, these beams of immortal energy condensed into a beam of light with an even more terrifying aura, whistling out. The 2 9 Tribulation Transcenders attacked with all their strength again. Voila! Wherever the golden wolf and the beam of immortal energy passed, the starry sky within 1,000,000 kilometers was shattered and turned into nothingness. Jiang Xi wanted to test the defensive effect of the 7 styles of the universe, so he didn't take the initiative to counterattack. After the golden wolf and Qiu Ying's attacks approached him again. With a thought, the time and space within a radius of 10,000 feet stopped again. But in just 1 second, voila, the static effect had been broken. The 2 full-strength attacks of 2 9th Tribulation Transcenders broke the special effect of the 7 styles of the universe. Not bad. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this unexpected gain. He thought so in his heart, and his hands didn't stop fighting back. The first 2 attacks of the golden wolf and Xiao-Ying were only stopped and didn't dissipate. Now, the static effect within a radius of 10,000 feet was broken. It was equivalent to facing the full strength attacks of 4 ninth tribulation transcenders at the same time. Shield Mountain. Jiangxi's mind moved. 1,000 feet long earthen yellow sword light merged into the Scarlet Heaven sword. In an instant, the sword light was like a mountain and a shield, turning into tens of thousands of kilometers long, blocking in front of him. Boom! The full-strength attacks of 4 ninth tribulation transcenders suddenly landed on the shield mountain sword. The void shattered, and energy surged out from the void, turning into a torrent that swept over millions of kilometers. Riverward, on the other hand, remained unmoved under this terrifying attack. Again. After Jiang Xi knew the limit of the strange static effect, he wanted to test the limit of the 7 styles of the universe. So this time, he didn't take the initiative to use the effect of stopping everything within a radius of 10,000 feet. Instead, his figure flashed, and he took the initiative to face the Golden Wolf and Xiao-Ying. Gale. The Sword of Gale was used, and the sword moves were extremely smooth without any stagnation. The speed close to the speed of light allowed him to instantly appear in front of the Golden Wolf and Xiao-Ying. He slashed out. How was this possible? Too fast. This is definitely the speed of a 9th tribulation transcender. The Golden Wolf and Xiao-Ying were shocked again. Block it. Roar. Yo! The 2 9th tribulation transcenders of the monster race. One roared, and the other screamed as they jointly raised a shield of immortal power. Boom! The Sword of Gale fell, and the raging wind and sword light formed a spatial storm. However, this shield, which was enough to block a full-strength attack of a 9th tribulation transcender, only shook violently under the power of the Sword of Gale and didn't break. It was blocked. Haha! Although his methods are strange and fast, his attacks are weak. The Golden Wolf and Xiao-Ying laughed. The hearts that had been raised because of the continuous shock just now were now at ease. Jiang Xi smiled lightly and changed his sword move. Flowing water. Since it was a test of strength, he naturally had to use the 7 styles of the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Dripping water could penetrate stone, and the surging flowing water was equally powerful. The sword light was like a violent wave, crashing into the immortal power shield of the 2 9th tribulation transcenders of the monster race. You only have so many methods. Now you can die in peace. The Golden Wolf and Xiao-Ying's eyes released a cold and fierce light. Since this mountain sea sword immortal couldn't break their immortal power shield, they could use their full strength. At the same time, their spiritual senses also discovered Gu Jiong and the other 2 Ghost Race Tribulation Transcenders. It's the Ghost Race's 9th Tribulation Transcender Demo and Shu Yan. We have to deal with this human as soon as possible. The ancient ferocious beast tens of thousands of kilometers tall and the 100,000 incarnations of Xiao-Ying condensed a terrifying attack and attacked Jiang Xi again. Riverward, on the other hand, used his ability to freeze everything within a radius of 1,000 feet to continuously block their attacks. Then, he continuously used the various moves of the 7 styles of the universe. Dead Tree. Parting Fire. Soon, half a minute passed. Gu Jiong, Demo, and Shu Yan had already arrived at a place only 4 million kilometers away from Jiang Xi. Their spiritual senses were paying close attention to the situation of the battle. This human mountain sea sword immortal has a lot of methods, and his secret techniques are also very strange. It's just that his attack power is a bit weak, so there's nothing to worry about. It seems that the ancient god's secret treasure is definitely ours this time. Although we didn't find that Taoist undying this time, this unexpected harvest is still not bad. These 3 Ghost Race Tribulation Transcenders had the same judgment of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal strength as Golden Wolf and Xiao-Ying. They all thought that his attack power was weak. They were even more confident in the current situation. In contrast, Golden Wolf and Xiao Ying were starting to get a little anxious. Seeing that the ghost race powerhouse was getting closer and closer, they had no way to quickly deal with this mountain sea sword immortal. At that time, the situation would be out of their control. On the other side, Jiang Xi had more or less an idea of the power of the first 6 styles after using them one after another. In terms of attack power, the power of these 6 styles could barely be considered as that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. In terms of defense, the effect of the Shield Mountain was not much different from that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender's Immortal Power Shield. In terms of speed, with the Sword of Wind, his speed was also at the level of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. It could be said that after the 7 styles of the universe truly formed a system, the original 6 styles' power had increased. Last style, 5-element sword. Jiang Xi had yet to test the power of this sword, but there didn't seem to be any big movements. Only 100,000-kilometer-long, 5-colored sword light swept out. Wherever it passed, space was turned into nothingness. At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation swept through heaven and earth. Then boom, boom, boom. Only then did a resounding roar appear. This sword, Golden Wolf's heart couldn't help but tremble as fear filled his entire body. I'm a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Why would I fear a 7th Tribulation Transcender? Roar. Golden Wolf roared, trying to dispel the fear in his heart. Could it be that Tribulation Transcender is invincible? Xiao Ying's eyes widened as the thought of escaping arose in her heart. She was slightly weaker than Golden Wolf. However, this sword didn't give them any chance to resist or escape. The distance between the two sides was less than 30,000 kilometers, and this sword light was 100,000 kilometers long. Boom! The sword light whistled and landed on Golden Wolf and Xiao Ying. No! Xiao Ying screamed in despair. She, who was slightly weaker, had 100,000 incarnations wiped out. As for her main body, it was directly annihilated, and her primordial spirit dissipated. You killed a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Experience points plus 180,000. This was the first 9th Tribulation Transcender to die under Jiang Xi's hands. At the same time, the 10,000-kilometer-tall ancient beast condensed from Golden Wolf's immortal power, blood energy, and demonic energy melted like snow under this sword. In an instant, it returned to nothingness. As for the 9th Tribulation Transcender Golden Wolf, 70% of his immortal power instantly disappeared. The remaining 30% of his immortal body desperately dodged this 5-colored sword light. However, the aura of a 9th Tribulation Transcender had suddenly dropped to that of a 6th Tribulation Transcender. Run, run, run. Golden Wolf's heart was only left with fear. Too terrifying. How could this be just a 7th Tribulation Transcender? This is clearly an invincible Tribulation Transcender. For example, Wine Sword Immortal of the human race, Hei Yin Long of the monster race, and Yi Youyu of the ghost race. Who is he? Could it be that invincible Tribulation Transcender of the human race who came to the 9th battlefield to bully us? Golden Wolf thought with grief and indignation. But with only the strength of a 6th Tribulation Transcender left, it was impossible for him to escape. Spare me. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Before he could finish his words, he was swept away by the aftermath of the 5-element sword, instantly turning into nothingness. At the same time, the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers suddenly shattered under that terrifying fluctuation. What use do I have for a monster slave like you? Jiang Xi shook his head. Then, he turned his gaze to a place 4 million kilometers away and sneered. Want to run? Space Shackle. The second layer of the origin treasure, the threefold mountain, displayed the shackling effect. Buzz. The space within a radius of 10 million kilometers instantly froze. 4 million kilometers away, Gu Jiong, DMO, and Shu Yin turned around and fled without thinking after seeing this terrifying sword attack. What kind of secret sword technique is this? It killed 2 9th Tribulation Transcenders with one sword attack. Maybe he's not a seventh tribulation transcender at all, but a human invincible tribulation transcender in disguise. Is it Wine's sword immortal? Or someone else? The three ghost race tribulation transcenders were greatly frightened. However, they were not worried about their own safety. The two sides were now 4 million kilometers apart. Even if they flew at close to the speed of light, it would still take them more than 10 seconds. At this time, they would have already fled to the desolate starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Tunga continent. There, they could travel through space. Even if that human was an invincible tribulation transcender, he would not be able to catch up to them. However, before they could turn around quickly, a voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, they found that they could not move. Space shackle. This, the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers, has been shackled. Shu Yan's face was full of disbelief. Space shackle again. Gu Jiong remembered the undying Taoist who had made him suffer a big loss. Quick, use all your strength to break the shackle. DMO roared as the immortal energy in his body crazily revolved. Rakshasa, Shu Lian's soul bewitching path. Golden Yaksha Gu Jiong's netherworld ghost prison. Gul D Mo's ghost devouring heaven and earth. Three major attacks appeared at the same time. Whether it was bloodline or strength, the three of them were the best in the ghost race camp. At this moment, under the circumstances of using all their strength, they broke the shackle in less than a second. Keep running. But in the next moment, they had only escaped 100,000 kilometers away when space was once again confined. Despair. When Gu Jiong used the netherworld ghost prison, Jiang's CI froze for a moment. Netherworld ghost prison? The spiritual sense of that seventh tribulation transcender Golden Yaksha has also surpassed the limits of a tribulation transcender. It seems that the one who ambushed me was him. New grudges and old grudges. It seems that even if you don't die, you will still have to die. He used the sword of wind and chased after the three ghost race tribulation transcenders at his fastest speed. At the same time, he kept using space shackles. Under such circumstances, Jiang Ci believed that apart from those invincible tribulation transcenders, no one could escape his pursuit. He was the ruler of everything within 10,000 feet of him. He was the invincible tribulation transcender within a radius of 10 million kilometers. No matter how hard the three ghost race tribulation transcenders struggled, in the end, they were unable to escape more than 4 million kilometers. After escaping for only 3 million kilometers, Jiang Ci caught up with them. Fight to the death. The body of the strongest ghoul, Demo, increased by 10,000 times, and the rotten flesh on his body shot out like meteors. Kakik. Every piece of rotten flesh had a mouth that seemed to be able to swallow everything. They let out a creepy laugh and pounced on Jiang Ci. The Rakshasa race's 9 tribulation transcender, Shu Lian, also used the bewitching sound. Although it was accompanied by gloomy ghost energy, it could make people fall into a state of hallucination. Golden Yaksha Gu Jiong's netherworld ghost prison was much weaker in terms of power, but it covered a radius of 10 million kilometers. The boundless ghost energy of the netherworld ghost prison had a great effect on the attacks of the ghouls and Shu Lian. Therefore, the combined strength of the three of them greatly surpassed that of the monster race's 9 tribulation transcender Golden Wolf and Xiaoying. Facing all this, Jiang Ci just smiled gently. Ghost energy? In the next moment, 2 concentric golden halos appeared behind his head. The small one was completely solid, while the big one was slightly illusory. This was the essence soul phenomenon formed by the Buddhist peacock visualization technique and the cultivation heart. Suddenly, the ghost energy within a radius of 10 million kilometers quickly dissipated as if it had met its greatest nemesis. Only the Ghost King has the essence soul divine light. How is this possible? The Ghost King is a perfected monarch powerhouse. He's just a tribulation transcender. How can he have such a method? Impossible. Is he a human perfected monarch who came to the foreign battlefield to play with us? Gu Jiong, Dimo, and Shu Yan were desperate and frightened. At this time, they didn't even have the thought to resist. The method used by this mountain sea sword immortal was no longer in the category of tribulation transcender powerhouses. In front of a perfected monarch powerhouse, even 109 tribulation transcenders were useless. Essence, soul, divine light, perfected monarch. Jiangxi's spiritual sense probed their conversation and was a little surprised. Then he used space imprisonment again. Scarlet Heaven's sword slashed out 100,000-kilometer-long, 5-colored sword light, and swept out. The sword fell. The starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers turned into nothingness, first, then change later. Chapter 553. The 5-colored sword light swept across, shattering the galaxy and turning it into nothingness. The colorful energy emitted a terrifying aura that surged out from the nothingness and swept across a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Among the 3 ghost race tribulation transcenders, Dimo and Shu Yan, who were 9 tribulation transcenders, were the first to be swept by the 5-colored sword light. Dimo roared, "Roar! I can't accept this. Despicable human race. Playing with us." Shu Yan screamed in grief and indignation. At this moment, they suspected that this mountain sea sword immortal had hidden his cultivation and came to the extraterrestrial battlefield to play with them. However, no matter what they thought, it was useless. Jiangxi's golden primordial soul dispersed the boundless ghost energy, and the 5-element sword light swept past their immortal bodies with terrifying power. Ghoul Dimo and Rakshasa, Shu Yan's primordial souls and immortal bodies were annihilated in an instant. The last one to survive was the golden Yiksha, Gu Jiong, who was frantically running away. He watched as Dimo and Shu Yan were killed by the sword light. Then, the sword light didn't weaken and attacked him again. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, my father is the Netherworld Ghost King. You can't kill me. Gu Jiong was still struggling. Jiangxi sneered. Not even a Dao monarch can. He still hadn't settled the score with the undying Taoist. He had also heard of the Ghost Race's Netherworld Ghost King. This was the Ghost Race's top, true monarch powerhouse, an ancient existence that had lived for countless years. Just like the Purple Heaven sect's true monarch 6 virtuous and the Taoist sect's true monarch myriad poisons, he was second only to a Dao monarch. Moreover, this Netherworld Ghost King was the creator of the Netherworld Ghost Prison and was extremely famous. I can give you all the treasures on my body, treasures worth nearly 100 billion ghost crystals. Gu Jiong was really anxious. After killing you, the treasures will still be mine. Jiangxi was unmoved. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, you won't have a good death. Gu Jiong roared in despair. The 5-element sword light that was 100,000 kilometers long fell on his body. Even a 9 tribulation transcender couldn't withstand this sword, let alone a 7 tribulation transcender. This golden Yiksha was instantly annihilated. Jiangxi looked at the shattered starry sky that was quickly recovering. He had killed 4 9th tribulation transcenders, 1 8th tribulation transcender, and 1 7th tribulation transcender. If this kind of battle record were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the universe. However, Jiangxi's mood was very calm. It was as if after climbing to the peak, the passion suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly felt dull. 9 tribulation transcenders were too easy to kill. They must be quite wealthy. Jiangxi shook his head and tossed the thought aside. He was filled with motivation again. Now that he had climbed to the peak, there were still many mountains waiting for him to conquer. His figure flashed as he collected the storage Dharma treasures scattered in the starry sky. At the same time, the ownerless immortal power of the 6 tribulation transcenders of other races was also swallowed up by the heaven connecting tower. Jiangxi was pleasantly surprised. This golden Yiksha has a lot of treasures, even more than what a 9th tribulation transcender has. as expected of the Netherworld Ghost King's child. By rough estimation, it was really worth close to 100 billion points. There are also 4 ninth Tribulation Transcenders and 1 8th Tribulation Transcender, Bayu, who should be very poor. This time, it could be said that he had obtained a great harvest. Also, it's not over yet. Jiang Ci didn't leave. He stood in the void and quietly waited. This was because his spiritual sense had discovered that in the starry sky, 90 million kilometers away, a high-grade immortal boat had appeared. There was 1 8th Tribulation Transcender and 6 7th Tribulation Transcenders inside. This meant that the 6 Tribulation Transcenders of other races that died just now had spread his current location before they died. Presumably, there would be a lot of powerhouses of other races rushing here. Things were indeed as Jiang Ci expected. In the next 10 minutes, one after another, top-grade and high-grade immortal boats arrived one after another. They were all powerhouses of other races that were relatively close to this location. They happened to be within a radius of 100 light-years. Jiang Ci's spiritual sense clearly probed that in this first batch of Tribulation Transcenders, there were 3 ninth Tribulation Transcenders, 146 8th Tribulation Transcenders, and 79 7th Tribulation Transcenders. According to the division of camps, there were 115 Tribulation Transcenders from the Monster Race Camp, 90 from the Ghost Race Camp, and 23 from the Human Race Camp. In fact, there usually weren't so many Tribulation Transcenders within a radius of 100 light-years. However, the recent disturbance caused by the ancient god's secret treasure was too big. Many powerhouses of other races that were 7th Tribulation Transcenders and above were active in the area near the first camp of the human race, waiting for the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to come out. As for why there were so few humans, the reason was that powerhouses of the same camp couldn't kill each other. Since the human race's Tribulation Transcenders couldn't compete for the ancient god's secret treasure, their enthusiasm wasn't that high, and few were willing to come. At this time, the first batch of Tribulation Transcenders of other races that had arrived felt that they had hit the jackpot. No matter how high their cultivation was, they were all crazy about the ancient god's secret treasure. However, when they came within 10 million kilometers of Jiang Ci, they were somewhat puzzled. With the strength of their spiritual sense, they could naturally find the black-armored youth standing in the void. Something's wrong. A big battle obviously just happened here. The space within 10 million kilometers is still in a broken state. But why is there only one Mountain Sea Sword Immortal? Where is Bayu, who spread the news? Is this a trap? Whatever. Let's rush over and kill him. Seize the ancient god's secret treasure. Kill. The ancient god's secret treasure is mine. These Tribulation Transcenders of the monster and ghost camps were all ferocious, and ghostly energy was raging around them. Some were excited, some were roaring, and some were laughing wildly. Among them, the 3 ninth Tribulation Transcenders were the fastest, approaching the speed of light as they rushed toward Jiang Ci from all directions. On the other side, there were 23 human Tribulation Transcenders in the first batch, and their cultivations were all above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. What should we do? Should we help? An 8th Tribulation Transcender said. How can we help? We'll just die if we go. The 7th Tribulation Transcender said with a bitter smile. Someone sighed and said, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is too daring and too careless. I reckon that he fell into a trap set by the other races. This is a suicidal move. I hope he can survive. Let's wish him good luck. None of the 23 human Tribulation Transcenders dared to help. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that they couldn't help at all. There were 205 Tribulation Transcenders of other races, and 3 of them were 9 Tribulation Transcenders. How could they help? Of course, among these human Tribulation Transcenders, there were also some who had other thoughts. It was just a pity that the current situation was beyond their expectations. Even if they had bad intentions, they could only hide them in their hearts. I'm a bit puzzled. Why didn't he run away? He had a chance to escape just now. Now that he's surrounded by other races, there's no chance for him to escape anymore. I'm afraid that he suddenly obtained a big opportunity like the ancient god's secret treasure. His mentality has probably changed. That's right. This mountain sea sword immortal wasn't very famous before. He only rose to power in the last 100 years or so he shouldn't have much experience. The 23 human tribulation transcenders sighed as they watched from more than 8 million kilometers away. On the other side, almost all of the 205 tribulation transcenders of other races had flown to an area that was only 3 million kilometers away from Jiangxi. The 39 tribulation transcenders were the fastest, and they were only 1 million kilometers away from Jiangxi. The ancient god's secret treasure. With this opportunity, I'll have a chance to find the hope of reversing life and death. One of the 9th tribulation transcenders of the ghost race laughed. Whether or not my cat's race can rise will depend on this opportunity. Another strange-looking 9th tribulation transcender said, with a determined look. Although he was from a monster camp, he wasn't a monster. After obtaining the ancient god's secret treasure, I'll be able to return to my race and wash away my shame. The last 9th tribulation transcender of a monster camp said, with a ferocious look in his eyes. Behind them, the other 7th tribulation transcenders and 8th tribulation transcenders roared crazily. Jiangxi stood in the void with an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't realize the impending crisis. It's about time. His spiritual sense discovered that the last 7th tribulation transcender had also arrived within 3 million kilometers. He finally made his move. Space shackle. Buzz. The shackle effect of the second layer of the 3-layered mountain was immediately displayed. The space within a radius of 10 million kilometers instantly froze. Not good. This. Space shackle. This is the method of a true monarch. Run. The 3 9th tribulation transcenders of other races, as well as the remaining 7th tribulation transcenders and 8th tribulation transcenders of other races, were all frightened. The 9th tribulation transcenders with high cultivation levels were able to break the space shackle in 1 second. The remaining 7th tribulation transcenders and 8th tribulation transcenders struggled in fear and despair. With their cultivation levels, it was very difficult for them to break the shackle in a short period of time. Jiangxi made his move. Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Universe 7 styles. 7 sword lights that were 10,000 feet long circled around him, forming a special space with a radius of 10,000 feet. Jiangxi shouted, "Kill!" With a speed close to the speed of light, he suddenly slashed out a 5-colored sword light that was 1 million kilometers long. 5-element sword. The sword light was magnified 10 times, and its power was greatly reduced. However, it could still easily kill 7th tribulation transcenders and seriously injure 8th tribulation transcenders. It could also cause a certain degree of damage to 9th tribulation transcenders. Moreover, he didn't only have the power of a single sword. Streaks of 5-colored sword light that were 1 million kilometers long slashed out one after another. Whoosh, 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 the 5-element sword whistled and swept through the area within a radius of 3 million kilometers. The starry sky turned into a world of swords, and sword light wreaked havoc. Voila! As long as the 7th tribulation transcenders and 8th tribulation transcenders of other races were swept by the 5-colored sword light, they were directly annihilated and disappeared along with the turbulent space. The 3-9 tribulation transcenders were the strongest, and they were still struggling to fight back. However, under the space imprisonment, it was very difficult for them to use the secret techniques that they were usually good at. The streaks of 5-colored sword light were the first to fall on their bodies. Their immortal bodies were continuously cut down by the sword light. Their originally tyrannical immortal bodies went from 100% to 90%, then to 80%, 70%. You can't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. Human, please spare my life. The 3/9 tribulation transcenders of other races were anxious. They were lofty 9th tribulation transcenders, and they had the opportunity to reverse life and death becoming existences with endless lifespan. If they died like this, it would be too much of a loss. 8 million kilometers away, the 23 human tribulation transcenders were dumbfounded. Just now, they were saying that the mountain sea sword immortal was too careless and was completely seeking his own death. However, the situation changed too quickly. This is the mountain sea sword immortal? Too scary. He can even use a true monarch technique like space imprisonment. There's also that terrifying 5-colored sword light. It's clearly the path of the sword. So why does it feel like the Tao of the 5 elements? This is going to be big. These 205 tribulation transcenders of other races are all powerhouses above the 7th tribulation transcender realm. Among them, the majority are 8th tribulation transcenders. If they all die, then 1% of the top powerhouses of the ghost and monster camps will die. The 2 true monarchs of the 2 foreign races in the 9th battlefield are probably going crazy. Quickly inform the true monarchs of our human camp. The 23 human tribulation transcenders did not know that there were even more tribulation transcenders of other races rushing over. For example, 20 million kilometers away, an 8th tribulation transcender from the Xian turtle race was driving a supreme-grade immortal boat toward Jiangxi's location. He muttered with a leisurely expression, "I'm just watching the show. I don't want to fight with humans. After all, countless years ago, we were still good friends, not long after, whoosh." The supreme-grade immortal boat arrived at an area only 9 million kilometers away from Jiangxi. The eyes of the Xian turtle race's 8th tribulation transcender widened, and his face was full of disbelief. His spiritual sense discovered that 9 million kilometers away, a terrifying black-armored human was holding a fiery red sword and slashing out terrifying 5-colored sword lights, completely annihilating a 9th tribulation transcender of the monster race in addition. There were 2 9 tribulation transcenders that only had 30% of their immortal bodies left. It seemed that they would die in a single slash at most. Run, run, run. The 8th tribulation transcender of the Xian turtle race directly changed his direction and wanted to escape. But in the next moment, he discovered that he could not move. Space imprisonment. It's over. The 8th tribulation transcender of the Xian turtle race despaired. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the space imprisonment was gone again. Whoosh! He did not hesitate and hurriedly left. Xian turtle? It should be the same race as the Xian turtles of Earth, right? Jiangxi recalled the memories of when he had just stepped on the path of cultivation and then released this 8th tribulation transcender Xian turtle. It was not only because of nostalgia, but also because the words of this 8th tribulation transcender Xian turtle had clarified his position. Of course, Jiangxi only released this 8th tribulation transcender. The tribulation transcenders of other races that came later were not so lucky. With him as the center, a spherical space with a radius of tens of millions of kilometers was created. As long as a tribulation transcender of other races came in, they would be directly imprisoned by space, waiting to be slaughtered. Yes, this was a massacre. In the next half an hour, he killed as many as came. Jiangxi went on a killing spree. Dozens and hundreds of 7th tribulation transcender and above experts of other races died in batches. In just half an hour, Beiyu and the other 2 monster race tribulation transcenders that had set up the trap for him, as well as Gu Jiong and the other 2 ghost race tribulation transcenders that had ambushed him. He killed a total of 12 9th tribulation transcenders, 598 8th tribulation transcenders, and 1,957 tribulation transcenders. A total of 2,560 top experts of other races. What a terrifying record. At the same time, such a battle also made Jiangxi's mastery of the 7 styles of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra more and more skillful, and his strength actually increased slightly. For someone of his strength, even a little increase was very terrifying. Soon, when Jiangxi once again slashed out with the 5-element sword, a helpless voice suddenly echoed in his ears, "Kid, I'm true monarch Yu Yuan. Quickly leave after killing enough. I won't be able to hold on much longer. Jiang Xi froze for a moment. True monarch Yuan? He knew who this was. This was the true monarch of the human camp that was overseeing the ninth battlefield. According to the content of this spiritual sense transmission, he speculated that the true monarchs of the monster camp and the ghost camp were all killed because of his actions. They wanted to bully the weak and personally kill him, but true monarch Yuan blocked them. Therefore, the true monarchs of the three camps were also fighting. Hurry up, the Netherworld Ghost King is also coming. True monarch Yuan's voice echoed in his ears again. Jiang Xi no longer hesitated. He slashed out with his sword and killed 2 more 8th Tribulation Transcenders, waving his hand and taking away their storage magical treasures. Then, he used space imprisonment. This way, the Tribulation Transcenders of other races within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers would not be able to stop him. Of course, there was no one who dared to stop him now. Therefore, Jiang Xi easily drove the top-grade immortal boat and turned into a streak of light, quickly shuttling away. In another place, the human Tribulation Transcenders that were watching should have also received the news and left one after another. Just 5 minutes later, boom, 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 3 terrifying figures streaked across the starry sky and arrived one after another. They were like gods and demons standing in the void, looking at the messy battlefield. The Netherworld Ghost King roared, "Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, I'll kill you." Black, ghostly fire swept through the space of hundreds of millions of kilometers like a tide, burning everything in its path. The expressions of the other 2 true monarchs overseeing the Ghost Camp and Monster Camp were also extremely ugly at this time. This was because they recognized that 12 9 Tribulation Transcenders had fallen here through the remnant aura. In the entire Tong-Gu continent, the 3 camps added together only had a little more than 1,000 9th Tribulation Transcenders. In addition, the remnant aura was not limited to just these 9th Tribulation Transcenders. There were also about 600 8th Tribulation Transcenders and 2,000 7th Tribulation Transcenders. In other words, nearly 10% of the top powerhouses of the 2 camps in the 9th battlefield had fallen in this battle. The losses were disastrous. What was even harder for them to accept was that the human race only had a nameless Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, ancient Tao Source Realm, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. This invincible Tribulation Transcender, who had always been carefree and unrestrained, was currently holding a communication pearl in his hand and frowning in thought. He seemed to be doubtful of life. He was pondering whether the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal that the Tribulation Immortal Hall was talking about was the same Mountain Sea Sword Immortal that he knew. According to the contents of the discussion in the Tribulation Immortal Hall, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had discovered Beiyu's tracks, then left the camp, killed his enemies, and finally disappeared in the Tong-Gu continent. The whole process did not take much time. The real battle only lasted for a little more than an hour. But in this short hour, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had killed 12 9th Tribulation Transcenders, 598 8th Tribulation Transcenders, and 1,957 Tribulation Transcenders. The Wine Sword Immortal was confident that he could also achieve such a result. But this was still different. He was the famous Wine Sword Immortal, an invincible Tribulation Transcender. It was not surprising that he could achieve this. But what about Jiang Xi? He was still just a Tao integration cultivator. At the very most, he had only cultivated for 2,000 years. Just as he was thinking about this, a low voice suddenly echoed in the Wine Sword Immortal's ears. Zhongli. He quickly stood up and respectfully bowed in the direction of Nine Firmament's palace. Greetings, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Xi's identity as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is a top secret of the human race. Remember not to tell anyone. Zhongli understands. After waiting for a while, the voice no longer echoed in his ears. Only then did the Wine Sword Immortal return to normal. He laughed heartily. This is my disciple. At this time, in the Nine Firmaments realm, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was sitting cross-legged in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, lost in thought. Although this little guy has the triple mountain that I gave him and is invincible by relying on space imprisonment, he is still a Tao integration cultivator, however. He's still a Tao integration stage cultivator after all, and he was able to easily kill a 9 Tribulation Transcender with just a set of peak combat secret techniques he created. As one of the top 3 experts of a human race, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments naturally had many important things to pay attention to in addition to cultivation. Usually, he did not have much time to pay attention to Jiangxi's situation. Therefore, he did not know what secrets Jiangxi had. However, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was very clear that the universe was fair. Even if a peak Tao integration cultivator had all kinds of powerful magic treasures and powerful peak secret techniques, it was very difficult for them to easily kill a 9th Tribulation Transcender. To be exact, it was almost impossible. Of course, compared to the long river of time, 4 countless eras, there were indeed many geniuses of the human race who were comparable to a 9th Tribulation Transcender when they were at the Tao integration stage. However, those geniuses had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years and accumulated a lot of foundation to reach this step. Moreover, those geniuses who were able to reach this step, other than those who had died, were now at least perfected lords. Among them, there were even a few who had become Tao lords and stood at the peak of the human race. Compared to them, Jiangxi, the current generation genius of the human race, had only cultivated for 2,000 years. To be more specific, he was still 100 years away from 2,000 years. What's more, being comparable to a 9th Tribulation Transcender and easily killing one were 2 different levels. Easily killing a 9th Tribulation Transcender was considered an invincible Tribulation Transcender. Obviously, Jiangxi's current performance was even more amazing. He cultivated 7 Taoist techniques at the same time: body tempering secret techniques, essence soul secret techniques, peacock visualization method, heart cultivation. This little guy has walked a lot of paths. Even a genius like Liu Yin, who is rarely seen in 10 billion eras, would not be able to reach the same realm as Jiangxi, even if he walked so many paths at the same time. An existence that repeatedly surprises people. Could it be that old fogey Bluestone did something to him? These thoughts quickly flashed through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's mind. He shook his head. It seems that I have to find time to have a good chat with this little guy. Afterward, he did not think about this matter anymore, because his mind and energy were now focused on his main body, which was in danger. An invincible Tribulation Transcender had been born in the human camp of the 9th battlefield. This news spread throughout the 3 peak races and was also known by all the races in the universe. The monster race and ghost race, which had suffered heavy losses, could only grit their teeth and swallow this news. They had lost face, because in these 2 camps, apart from the true monarchs in charge of their headquarters, there was no other Tribulation Transcender powerhouse that could match the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. With space imprisonment in one hand and 5-colored sword light in the other, Tribulation Transcender powerhouses would die if they tried. Therefore, in the end, this matter could only be handled by the higher-ups of the monster race and ghost race. Therefore, it didn't take long for the name Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to appear on the must-kill list of the monster race and ghost race. Unlike the genius assassination list, the must-kill list was carried out by true monarchs and Tao lords. In other words, in the eyes of the higher-ups of the monster race and ghost race, only true monarchs and Tao lords could kill the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. In the human race, there were not many Tribulation Transcender powerhouses that were qualified to appear on this must-kill list. For example, Wine Sword Immortal, Sword Immortal Nangong, 7 Loose Immortal, and so on were all invincible Tribulation Transcenders. Now, Jiangxi, with the identity of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, had appeared on the must-kill list of the other races. Chapter 554. Jiang Xi didn't know what had happened to the monster race and ghost race after the battle. He also didn't know that he was on the must-kill list of tribulation transcenders of the two peak races. After receiving True Monarch Yu Yuan's voice transmission, he immediately fled. At the same time, he changed his appearance and returned to the identity he had when he first stepped into the foreign battlefield, a first-class Dao integration stage Mountain Sea. As for the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, he had temporarily disappeared. There were countless human cultivators with the name Mountain Sea. Mountain Sea and Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had similar names, so no one doubted it. Moreover, according to Jiang Xi's previous plan, the life and death tempering would end after this battle. Therefore, the direction he fled in this time was the third camp of the human camp, which was also his first stop in the ninth battlefield. The third camp is more than 1,000,000 light-years away from the Tonggu continent. With the speed of 300 times the speed of light, I should be able to reach it in about a year. I should take advantage of this time to organize my gains and summarize my understanding of the battle. The top-grade immortal boat shuttled back and forth in the origin space. In the resting cabin, Jiang Xi leisurely drank wine while organizing the spoils of war. In this battle, he killed 12 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, 598 Eighth Tribulation Transcenders, and 1,957th Tribulation Transcenders. A total of 2,567th Tribulation Transcenders and above. The spoils of war were mainly spirit treasures, special magical treasures, and some special spiritual items. After organizing, he calculated the value of the treasures. The treasures of 12 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders totaled more than 40 billion points. The treasures of 598 Eighth Tribulation Transcenders totaled more than 300 billion points. The treasures of 1,957th Tribulation Transcenders totaled more than 500 billion points. A total of 840 billion points. It was worth mentioning that the treasures of the 7th Tribulation Transcender, Golden Yiksha Gujiang, were close to 100 billion points. The gains of this battle are almost comparable to an ancient god's secret treasure. After calculating the value of the spoils of war, Jiang Xi was somewhat stunned. Moreover, these aren't all the wealth of the foreign powerhouses. They still have a lot of monster crystals and ghost crystals, but they were all wasted. The demon crystals and ghost crystals of the non-human kind were similar to the points of the human race. They were all virtual currencies and could be exchanged for all kinds of precious treasures. However, they were limited to their own races. This made Jiang Xi feel that it was a pity. Just like the wealth he had, not only were there all kinds of magical equipment, but also the points in his account, which were also part of his wealth. It was the same for the foreign race experts he had killed. After the alien race warriors died, Jiang Xi could only take their treasures, not the virtual demon crystals or ghost crystals. Otherwise, his gains this time would have at least doubled, like the last time they went to the abyss of ancient god. Except for Jiang Xi, the other 5 people and demons had mostly exchanged their points or demon crystals for treasures. Therefore, in that battle, Jiang Xi gained 30 billion points just from the treasures of Wanderer Su Ji and the other 4 Tribulation Transcendent powerhouses. Don't be greedy, don't be greedy. Be content. Jiang Xi shook his head. Then, he began to summarize the insights he had gained from the battle. He found the flaws and inadequacies in the battle, and his strength increased bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Battlefield number 9, the third barracks of the human race. It was more than 1,000,000 light-years away from the Tonggu continent. This place was at the edge of the battlefield. Usually, the cultivators who were stationed in this barracks were all below the third Tribulation Transcender level. It was rare to see a fourth Tribulation Transcender. However, there were a lot of cultivators here, and there were many cultivator legions. Therefore, the third barracks were much more lively than the first barracks. On this day, a supreme-grade spirit vessel slowly approached the reception platform of the number 3 military camp. A team of Dao integration stage armored soldiers of the barracks greeted it. "Report your identity," the captain of the armored soldiers said in a deep voice. Jiang Ci walked out of the spirit boat and checked his identity according to the normal procedure. Mountain Sea. This name made the captain of the armored soldiers look at Jiang Ci a few more times. Is there a problem? Jiang Ci's expression didn't change. No, it's just that you have the same name as that Mountain Sea sort of mortal. The captain of the armored soldiers, who is usually very serious, smiled. You're not the first to say that. Jiang Ci smiled. The captain of the armored soldiers also smiled and shook his head. Then, he arranged for Jiang Ci to enter the barracks. Please enter the barracks. Thank you. Jiang Ci nodded and walked into the barracks. After taking a few steps, he heard the captain of the armored soldiers shout, "Hey, don't let down this name. He's an invincible tribulation transcender." Of course. Jiang Ci waved his hand and disappeared from the barracks. After he left, the team of armored Tao integration stage cultivators discussed with each other through their spiritual sense. TSK. This guy has the same name as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. He's not the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, right? I heard that after the battle with the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, he disappeared from the 9th battlefield. How is that possible? Don't joke around. This Mountain Sea is just a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is an invincible tribulation transcender. Humph. The captain of the armored soldiers snorted and said, just a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator? This guy isn't that simple. Can't you see that he's a lone traveler? If he dares to travel alone on the battlefield near the 3rd barracks, he's at least a 3rd tribulation transcender. So, even if he's a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator, he's not someone we can talk about. Jiang Ci returned to the 3rd barracks this time for 2 purposes. First, he wanted to return to the human territory through the teleportation point here. Second, he wanted to catch up with his old teammates. Next, he stayed in the 3rd barracks for a month. He had a small gathering with Bo Hai, Ling Long, and the others who had brought him to the 1,000 Jade Sea. Xiao Zhu is dead. It's only been 30 years since he left the team, and he died. Bo Hai, the captain of the 3619 squad, took a sip of wine and sighed. It's too stressful to be with a genius like you. He also wanted to be as outstanding as you, but unfortunately, he was killed by a foreign race. Ling Long shook her head. Jiang Ci was silent. The sword genius who had entered the foreign battlefield with him was also a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator. If he had trained well, he would have had a chance to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal in the future. He didn't expect him to die just like that. Cheer up. The foreign battlefield is a place where you can live and die with a thought. The important thing is that we're all still alive. Bohai laughed. If you ask me, we should celebrate for the Mountain Sea. Yeah, he traveled alone in the foreign battlefield for more than 600 years, and he actually came back alive. This kind of freak might become the 2nd Mountain Sea Sword Immortal in the future. The other 2 team members, Hong Xian and Duan, also laughed and suggested. The 3619 squad was the first group of friends that Jiang Ci had made in the foreign battlefield. However, they didn't connect the Mountain Sea that Jiang Ci had assumed with the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. One was a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator, while the other was an invincible tribulation transcender. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Then, they acted presumptuously for a few days before it ended. Before leaving, Jiang Ci took out a high-grade immortal boat and gave it to Bo Hai. To the current him, a high-grade immortal boat was just a drop in the ocean. It was nothing at all. In that battle, he had obtained more than 1,000 high-grade immortal boats and nearly 100 supreme-grade immortal boats. However, for the 3619 squad, this high-grade immortal boat was very valuable. In the foreign battlefield, a flying boat was very useful for escaping. With a high-grade immortal boat, the chances of leaving the foreign battlefield alive would be greatly increased. In the end, the 3619 squad sent Jiang Ci to the teleportation point of the 3rd camp. Goodbye, foreign battlefield. Jiang Ci waved and disappeared in the dazzling teleportation light. Earth, New Moon Year 4572. More than 4,000 years had passed since the Great Change. In the beginning, because the Tao Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects had forcefully entered, the people of Earth had been worried for a long time. However, as time passed and the old replaced the new generation of people, the new generation of Earth had already adapted to the new situation. Leaving Earth and traveling in the Tao Alliance's 9 regions had become a common thing. According to the agreement signed by Jiang Xi and the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court, the talented people of Earth could choose to join any of the 3 gates and 6 sects to cultivate under these conditions. The overall strength of the people of Earth had greatly increased. There was even a cultivator at the Tao integration stage. On the surface, Earth seemed to have entered a new era, one that looked even better than before. However, the people of Earth, with the Great Xia Alliance as the core, had never forgotten their roots. They were first and foremost Earthlings, and then they had other identities. This was especially true for the old people of Earth at the beginning of the New Moon era. They would always remember that those grotto heavens originally belonged to the people of Earth, but now they had become the Earth's branches of the 3 gates and 6 sects. More than 4,000 years had passed, and there were only a few old people of Earth who were still alive. Those who were able to live until now were at least at the primordial soul stage. This was because the lifespan of a primordial soul stage cultivator was 5,000 years. Only those who had surpassed this level of cultivation could live until now. Jiang Xi's good friend from his school days, Zhang Wei, was one of them. It was worth mentioning that the Zhang family was now one of the few large families on Earth and one of the 14 permanent decision-makers of the Great Xia Alliance. Paksun Province was now one of the holy lands of the Great Xia Alliance. Places like Apricot Garden, Jinten Budokan, and Tongtian District, where Jiang Xi had once lived, had been preserved forever. On this day, the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Wei, who was at the primordial soul stage, was wearing a vintage casual outfit and strolling around Tongtian District expressionlessly. The current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Ming, was respectfully following behind Zhang Wei. In Tongtian District, there was a scenery every 3 steps, a poem every 5 steps, and a painting every 10 steps. Pavilions, terraces and pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Villas after villas were surrounded by various sceneries in the district. The various sceneries and facilities were exactly the same as they were 4,000 years ago. There were no changes at all. Such a classical style of Great Xia garden architecture can't be seen on Earth today. Zhang Wei laughed self-deprecatingly. Then he stopped in front of a grayish-white villa and asked, "Minger, do you know whose house this is?" "Patriarch, this is the house of Patriarch Jiang Xi and Patriarch Daodu." Zhang Ming said respectfully, "Yes, Jiang Xi's house." Zhang Wei suddenly let out a long sigh. However, very few people know that before Jiang Xi and Daodu moved into this villa, they lived in the Apricot Garden in the Apricot Garden. Actually, they lived in the small house in Apricot Garden. This was the first time they lived in a big house. I will always remember when I drove the 2 of them to move. Jiang Xi's indifferent expression and Daodu's surprised expression. The contrast between a small house of 32 square meters and a big house of 1,000 square meters. Apricot Garden? Zhang Ming was very confused. He had never heard of it. The old building at the edge of Paksun Province. Zhang Wei's expression was complicated. More than 4,000 years have passed. Everyone only remembers villa number 92 in Tongtian District, but they have forgotten the old building. That is where Jiang Xi lived on Earth for the longest time. Ming, remember the bitterness and the sweetness. People must never forget their roots. Zhang Wei changed the topic and became stern. Zhang Ming's heart thumped, and he was a little nervous. "You are the junior I am most optimistic about. In just 300 years, you have cultivated to the late nascent soul stage and become a core disciple of the Hunyuan sect. I think you will have a great future." Zhang Wei continued. "Patriarch," Zhang Ming wanted to speak. However, Zhang Wei raised his hand to stop him. Zhang Wei sighed. "Leave Earth and go to Yanliang Star to reflect on your mistakes for 3,000 years. The lord of the Milky Way galaxy was Jiang Si. In the past, Jiang Dudu was in charge of the Milky Way galaxy. Now that Jiang Dudu was not on Earth, under the entrustment of Jiang Si, Zhang Wei became the ruler of the Milky Way galaxy. It could be said that Zhang Wei was currently the most powerful person on Earth. One word from him could determine the fate of any Earthling. Patriarch Wei? Zhang Ming's eyes widened. Yinliang Star was a planet of life at the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. The environment there was harsh, and it was a place specially used to imprison interstellar criminals. To reflect on one's mistakes for 3,000 years was simply hell. He had only lived for 300 years since he was born. He did not want to go to such a bitter place. Because you have forgotten your roots. You have forgotten that you are first of all a person of great Xia, an earthling, and then a core disciple of the Hunyuan sect. Zhang Wei was very angry. Patriarch, you are wrong. Zhang Ming suddenly laughed and then shook his head. Patriarch, the times have changed. Patriarch Jiang Si has not returned for more than 4,000 years. Maybe he has already forgotten about Earth. After all, he was the one who sold those grotto heaven worlds to the heavenly court. Not only him, but also Patriarch Dudu, Patriarch Shantian, and Patriarch Li Bai have all disappeared. A year ago, Patriarch Jiang Si's master, Senior Wine Sword Immortal, also went into seclusion. Zhang Wei just looked at him expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with anger. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and continued. Patriarch, you must be clear about Senior Wine Sword Immortal's situation. His lifespan is almost up, but now he suddenly went into seclusion. It is obvious that there is a problem with his cultivation. Now the earth branches of the 3 gates and 6 sects are saying that Senior Wine Sword Immortal's heart demon has not been removed. This time he is really in seclusion, and it is impossible for him to come out alive. Slap! Zhang Wei slapped Zhang Ming's face. In fact, with Zhang Ming's strength, he could have dodged, but he did not and let the slap fall on his face. Zhang Wei said, "This slap is for Jiang Si." "I know. Thank you, Patriarch." Zhang Ming smiled bitterly. He knew very well that if he said these words in front of Patriarch Jiang Si, it would not be as simple as a slap. Only death would await him. But, Patriarch, I still have to say these words. Zhang Ming shook his head. Primordial Chaos Sect's Immortal Yin, you has already said. As long as we take out the inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance, he will accept me as his personal disciple. Immortal Yin Yu is a 7th Tribulation Transcender. This is the opportunity for our Zhang family to rise, Patriarch. Zhang Wei was silent. The inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance was now under his control. It included some of the treasures, cultivation techniques, and ancient books that were excavated from various grotto heavens. There were also some important cultivation techniques left behind by Jiang Si, Xin Tian, and Li Bai, such as the peacock visualization method, heart cultivation insights, and so on. When the 3 of them left Earth, they were worried that if they died outside, these cultivation techniques would be lost. Therefore, they left a backup. Now, the inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance was targeted. Although everyone knew that Jiang Si was still alive, Jiang Si had disappeared for too long this time. He had not appeared on Earth for more than 4,000 years, and he had not even appeared in the Zixiao region. In addition, the Wine Sword Immortal, who is the stabilizing force of Earth, suddenly went into seclusion. Therefore, people's minds changed, and some monsters jumped out. Seeing that the Patriarch was silent, Zhang Ming hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, Patriarch, now that Patriarch Jiang Si and the others are not here, Senior Wine Sword Immortal is also finished. Immortal Lin Yu is an elder of the Primordial Chaos Sect's Earth Branch. If he wants the inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance, we can't protect it at all. It's better to take the initiative to give it to our Zhang family in exchange for a future. Moreover, with Immortal Lin Yu behind us, even if Senior Wine Sword Immortal dies, even if Patriarch Jiang Si and the others give up Earth, our Zhang family will still be the largest family on Earth. Go! From today onwards, you are no longer an Earthling. Don't let me see you on Earth, otherwise you know the consequences. In the end, Zhang Wei did not have the heart to kill him. Of course, he was very clear that he was not a match for this junior. Zhang Ming had only cultivated for 300 years and reached the late nascent soul stage. Now, he was a core disciple of the primordial chaos sect. Although he could not be compared to Jiang Xi, he could still be called a top genius. In comparison, his nascent soul stage cultivation was forcefully raised by Jiang Xi, who entrusted the Wine Sword Immortal with a lot of resources. It was just an empty shell with no combat power. Zhang Ming stood there and was stunned for a long time. His expression changed and finally, he whispered, "Patriarch, you will regret it." Then, he flew to the primordial chaos grotto heaven, which was the earth branch of the primordial chaos sect. Zhang Ming did not dare to disobey the patriarch's order because he knew that his patriarch might really kill him. Jiang Xi had 3 servants left behind by the patriarch, and one of them had cultivated to the Dao integration stage. In front of Villa 92 in the Tongtian district, Zhang Wei clenched his fists. He did not send a message to Jiang Xi because he knew that Jiang Xi was undergoing a life-and-death training and could not be distracted unless Jiang Xi contacted him. He would not take the initiative to send a message to Jiang Xi. After Jiang Xi returned to the human territory, he did not immediately return to Earth. Instead, he went to the ancient Dao origin world. He was a person who respected his teachers. After returning from a life-and-death training, he should pay a visit to his 2 masters first. In terms of feelings, Jiang Xi and the Wine Sword Immortal were closer. After all, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments gave him too much pressure. In front of this pinnacle powerhouse, he was more in awe. This pinnacle powerhouse was not only powerful, but his contributions to the human race were immeasurable. Therefore, the first person Jiang Xi paid a visit to was Master 9 Firmaments. He went straight to 9 Firmaments' palace. When the Tribulation Transcender guards saw Jiang Xi, they were a little surprised. They had heard that Jiang Xi had gone to undergo a life-and-death training, but this speed was too fast. This was because the flow of time in the ancient Dao origin world was different from the original universe. Although Jiang Xi had undergone a life-and-death training outside for more than 600 years, less than 200 years had actually passed in the ancient Dao origin world. This gave everyone the feeling that Jiang Xi had only left for a short while. Did he fail the life-and-death training? It doesn't seem like it. If he failed, would he still be smiling? But this is too fast. The other Dao integration disciples of the Purple Firmament sect had to undergo life-and-death training for at least 5,000 years. How long has he been gone? He is the personal disciple of Dao Lord 9 Firmaments. He should be different from the others, right? The guards guessed and discussed with their spiritual senses. Jiang Xi did not use his spiritual sense to investigate their conversation. Instead, he walked into the inner city of 9 Firmaments' palace with a smile. Then, he followed the bamboo forest path and entered the 9 Firmaments realm. He saw Dao Lord 9 Firmaments slaughter clone amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Disciple greets master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled and nodded. Not bad. You completed the life-and-death training in 635 years. You even made a name for yourself as an invincible tribulation transcender. This result exceeded my expectations. Thank you for the praise, Master. Jiang Xi said honestly, to be praised by Dao Lord 9 Firmaments is not bad. It was really not bad. How is your comprehension of the Green Lotus or Dao? Dao Lord 9 Firmaments asked. Cultivation and Dao techniques were the foundation of strength, so the first thing he asked was Jiang Xi's cultivation. I have already comprehended 9,952 Green Lotus transformations, Jiang Xi replied. Oh, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments was surprised. He knew that Jiang Xi had comprehended more than 6,000 Green Lotus transformations in 1,000 years when he was cultivating in the ancient Dao origin world. Now that he thought about it, Jiangxi had comprehended more than 3,000 green lotus transformations in 600 years during his life and death training. This speed of comprehension was not inferior to when he was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world. Or rather, it was even faster. This was because the cultivation environment in the ancient Tao origin world was obviously far better than the Outer Realm battlefield. Moreover, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments knew very well that during these 600 years, Jiangxi had studied secret techniques under his guidance for 400 years and did not have much time to comprehend Tao techniques. Therefore, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was even more curious. Just like not long ago, when he learned that Jiangxi had killed all his enemies as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. He had made a guess about Jiangxi's cultivation speed. This was because his cultivation speed was simply too fast, the kind that was getting faster and faster. In more than 600 years, not only did he not fall behind in his sword cultivation, but he also created a set of peak secret techniques that could easily kill Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. It cannot be said that his cultivation speed was fast. Can you tell me what tricks you have in your cultivation? Tao Lord Nine Firmament's tone was very calm and did not sound like he was questioning seriously. This was because this question might involve Jiangxi's secret. Very few geniuses were willing to publicize their secrets, especially a genius like Jiangxi. As an existence that stood at the peak of the human race, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments knew that this kind of thing could not be forced. Otherwise, it would easily arouse the disgust of other geniuses. After all, geniuses were proud. My secret technique, the Tao pattern technique, has already been cultivated to the 4-pattern realm and then fused with 99 Tao pattern blood crystals. Jiangxi revealed a trump card appropriately: 4-pattern Tao pattern technique, 99 Tao pattern blood crystals. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's eyes flashed with surprise. He knew very well what this meant. Chapter 555. Tao Pattern Arts came from the Battle Pattern Continent of the Purple Heaven Sect's Third Heaven World. Back then, the Purple Heaven Sect had paid a huge price to conquer the Battle Pattern Continent. This was because a 7-pattern battle emperor who created a Tao pattern art was a rare existence who became a Tao lord through body tempering. In other words, the Tao pattern art that Jiangxi cultivated was also a Tao lord path. In fact, Jiangxi did even better than the 7-pattern battle emperor. This was because the 7-pattern battle emperor had only fused 72 Tao pattern blood crystals when he was at the 4-pattern realm. It was far from Jiangxi's 99. Good, very good. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's smile widened. Fusing 99 Tao pattern blood crystals meant that he had a 99 times affinity with Tao arts. Although he knew that Jiangxi still had many secrets, just this alone was enough to show how great Jiangxi's potential was. The Purple Heaven Sword Sutra that Jiangxi cultivated was a Tao Lord path. Now that he had such attainments in Tao pattern arts, it meant that he was also a Tao Lord path. With 2 paths, Jiangxi's chances of becoming a Tao Lord in the future would increase significantly. Of course, Tao Lord Nine Firmament also knew that it was still very difficult for Jiangxi to become a Tao Lord. After all, after countless epochs, there were only a few dozen Tao Lords in the entire human race. Beside him, Jiangxi was secretly shocked. This was because ever since he became his disciple, Tao Lord Nine Firmament had always praised him with the word not bad. He had never seen him use words like good or very good. Even when he created the pinnacle secret technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, he did not receive such praise. Could it be that Tao pattern arts are more important than the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra? Fortunately, I only talked about the Tao pattern art. If I had also talked about the Tao Seal Arts realm and the Cultivation Hearts realm, would Master Nine Firmament be even more shocked? Riverward muttered in his heart. At this moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmament smiled and said, "Don't tell others about the realm of Tao pattern arts and the fusion of 99 Tao pattern blood crystals. Also, use your self-created heaven and earth. A world of its own. Jiang Ci was puzzled. After you use the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Cosmos Scroll, you'll be able to control the space within 10,000 feet around you. You will be able to form your own world. Explained Tao, Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Ci nodded. So that was the name. Thereafter, he executed the 7 stances of the universe in front of Tao, Lord Nine Firmaments. 7 sword lights that were thousands of feet long circled around him. The space within a radius of 1,000 feet was completely under his control. With a single thought, he could shackle space and stop time. With a single glance, Tao, Lord Nine Firmaments, saw through this tiny space. Master, is there anything special about this self-created world? Jiang Ci asked. He felt that Master Jiu Shao cared a lot about this ability. True Lords control space, while Tao Lords control time. What do you think is so special about them? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. This is a Tao Lord technique. Jiang Ci was shocked. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. That's right, but you're only at the most basic level. Therefore, he could only perform spatial imprisonment and time stop. If you can perform spatial teleportation and time acceleration in your self-created world, that would be the second stage. After that, the third stage would be another kind of mystery. For example, reversing time and space, repelling the heavenly Tao, and so on. I'm just a Tao integration cultivator, but I actually created a Tao Lord technique? Jiang Ci was a little dumbfounded. Apart from not transcending the tribulation, you're almost the same as a true Lord in other aspects. You can't be compared to a Tao integration cultivator. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments chuckled. Jiang Ci thought that it made sense. His Tao realm had long caught up to those true lords who had yet to step into the heavenly Tao. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments reminded him again. In the future, use the identity of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to create your own world. Jiang Ci's identity and the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal's identity have to be completely separate. Otherwise, if the other races know that you, a Tao integration cultivator, have such an ability, they will definitely pay a huge price. They will definitely pay a huge price to assassinate you. I've already asked your 7th senior brother to fake the experience of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal growing up to become a 9th Tribulation Transcender. No matter how the other races investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to you unless you take the initiative to expose it. When you're really not afraid of being assassinated by the other races in the future, you can reveal the identity of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Remember, Jiang Ci understood Master Nine Firmament's intentions and immediately agreed. After creating his own world, he could only use the identity of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. However, he could still use the various secret techniques of the 7 styles of the universe. With your current strength, you should be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation at any time. Have you thought about when to transcend the tribulation? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked again. I plan to wait until the secret technique I created improves before transcending the tribulation. Jiang Ci said respectfully. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't continue to persuade him. He just nodded slightly. Grasp it yourself. When the time is right, transcend the tribulation. You can't drag it out. Otherwise, the more foundation you accumulate before transcending the tribulation, the stronger the tribulation will be. Riverward felt very helpless. This was where his current problem lay. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments thought that he would definitely succeed if he transcended the tribulation now. In fact, the foundation he had accumulated was far more than what he had mentioned. With his current foundation, the heavenly tribulation that came after he triggered, it would definitely not be an ordinary one. Therefore, he had to ensure that nothing went wrong before transcending the tribulation. If he failed, there would be nothing left. That was because failure meant death. He had only lived for 2,000 years and still had a lot of lifespan left. Tao integration meant a lifespan of 10,000 years. He could make his trump cards thicker. Seeing that Master Nine Firmaments was done with his questioning, Jiang Ci didn't immediately take his leave. Instead, he probed, "By the way, Master, do you know the existence at the bottom of the ancient God abyss?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Jiang Si in surprise before asking, "You went down?" "When I was fighting for the ancient god's treasure trove, I used the major transference talisman that seventh senior brother gave me. Then, I accidentally went deeper into the ancient god abyss and picked up a seven-colored snake. In the end, the existence at the bottom was enraged," said Jiang Si. "Haha, you little guy. The ignorant are truly fearless." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments let out a rare laugh. He didn't ask how Jiang Si survived in the depths of the ancient god abyss. Instead, he said, "The existence at the bottom isn't something you can know. Even if I force the heavenly Tao to tell you now, when you leave this place, the heavenly Tao will punish you and erase your memories." Jiang Si was speechless. Since it was so ruthless, he decided not to ask. "However, you are quite lucky to be able to capture a wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin. That's like snatching food from a tiger's mouth." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a smile. Snatching food from a tiger's mouth? Heavenly Tao's origin? Jiang Si pretended to be surprised even though he already knew. After the Tao Technique realm, and the heavenly Tao is the origin realm. You don't need to know that for now. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't explain too much. Then he asked, "Have you refined it?" "I have refined it. That's why my Tao Technique strength improved so quickly." Jiang Si took the opportunity to find another reason for his fast cultivation speed. "Well, not bad." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded slightly. Obviously, he had understood a lot. "Cultivate well. You can go back first," he said again. "Yes." Jiang Si bowed respectfully. After a while, he left the Nine Firmaments realm. At this moment, the pressure in his heart completely dissipated. Being with Master Nine Firmaments is really stressful. Jiang Si shook his head. "Fortunately, this time, Master's doubts about my fast cultivation speed have been temporarily dispelled." Jiang Si knew very well that the experience panel was his biggest secret, and it definitely couldn't be exposed. The problem was that his cultivation speed was too fast. In just 2,000 years, he had the strength of an invincible tribulation transcender. In terms of cultivation, it was still normal. Although it was fast to reach the Tao integration realm in 2,000 years, not many people would be suspicious. The main thing was his Tao technique. At the same time, he walked 7 paths of Tao techniques and reached the same realm as many perfected lords. This kind of cultivation speed attracted the attention and inquiries of the higher-ups of the human race. It was only a matter of time. Therefore, Jiang Si had long been prepared for Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' inquiry this time. His body had fused with 99 Tao-patterned blood crystals. Refining a wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin source was also one. With these two added together, his affinity with the Tao had reached 1,000 times. In this way, there was an explanation for the speed of his cultivation of Tao techniques. Soon, when I have the strength of a Tao Lord, even if people doubt my cultivation speed, they won't dare to ask me. Jiang Si secretly thought then. He left Nine Firmaments Palace and went straight to the Wine Sword Immortal's mansion not far away. Here, he changed his mood and relaxed a lot. Master, disciple is back. As soon as he reached the door, Jiang Si shouted, but no one answered him. Master's main body is not here. Jiang Si was surprised. The Wine Sword Immortal had a main body and a clone. The clone was now overseeing Earth, and the main body had not left the ancient Tao origin world for 50,000 years. Jiang Si directly walked in. The palace was empty. Because the Wine Sword Immortal was very quiet, he did not take in any disciples before taking Jiang Si as his personal disciple. Let's go take a look at Master's Pavilion. Jiang Si walked to the back of the palace. The pavilion at the back was where the Wine Sword Immortal often drank. Jiang Si's expression changed. The pavilion was not too tall, and it was surrounded by a defensive array. The Wine Sword Immortal's good friend, or rather confidant, the 7 Tribulation Transcendent Immortal Ping, wore a green robe and was sitting cross-legged outside the array. There was anxiety between her brows. Inside the array, the Wine Sword Immortal's eyes were tightly shut. He originally looked unrestrained, but now his aura was somewhat tyrannical. Killing intent, anger, sadness, despair, longing, all kinds of emotions were mixed in his aura. Jiang Xi is back. Immortal Ping looked at Jiang Xi and squeezed out a smile. Jiang Xi hurriedly bowed and asked, "Martial Ant Ping, what is Master doing?" Immortal Ping turned her gaze back to the wine, sword immortal, and sighed. Zhongli is reversing life and death. Dong! Jiang Xi felt as if his head had been knocked by someone, and he felt a little dizzy. He knew about the wine sword immortal situation. Previously, when he communicated with the wine sword immortal's clone, the wine sword immortal said that he could break through the demonic barrier in his heart at any time. However, he was worried that once he broke through the demonic barrier, his memories of his Dao partner, the Lotus Sword Immortal, would disappear. Therefore, he did not do it. Instead, he wanted to wait for another 300 to 400 years before breaking through the demonic barrier and reversing life and death. Why was it so sudden now? It had only been 100 years since the last communication. Jiang Xi was a little confused. He was worried that the wine sword immortal would try to reverse life and death without breaking through the demonic barrier. If that was the case, the success rate of failure would be almost 100%. One thought for life, one thought for death. If he failed, he would die. Immortal Ping said with a worried expression, "A year ago, your master suddenly came to me and said that he was very happy that he had received a good disciple. Then he suddenly fell into this state." Jiang Xi's expression changed, and his mood was very complicated. A year ago, wasn't it when he killed all his enemies and became an invincible tribulation transcender? It turned out that he was the main reason for the wine sword immortal to make the decision to reverse life and death. Why did Master Nine Firmaments remind me just now? Logically speaking, with the wine sword immortal situation, he should have reminded me, Jiang Xi thought. Then he shook his head. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments was part of the human race and paid attention to many important matters. The wine sword immortal was obviously not in his usual range of attention. Therefore, it was very likely that Dao Lord Nine Firmaments did not know about the wine sword immortal situation. Moreover, the reversal of life and death of a ninth tribulation transcender was the same as the heavenly tribulation. Others could not interfere with it and could only rely on themselves. Even if Dao Lord Nine Firmaments knew, there was nothing he could do. Martial Ant Ping, I want to return to Earth. Master's clone is there, and I'm very worried. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. All right, Immortal Ping nodded. In fact, the Wine Sword Immortal's clone was being protected, but it was not as safe as his own people. Jiang Xi did not delay and ended this short trip to the ancient Dao origin world. The ancient Dao origin world was the sacred land of the human race. The Wine Sword Immortal's main body was very safe here and would not be in any danger. Earth was different, although there was a perfected monarch overseeing it. But if someone harbored evil intentions and interfered with the cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal's clone, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, the Wine Sword Immortal had many enemies. In addition, the Wine Sword Immortal was also on the must-kill list of foreign races. If a foreign race infiltrated Earth, the situation would also be very dangerous. In the outer space of Earth, there was a star palace with an area of 1 million square kilometers. In terms of size, this star palace was even bigger than Earth. Overseeing, it was a perfected monarch from the Purple Firmament sect. In the starry sky, not far from this star palace, there was a teleportation platform. All the cultivators coming to and from Earth had to pass through this teleportation platform. As for the ancient interstellar teleportation array on the first moon, it had already been sealed. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived at the teleportation platform from the ancient Dao origin world after a series of teleportations. The group of armored Dao integration stage cultivators stationed here were slightly surprised when they saw Jiang Xi. Then, they saluted in unison. Greetings, Lord Jiang Xi. Although they were all Dao integration stage cultivators, Jiang Xi's status was clearly much higher than theirs. Jiang Xi was anxious. He did not exchange pleasantries with them and directly flew toward Earth. Under the control of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, teleportation arrays were no longer allowed to directly teleport to Earth. The small teleportation arrays that he had set up between Earth and the Moon in the past were all useless. Therefore, he could only fly over. It's been more than 4,000 years. Lord Jiangxi has actually returned. That's right. For so many years, some of our subordinates have been spreading rumors that Lord Jiangxi has abandoned Earth and fled with the money. This is going to be interesting. Recently, some of the sects and factions have been itching to make a move. Yes, especially since Lord Winesword Immortal suddenly went into seclusion. Some people have become even more unscrupulous. Chill. Be careful with your words. Let's just watch and not talk too much about the matters of the immortals. The armored Tao integration stage, cultivators stationed at the teleportation platform, looked at Jiangxi's back and discussed among themselves using their spiritual senses. This group of Tao integration stage cultivators had been stationed on Earth for close to 1,000 years. They had long since understood the situation on Earth. Earth seemed to have become a rising power of the Tao Alliance, but it was actually very fake. There were no powerful cultivators or prodigies. Only Jiangxi was holding the fort. Although there was another prodigy, Xian Tian, who had joined the Tao sect, Xian Tian was clearly inferior to Jiangxi. As for the Winesword Immortal, who had replaced Jiangxi to oversee Earth, everyone had already classified him as a has-been powerful cultivator who was about to disappear. He wouldn't be able to affect the overall situation on Earth. The Winesword Immortal, whose lifespan was about to run out, would definitely die before his inner demons were removed. There was no other possibility. Therefore, if something happened to Jiangxi, Earth would be finished. Just like this time, Jiangxi had disappeared for more than 4,000 years. Thus, some people began to harbor evil thoughts. The 3 sects and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance had explored Earth for such a long time. They had long discovered the miraculous aspects of Earth. This place, which was known as the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance, was very beneficial to cultivation. For example, many cultivators who had been stuck at a bottleneck could quickly break through their bottlenecks after cultivating here for a period of time. Another example was that the children born here were obviously much more talented when they embarked on the path of cultivation in the future. Their cultivation speed would be much faster and they would encounter more opportunities more easily. Just these 2 factors alone were enough to make the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects jealous. However, Earth's resources were limited. In order to send their descendants and cultivators who were on the verge of breaking through to Earth, the various factions had to pay a huge price. In addition, Earth, which had the Great Xia Alliance as its core, also had a hidden heritage that made the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects jealous. After their investigation of those Grotto Heaven worlds, they discovered that those Grotto Heaven worlds were left behind by ancient orthodoxies that had disappeared in the long river of history. Some orthodoxies had left behind some inheritances. However, when they investigated, they didn't find any of these inheritances. Therefore, these inheritances must be in the hands of the people on Earth. After discovering this secret technique, the various factions stationed on Earth had been thinking about it. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Of course, they weren't afraid of Jiangxi. Jiangxi currently had a deterrent effect on the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects on Earth. However, it wasn't as great as imagined. This was because this deterrent effect mainly came from Tao Lord Nine Clouds. However, the factions that were stationed on Earth on behalf of the 3 sects and 6 sects also had Tao Lords. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight for this opportunity among the numerous factions. Everyone had a Tao Lord behind them, so they weren't afraid of you. Therefore, in fact, the only one who could really deter the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects was the invincible tribulation transcender, Winesword Immortal. When Winesword Immortal was around, the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects didn't dare to have any thoughts about the people on Earth. Now that Winesword Immortal was about to fall, everyone had their own ideas. They were about to get the inheritances of the Great Xia Alliance on Earth. At this time, Jiang Xi returned. There was a show to watch. Earth, Primordial Grotto Heaven, Primordial Chaos Sex Earth Branch. After more than 4,000 years of development and the subsequent recovery of spiritual energy on Earth, this originally barren Grotto Heaven world was now beginning to show signs of prosperity. On the vast land of the Grotto Heaven world, spiritual energy was dense, giving birth to a large number of spirit fields, immortal cities, immortal kingdoms, and so on. In the sky, there were many white clouds supporting many floating immortal islands. Rows upon rows of palaces and pavilions were located on these floating immortal islands. At this time, in a palace with an area of 100,000 kilometers, a tall man with a curly beard was sitting high on the throne. He was wearing golden armor, and his whole body exuded a rich, immortal aura. This person was the leader of the Primordial Chaos Sex Earth Branch, Lin Yu, a seventh tribulation transcender. Below the main hall, the former head of the Zhang family of the Great Xia Alliance, Zhang Ming, respectfully knelt on the ground. Disciple greets immortal Lin Yu. Haha, no need for formalities, quickly get up. Lin Yu let out a hearty laugh. Disciple failed to live up to senior's expectations and didn't get the inheritance from the ancestor of the family. Zhang Ming didn't dare to get up. It's fine, you're the head of the Zhang family, and there will be many opportunities in the future. Lin Yu didn't seem to care, and his face was still full of smiles. Disciple. Zhang Ming was a bit hesitant. Senior, please forgive me. Disciple was expelled from the family by the ancestor, and I was also deprived of my identity as an earthling. I'm afraid I won't have a chance. The main hall suddenly quieted down. The smile on the face of Lin Yu, who was sitting high on the throne, disappeared, and his expression was very cold. Scram. He spat out two words softly, as if he couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. Senior. Zhang Ming was stunned. In his impression, immortal Lin Yu's attitude was very good, and he treated people warmly and straightforwardly. He was a senior who left a good impression. However, he had never seen immortal Lin Yu like this. Get out of Earth, Lin Yu said coldly. Zhang Ming's expression changed drastically. Senior, I am a core disciple of the Hunyuan sect. I have nowhere to go except the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven. Lin Yu sneered. Cultivate in the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven? Do you know how much the disciples of the sect have to pay to get a spot in the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven? Since you are no longer an earthling, you are not qualified to cultivate here. You used to be a lucky native, but now your luck is gone. Go back to the headquarters of the Hunyuan sect and cultivate there from now on. These words struck Zhang Ming as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly remembered the words of the ancestor, Zhang Wei, and suddenly understood a principle. First of all, he was an earthling from the Great Xia, and then there were other identities. Because he was an earthling, he was qualified to cultivate in the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to stay here at all. Go back to the headquarters of the Hunyuan sect? I am not familiar with the place, and I can only rely on myself. My future. Zhang Ming regretted it. At this moment, a Dao integration cultivator flew into the hall from outside. Master, Jiang Xi is back. This sentence echoed in the hall. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. Where did he go? He went to the rain-gazing pavilion, the disciple replied. Lin Yu pondered for a while. The rain-gazing pavilion was the place where the wine-sword immortal often stayed, and where he was now in seclusion. Okay, I got it. You can leave first. Lin Yu waved his hand. The Dao integration cultivator left, but Zhang Ming didn't. He was very confused now, and a sentence echoed in his mind. Ancestor Jiang Xi is back. Stay in the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven for the time being, Lin Yu said to him. Zhang Ming was at a loss, but he was pleasantly surprised and inexplicably nervous. Chapter 556. Lin Yu's talent was very good. Although he was a seventh tribulation transcender, he had only cultivated for 10,000 years. This was because when he transcended tribulation to become an immortal, he had transcended 5 tribulations in a row. His talent was one of the reasons why he could represent the primordial chaos sect on Earth this time. Another reason was that the faction behind him had a lot of power in the primordial chaos sect. Simply put, he was a talented immortal with a strong background. On the surface, Lian Yu looked like a burly man with a dark face and a beard. He should be a very rough and unscheming person, but in fact he was not. To be able to cultivate to the 7th tribulation transcender realm, his scheming was naturally not bad. Ever since he learned about the remains of those ancient orthodoxies on Earth, Lian Yu had always been planning to obtain the inheritance of Earth. He had also made some arrangements and probing for this. This was because he had long known that Wine Sword Immortal's lifespan was about to run out. Once this invincible tribulation transcender who guarded Earth for Jiang Ci died, he would be able to make a move with confidence. A year ago, Wine Sword Immortal suddenly went into seclusion. Lian Yu knew that his opportunity had come. Therefore, he had recently tried to obtain the inheritance of Earth. But he did not expect that Jiang Ci would suddenly return. This was unexpected. What a pity! Lian Yu sat high on the throne and shook his head slightly. If he had been given more time, he would have succeeded. I can only wait for him to leave next time. Lian Yu was indeed a little afraid of this current era genius of the human race, but not as much as he had imagined. For example, one of his previous plans was to secretly send people to spread the news on Earth that it was Jiangxi who had sold Earth and ran away with the money. This rumor had been passed down for generations, and many people on Earth believed it. Lian Yu dared to do this because the faction he was in also had a Tao Lord above it. Not to mention, he was a genius immortal who had already proven himself. On the other hand, Jiang Ci was still a Tao integration cultivator. Although he had the title of the era genius, his strength was definitely not as good as his. Therefore, Lian Yu was very confident that once he obtained the inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance, even if Jiang Ci pursued the matter, there would not be any big problems. At most, he would attract some punishment. This was because he knew that the higher-ups of the sect were also thinking about the inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance on Earth. Yes, we still have to give face to the epic era genius. Push this Zhongming out and let this great genius cool down. This was why Lian Yu had asked Zhongming to stay for the time being. The rain-gazing pavilion was a very ordinary pavilion. Its name was given by the Wine Sword Immortal, and it had been around for more than 4,000 years. Jiang Ci and the Wine Sword Immortal's doppelganger were communicating in this pavilion most of the time. Now, this small pavilion had also been set up with a protective formation. A 7th tribulation transcender of the Purple Heaven sect was guarding outside the formation. This person's name was Ji Liang, and he was an elder representing the Purple Heaven sect station on Earth. Seeing that Jiang Ci had arrived, Ji Liang, the 7th tribulation transcender, only slightly nodded at him. In terms of status, Jiang Ci's current status in the Purple Heaven sect was only comparable to that of a 6th tribulation transcender. Thank you, Lord Ji Liang. Jiang Ci bowed to Ji Liang. Ji Liang shook his head and said, "No need. Senior Wine Sword Immortal is someone I respect greatly. It's my honor to be able to guard him." Jiang Ci looked at the situation inside the formation with a worried expression. The Wine Sword Immortal's doppelganger was sitting cross-legged. All kinds of tyrannical auras were mixed together. It was obvious that the process of reversing life and death was not going smoothly. Ji Liang said, "Don't worry, Senior Wine Sword Immortal is someone with great luck. I believe that he will be able to survive this life and death tribulation." Of course, Jiang Ci squeezed out a smile on his face. Then he also sat cross-legged outside the pavilion, guarding the Wine Sword Immortal. After reversing life and death and crossing this tribulation, one would become a carefree, great Tao immortal, a true monarch powerhouse with an endless lifespan. However, this life and death tribulation was very mysterious. Most of the time, It had nothing to do with talent. In history, some mediocre ninth tribulation transcenders could reverse life and death 5 times in a row during this tribulation, becoming a fifth tribulation immortal in one fell swoop. Some invincible tribulation transcenders with peerless talent might fall in this tribulation and die. This was also part of Jiangxi's worries. The Wine-Sword Immortal was indeed an invincible tribulation transcender, but this tribulation depended on one's heart and luck. After guarding here for less than half an hour, a figure flew over from the horizon. But after approaching the rain-gazing pavilion, it carefully slowed down and walked over. Jiangxi, you're finally back. Zhang Wei was very excited. After all, they hadn't seen each other for more than 4,000 years. Yes, I'm back. Jiangxi smiled and nodded. If it was any other time, he would be very excited. But at this time, he couldn't be excited. Jiangxi. Zhang Wei looked at Jiangxi, wanting to say something, but hesitated. What's the matter? Jiangxi asked. Zhang Wei glanced at the 7th tribulation transcender Ji Liang next to him. It's nothing. Lord Ji Liang is not an outsider. Jiangxi said. Well, it's like this. In recent years, the 3 sects and 6 sects stationed on Earth have been secretly. Zhang Wei explained the situation he knew in detail. Jiangxi just listened quietly and didn't interrupt. Zhang Wei finally said, I've been collecting information about what they've been doing secretly, including spreading rumors, smearing your image on Earth, influencing the new generation of Earthlings, and seeking the inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance. Actually, I've known about these things for a long time. Jiangxi's expression was calm. You've known about it for a long time? Zhang Wei was stunned. With the cultivation of my master, the Wine-Sword Immortal, his spiritual sense can easily cover any corner of Earth. Do you think that the things they did could be hidden from my master? Riverward looked at the Wine-Sword Immortal in the pavilion with a complicated expression. Then why did you? Zhang Wei didn't finish his words. He wanted to know the reason. Earth's foundation is very unstable, so it needs a baptism to get rid of the impurities and preserve the essence. If there are no people with evil intentions to help throw out the bait, how would I know, among the people on Earth, who are the real Earthlings and who are the fake ones? Jiangxi's eyes flashed with a golden light. In the past, when he communicated with the Wine-Sword Immortal's clone, they often talked about this. Therefore, he basically knew what the 3 sects and 6 sects factions on Earth have been doing in the past 4,000 years, except for the recent events that happened in the past year. Especially after the Wine-Sword Immortal went into seclusion, the elder of the Hunyuan sect on Earth suddenly jumped out to seek the inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance. This was something Jiangxi didn't know, so this matter successfully angered him. Then use your blood to help my master get through this life and death situation. Jiangxi's eyes flashed with a strong, killing intent. Then, he took out a jade scroll and handed it to Zhang Wei. This is the list. Kill them all. Zhang Wei took it and checked it with his spiritual sense. Even though he was at the essence soul stage, he was still scared. This was a terrifying number. One of them was even like him, an old Earthling who had lived for more than 4,000 years. However, he didn't question Jiangxi's decision. Kill them all, then kill them all. Zhang Wei said, many of them have joined the 3 sects and 6 sects and are now cultivating in those grotto heavens. We can't do anything to them. Jiangxi said, pick them out of the list. I'll deal with them. At this time, Ji Liang, who had been silent, said, the Purple Heaven sect supports this decision. If there is anyone in the Purple Heaven grotto heaven that needs to be dealt with, just leave it to me. Zhang Wei didn't answer and looked at Jiangxi. Jiangxi nodded. After that, Zhang Wei quickly picked out a new list. There were 107 people who had joined the Earth branch of the Purple Heaven sect. This was a huge number. If it was in other galaxies, there might not be a genius who could become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect in tens of thousands of years. But on Earth, there were so many people who had joined the Purple Heaven sect in just over 4,000 years. It was not only related to the original agreement, but also because the talents and opportunities of the people on Earth were generally very high, so it was easier for them to produce geniuses. This was the special thing about Earth, a place with great luck. Then, Jiang Xi gave an order. Earth was sealed, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Even perfected cultivator Ning Chu, who was guarding Earth, couldn't refute this order. Nominally, Jiang Xi was the Lord of Earth, so he had the right to do so. Then, a team of guards of the Great Xia Alliance, composed of all Essence Soul Stage cultivators, swept the world. As long as they were on Jiang Xi's list, they were all taken away, and the forces of the families related to them were directly wiped out. On this day, Earth ushered in the bloodiest day since the Great Change. No matter which hemisphere one was in, the sun was red at sunrise and sunset, and the sky was blood red. Blood flowed like a river. No one announced the exact number of people who died, and no one dared to announce it. In short, the next day, people suddenly found that there were more people with yellow skin and black hair. This was because there were many fewer people, so they became the majority. After the Great Purge, Jiang Xi made a statement and confessed that he was the instigator of this matter. Some people clapped their hands and praised, some people cursed, but more people were in awe. Since then, in the eyes of the people on Earth, Jiang Xi was no longer a simple object of admiration, but an existence to be feared. As for the previous rumors that Jiang Xi had sold Earth and ran away with the money, they were also discredited. Later, according to historians, most of the people who were purged were the shadows of the old forces, such as the Holy Alliance, the Dark Shadow Nation, and the Peacock Nation. Although their ancestors had submitted to Jiang Xi and established the Great Xia Alliance under the leadership of the Great Xia Kingdom, they were unwilling to accept it. The old forces had always been lurking within the Great Xia Alliance. With the arrival of the Great Change, the 3 gates and 6 sects had entered Earth, bringing hope to these old forces. They were the first batch of people to surrender. On the same day, Jiang Xi left the rain viewing pavilion for a short time and went to the various grotto heavens of the 3 gates and 6 sects Earth branches, except for the purple heaven grotto heaven. In the Tao grotto heaven, the 7 Tribulation Transcender Elder of the Tao Grotto Heaven Earth Branch did not wait for Jiang Xi to call for people and took out a pile of bloody heads. Obviously, they had just been killed. Jiang Xi did not thank him and directly left. Because this elder also had other thoughts, but he did not jump out. Jiang Xi could of course kill the other party with a sword, but killing him would not benefit him in any way. So he did not do it. It was the same for the Buddhist Grotto Heaven, Sword Gate Grotto Heaven, Guanghan Grotto Heaven, Wuji Grotto Heaven, Heavenly Yang Grotto Heaven, and True Mysterious Grotto Heaven. After Jiang Xi left, he had already prepared everything and killed everyone who needed to be killed. Jiang Xi didn't say a word and left after taking a look, because the people these elders had killed in advance were all on his list. These elders knew what they had done and did not want to have a conflict with Jiang Xi face to face. Therefore, they had prepared everything in advance and made their attitude clear. The only difference was the primordial grotto heaven. After Jiang Xi arrived at the primordial grotto heaven, the 7 Tribulation Transcender Elder Lien Yu personally came out of the main hall to welcome him. He laughed heartily and said, "Haha, Brother Jiang Xi, I'm really sorry. It was my oversight. I didn't expect that my sect would attract such a cunning person." At the entrance of the main hall, there was a pile of bloody heads, and a trembling Zhang Ming was kneeling next to them. Lien Yu laughed, but in his heart, he was thinking, this Jiang Xi is a ruthless person. He killed so many people just like that, so I have to give him enough face. He had already heard about the situation of the previous immortal sections. As long as he took the initiative to admit his mistake, there would be no problem. Jiang Xi stood at the entrance of the main hall and did not fall for his trick. Instead, his gaze fell on Zhang Ming next to him. Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Ancestor Jiang Xi, please forgive me. Spare my life." He had seen Jiang Xi before. Previously, because he had shown extraordinary talent in cultivation, he had chatted with Jiang Ci for a while when he was with Zhang Wei. If you weren't kneeling, maybe I would have considered sparing your life. Jiang Ci's expression was very calm. Ah. Zhang Ming was a little confused. For a moment, he did not know whether to stand up or kneel. Then, he quickly reacted and wanted to get up, but he found that he could not stand up no matter how hard he tried. Jiang Ci gave him too much pressure. We people of Great Xia can live and die standing, but we can't live kneeling. Jiang Ci's expression was somewhat complicated. The next moment, a wisp of sword energy penetrated Zhang Ming's forehead. His eyes were still filled with confusion and regret. If you kneel, you can't stand up. This young man could be said to be one of the best of the new generation on Earth. Jiang Ci once had high hopes for him, but unfortunately, he went astray. Haha, brother Jiang Ci, I've prepared a banquet in the hall. Now that we're done, let's go in and have a drink. Lian Yu laughed again. He did not show any emotional changes because of Jiang Ci's cold attitude. No need. We still have a score to settle between us. Jiang Ci's tone was cold. What do you mean, brother Jiang Ci? Lian Yu frowned. Don't pretend. I know what you've done. Jiang Ci shook his head. As soon as these words came out, Lian Yu no longer pretended. He smiled confidently and said, So what? What can you do to me? Let's fight. Jiang Ci unsheathed his sword. Haha, you're sure I don't dare to kill you, so you're using this as an excuse to force me? Lian Yu laughed loudly. Buzz Jiang Ci didn't say anything. Nearly 10,000 green lotuses appeared around him and then merged into the crimson heaven sword. Boom! In the vast space of the chaos grotto heaven, the sky changed color. A crimson dragon, tens of thousands of kilometers long, rose into the air and stirred up heaven and earth. The second sword of the cloud, bookcase, 7 swords. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. All the cultivators in the chaos grotto heaven trembled and panicked. Lian Yu did not panic, but his expression changed drastically in disbelief. This is the second sword of the cloud, bookcase, 7 swords. You're the undying Taoist. Information about the extraterritorial battlefield was not only spread among the monster race and ghost race, but also among the human race. As a genius immortal of the Chaos Grotto Heaven sect, Lian Yu had the right to see this information. He knew that in the past 1,000 years, a human genius suspected to be Jiang Ci had appeared on the 9th battlefield of the extraterritorial battlefield, the Undying Taoist. It was speculated that the sword technique used by the Undying Taoist was the Cloud Bookcase, 7 swords. Now that Jiang Ci had used the second sword of the Cloud Bookcase, 7 swords in front of him, the answer couldn't be more obvious. Jiang Ci was the Undying Taoist. Phew! Lian Yu exhaled lightly and calmed himself down. He was a genius immortal who had transcended 5 tribulations in a row. Although he was now a 7th tribulation transcender, his overall combat strength was comparable to an 8th tribulation transcender. According to the information, the Undying Taoist combat strength was barely comparable to an 8th tribulation transcender. Therefore, even if Jiang Ci was the Undying Taoist, he was not afraid. What? You think you can beat me with your strength? Lian Yu sneered. Draw your saber. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to attack. Jiang Ci's sword was drawn, but not unleashed. Lian Yu's expression was cold as a saber appeared in his hand. But at this moment he found that he couldn't move. Spatial imprisonment. Lian Yu was shocked, and then he was terrified. He didn't have time to think about why Jiang Ci had such a method that only a perfected monarch could use. He said anxiously, Jiang Ci, you can't kill me. I'm an elder of the Primordial Chaos Sect's Earth Branch. If you kill me, the Primordial Chaos Sect won't let you off. We're all humans. It's just a small conflict. There's no need to fight to the death, right? Also, my master is perfected monarch Cholian. You don't want to offend a perfected monarch, right? One had to admit that Lian Yu was a very thoughtful person. At this critical moment, he was still able to think of so many words to persuade him. My master is Tao Monarch, 9 firmaments. Jiang Xi was expressionless. Lien Yu was dumbfounded. Then why are you saying so much to me? Lien Yu despaired. I just want you to die with more understanding and despair, Jiang Xi said softly. Whoosh! The sword fell. The genius immortal of the primordial chaos sect died. However, the anger in Jiang Xi's heart didn't completely dissipate. He also knew that the anger in his heart didn't come from these people with bad intentions. It was because the life and death of a mortal master winesword was uncertain. Killing the first person who jumped out only calmed the anger in his heart a little. This is also considered a trouble, right? Jiang Xi shook his head. Lien Yu's crime didn't warrant death. Even if he reported what Lien Yu had done to the heavenly court, he would at most be reprimanded. A 7 tribulation transcender was already the top combat power of the human race. According to the normal punishment, even if a tribulation transcender of this level died, he would die on the battlefield against alien races. But Jiang Xi knew that he had to kill this person. Only by killing him could he establish his prestige, and the forces of the 3 gates and 6 sects stationed on Earth would be afraid of him. Soon, the news of Lien Yu's death spread and caused a huge uproar. After all, the one who died wasn't an ordinary immortal, but a genius immortal with a certain status and background in the primordial chaos sect. The other factions of the 3 gates and 6 sects on Earth, as well as the 7 tribulation transcender elders, were shocked by Jiang Xi's strength, but they also rejoiced and felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't take the initiative to jump out. Otherwise, they might be the ones who died. On the other side, just as Jiang Xi left the primordial chaos cave, a 9 tribulation transcender flew over from the Star Palace outside Earth with a scroll. Jiang Xi, perfected monarch decree. Perfected monarch Ning Chu, who was guarding Earth, personally ordered to take Jiang Xi to the Star Palace and temporarily imprison him. Perfected monarch Ning Chu also left behind a sentence. Doubt a monarch 9 firmaments won't intervene in such a trivial matter. You can cultivate here for the time being. You can only go out after the sect, and the primordial chaos sect finished the discussion. Jiang Xi didn't resist. He knew that perfected monarch Ning Chu, who was also from the Purple Heaven sect, was protecting him. He also felt that Master 9 firmaments wouldn't personally intervene for such a matter. Therefore, the necessary protective measures still had to be taken. The primordial chaos sect wasn't a small sect, but one of the 9 immortal Tao sects that stood at the peak of the human race along with the Purple Heaven sect. Moreover, the faction behind Lien Yu wasn't small. Lien Yu's master, perfected monarch Chou Lien, was one of them. The Tao monarch of this faction was the second. 3 days later, a figure appeared on the teleportation platform next to the Star Palace. It was a young man with white hair. The terrifying aura he emitted faintly merged with the starry sky, as if he was the ruler of this starry sky. His gaze penetrated the Star Palace and landed on the temporarily imprisoned Jiang Xi. Chou Lien, go back. An ethereal voice sounded in perfected monarch Chou Lien's ears. Lord Ning Chu, my disciple is dead. He could have cultivated to become a perfected monarch, but he died just like that. Just because of a small dispute, he was killed. Perfected monarch Chou Lien said angrily. Then what do you want? Perfected monarch Ning Chu's voice sounded again. I know I can't kill him. Perfected monarch Chou Lien clenched his fists. But I want to teach him an unforgettable lesson. This is a Tao monarch's decree. Lord Ning Chu, please don't stop me. With that said, he flipped his hand and took out a golden scroll. Just its aura alone was enough to affect this space-time. Sigh. Perfected monarch Ning Chu sighed softly and didn't speak again. In a side hall of the Star Palace, Jiang Xi sat there quietly and cultivated. He didn't know how long he would have to wait. Anyway, he just had to wait. Suddenly, he felt a ripple appear in the space around him. At the same time, a spatial force wrapped around him. Perfected monarch, Jiang Xi was startled. Before he could react, the space around him changed, and the energy directly teleported him out of the Star Palace. Then he saw the scene in front of him clearly. In the starry sky, a white-haired man was staring at him coldly with an unfriendly expression. It's not perfected monarch Ning Chu. Jiang Xi's heart sank. He had seen perfected monarch Ning Chu who guarded Earth before. Jiang Xi, did you kill my disciple? The white-haired man's eyes were sharp. This question allowed Jiang Xi to confirm the other party's identity. It was Lian Yu's master, perfected monarch Chou Lian. Greetings, Lord Chou Lian. Jiang Xi still bowed. Let me ask you, did you kill my disciple? Perfected monarch Chou Lian shouted. Boom! In the starry sky, thunder rumbled and spatial cracks appeared. The wrath of a perfected monarch. And Jiang Xi, who was in the center of the wrath, felt as if he had become extremely small. He was pressed down by 100,000 mountains, unable to move or breathe. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. He could only remain silent with an indifferent look in his eyes. This expression made Chou Lian even angrier. Chapter 557. In space outside Earth, there was a star palace that was even larger than Earth. Two figures stood facing each other in the nearby starry sky. Perfected monarch Chou Lian easily controlled this starry sky and made Jiang Xi experience the feeling of being imprisoned by space. Jiang Xi, you killed your own kind and are so cruel, arrogant, and reckless. If you continue to grow like this, I don't know if it's a blessing or a disaster for the human race. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master, so that you'll know how to behave. Perfected monarch Chou Lian's voice was as loud as thunder, as if he represented the justice of heaven and earth. Moreover, he was very careful with his words. He stood on the high ground of justice for the human race and deliberately weakened his personal grudges. Perfected monarch Chou Lian raised his hand and condensed a terrifying energy attack. Just the fluctuations it emitted caused terrifying cracks to appear in the starry sky. It was like a mirror that was about to shatter. Moreover, the power of this energy attack was at the level of a ninth tribulation transcender. This was because perfected monarch Chou Lian had received a message from Lian Yu before he died, and he also knew that Jiang Xi was the Taoist undying. A ninth tribulation transcender level attack was just enough to injure Jiang Xi, but it wouldn't kill Jiang Xi. Woo! This energy attack cut through the starry sky and directly attacked Jiang Xi. Fuck! Even though he knew that his life wasn't in danger, Jiang Xi was still very angry. This kind of battle, where he had no chance to resist, was the last thing he wanted to encounter. Furthermore, perfected monarch Chou Lian's attitude of inverting right and wrong was very annoying. You want to teach me a lesson? Dream on. The golden patterned black armor formed by the triple mountain appeared on Jiang Xi's body. Boom! Perfected monarch Chou Lian's attack landed on Jiang Xi's body. The starry sky suddenly exploded, but Jiang Xi didn't move at all, and his aura didn't change either. He blocked the attack. An armor type, origin treasure? Perfected monarch Chou Lian's expression changed. As a perfected monarch, he naturally knew about the existence of origin treasures. Magic treasures of this level were basically all in the hands of Tao, lords among the true monarchs. Only the ancient true monarchs who had lived for countless years might have one. And now, he saw one on Riverward's body. A look of greed flashed across perfected Lord Chou Lian's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. That was because he knew that the origin utmost treasure was definitely bestowed to Jiang Xi by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. He would not dare to snatch it unless he had a death wish. Since physical attacks are ineffective, what about primordial spirit attacks? Perfected cultivator Chou Lian sneered. He decided to teach Jiang Xi a big lesson. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go so easily. In the next moment, a wisp of golden light shot out from between his eyebrows like a small knife and attacked Jiang Xi. The might of this primordial soul attack was also maintained at the level of a ninth tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi was unable to resist the spatial shackles. He was furious and helpless because his third mountain could not defend against an essence spirit attack. That wisp of primordial spirit attack directly entered between his eyebrows and rushed towards the primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness. Jiangxi's eyes lit up and a golden light flashed across them. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit with 2 rings of golden light behind his head and the 7-colored lotus platform trembled slightly at the same time. Ding! That wisp of primordial spirit attack in the shape of a small knife collided with Jiangxi's primordial spirit. His primordial spirit and lotus platform erupted with a rich golden light. Then, the small knife was repelled away. Jiangxi blinked. His primordial spirit's defense was so high. What? An essence utmost treasure? Perfected Lord Chou Lian's expression changed drastically. Too biased. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments is too biased. Even if he's a personal disciple, he shouldn't have given him 2 utmost treasures. He's only at the Tao integration stage. Perfected Lord Chou Lian's eyes flashed with jealousy and dissatisfaction. As a peak race, the human race had many utmost treasures, but the number was ultimately limited. As a perfected Lord, he was not qualified to have an utmost treasure. However, this Tao integration stage cultivator in front of him had 2, and they were both armor type and primordial spirit type 2 biased. Perfected Lord Chou Lian was really angry this time. Not because his disciple was killed, but because of the jealousy and dissatisfaction in his heart. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Perfected Lord Chou Lian attacked again and condensed 2 attacks. One was an energy attack, and the other was an essence soul attack. The power of both attacks was increased to 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. Jiangxi's heart sank. This perfected Lord Chou Lian was serious. The golden pattern black armor formed by the triple mountain would definitely not be able to block that energy attack. Although the combination of the peacock visualization technique and the heart cultivation realm gave him an unexpected essence soul defense. Could it block that essence soul attack? Jiangxi was not confident. Perfected Lord Chou Lian was about to wave his hand and release those 2 attacks. But at this moment, whoosh, with Earth as the center, the starry sky within a radius of 600 million kilometers suddenly became pitch black. It was as if an oil lamp had been blown out by someone. The stars in the sky became extremely dim. Even the sun, which was emitting blazing flames, was covered by it and lost its light. Then, 5 golden soul lamps, each of which was 60,000 feet tall, spiraled up from Earth. In the end, they hung in the starry sky and became the ruler of this starry sky. Among the 5 soul lamps, one was already extinguished, and the other 4 were still pulsing with golden flames. These golden flames were the only light in this starry sky. In the next moment, the extinguished soul lamp turned into specks of golden light, which then condensed into a circle of golden divine light. This was the essence soul divine light unique to perfected lords. He succeeded. Perfected Lord Chou Lian waved his hand and dispersed the attack he had just condensed, hatred flashing in his eyes. At this time, he definitely could not attack again. Even if he wanted to attack, perfected Lord Ning Chu, who was guarding Earth, would stop him, because who knew if his attack would disturb the liquor sword immortal's life and death reversal. Master succeeded. Although Jiangxi was suppressed by the perfected Lord to the point that he could not move, his heart was full of surprise. Soul extinguishing lamp, soul concentrating light. This was a process from life to death. The liquor sword immortal extinguished one of his soul lamps and condensed a circle of essence soul divine light. That meant that he had completed a life and death reversal. However, this was not the end. All of a sudden, one of the remaining 4 flickering golden soul lamps was extinguished, as if someone had blown on it. Whoosh! The starry sky within a radius of 6 billion kilometers instantly became pitch black. The range of the darkness expanded by 10 times. The second extinguished soul lamp also turned into specks of golden light, which condensed into a second circle of golden essence soul divine light. It formed a concentric circle with the first circle. Second revolution. Perfected Lord Cho Lian's expression changed, and the hatred in his eyes intensified. In comparison, Jiang Xi was naturally more surprised. The liquor sword immortal had reversed life and death twice in a row and directly became a second revolution, Dao immortal. At this moment, the starry sky was still pitch black. Whoosh between heaven and earth, a strange gust of wind blew. Darkness covered the starry sky within a radius of 60 billion kilometers, and the stars were dim. The remaining 3 soul lamps extinguished again, forming a third circle of essence soul divine light. Third revolution, Dao immortal. There's more. Perfected Lord Cho Lian's expression became extremely ugly, and he felt as if his heart had been stabbed several times, burning with jealousy. Master is too awesome. If not for the fact that he was imprisoned, Jiang Xi would have laughed. In the silent and dark starry sky, the stars in the sky lost their luster, and the sun also seemed to have been extinguished. In the sky above earth, the last 2 soul lamps, 60,000 feet tall, became the only source of light in this starry sky. The next moment, whoosh, 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 the 3 circles of golden essence soul light and the 2 soul lamps turned into a golden pillar of light and fell onto earth. The starry sky and the sun appeared again. The dark starry sky regained its light. Whoosh! In the starry sky near the star palace, a spatial ripple appeared, and the space that had been imprisoned suddenly shattered. Jiang Xi's spatial imprisonment was broken, and then a spatial power appeared and took Jiang Xi away from perfected Lord Cho Lian. Cho Lian, since when did you have the right to teach my disciple a lesson? A voice that seemed to be looking down on the world echoed in the starry sky. At the same time, a sword aura like a river of stars swept across billions of kilometers of starry sky and headed straight for perfected Lord Cho Lian. Perfected Lord Cho Lian's expression changed slightly, and he slashed out with his sword. His powerful energy turned into layers of giant mountains in the starry sky between him and the sword aura of stars. Boom, boom, boom. Billions of kilometers of starry sky were shattered, forming a terrifying spatial current. Wherever the torrent of space passed, meteorites and stars would instantly turn into dust and disappear. Only Earth and the Star Palace were safe under the protection of the perfected Lord's power. When everything calmed down, perfected Lord Cho Lian, who looked like a white-haired young man, no longer looked as arrogant as before. A silver armor appeared on his body, but there was a crack in the armor, and blood was flowing out. He looked quite embarrassed, and his energy had weakened a bit. He was injured. This sword attack ends the feud between you and me. You can go now. The voice of the wine sword immortal was heard again. Zhongli, it's not over yet. Perfected Lord Cho Lian was furious. Not leaving? Then let's do it again. The wine sword immortal smiled. In the starry sky, the sword aura of stars gathered again. Humph! Perfected Lord Cho Lian's face darkened as he flashed back to the star teleportation platform not far away. Then he turned around and glanced at Earth, then at Jiang Xi, before teleporting away. In the star palace not far away, perfected Lord Ning Chu smiled and shook his head. He was very happy because the Wine Sword Immortal was from the Purple Heaven sect. Now that the Wine Sword Immortal had become a rank 3 Dao Immortal, the power of the Purple Heaven sect had increased correspondingly. Zhongli, congratulations. Perfected Lord Ning Chu said with his spiritual consciousness. Thank you, Lord Ning Chu. The Wine Sword Immortal replied respectfully. Perfected Lord Ning Chu had helped his clone reverse life and death on Earth. Otherwise, there would have been alien races sneaking in. Meanwhile, in the rain-gazing pavilion on Earth, Jiang Xi was teleported back by the Wine Sword Immortal with a perfected Lord technique. Then he saw the wine-sword immortal raise his hand and wave two swords to repel the domineering perfected Lord Chou Lian. "Master, you're awesome." Jiang Xi gave him a thumbs up with a smile on his face. The uneasiness and worry in his heart had completely disappeared. "Ah, just so. The wine-sword immortal laughed. "Zhiliang greets perfected Lord Wine Sword Immortal. Congratulations on successfully reversing life and death." The seventh tribulation transcender Zhiliang, who had been standing guard at the side, respectfully bowed and congratulated him. "Zhiliang, I've troubled you for more than a year. I, Zhongli, will remember your kindness in my heart." The Wine Sword Immortal, or rather, perfected Lord Wine Sword Immortal, did not put on a high and mighty attitude just because he had become a perfected lord. He was still as unrestrained and easygoing as before. "It's my honor to be able to stand guard for Lord." Zhiliang beamed with joy. A perfected lord who had reversed life and death 3 times in a row was definitely rare, even in 10 billion eras. The chances of him becoming a rank 5 Dao immortal in the future were very high. And rank 5 Dao immortals were existences second only to Dao lords. There were not many of them in the entire human race. In addition, this was a sword Dao perfected lord. In terms of combat strength, he was naturally 1 realm higher. In other words, although he was now a rank 3 Dao immortal, his actual combat strength was comparable to a rank 4 Dao immortal. Therefore, this perfected Lord Wine Sword in front of him was a huge backer. Then, Zhiliang very sensibly left and did not continue to disturb perfected Lord Wine Sword and Jiang Xi, the master and disciple. "Do you know why Chou Lianhe and his disciple, Lianyu, are so hostile to me and you?" Perfected Lord Wine Sword asked Jiang Xi with a smile. "Master, do you have a grudge with him?" Jiang Xi was very curious. When perfected Lord Wine Sword had reversed life and death, he had discovered that perfected Lord Chou Lianhe had shown a lot of hatred. And perfected Lord Wine Sword's last words, saying that he wanted to end the grudge between the two. "That's right. Actually, Chou Lianhe and I are from the same generation. I'm a genius, and so is he. We had competition, and the competition was very intense. However, he was always at a disadvantage and was crushed by me, but later, when Lianrong and I were wandering the universe, we encountered a perfected lord of the demon race. Lianrong died because of that, and I was unable to recover. Speaking of this, perfected Lord Wine Sword sighed, and pain was hidden in his eyes. Jiang Xi was silent. He knew that reversing life and death 3 times in a row did not help perfected Lord Wine Sword get rid of the painful memory of his Dao companion's death. But these memories no longer troubled perfected Lord Wine Sword. Perfected Lord Wine Sword continued. Later, Chou Lianhe extinguished his soul lamp first and reversed life and death twice in a row, becoming a second stage Dao immortal. My competition with him came to an end. However, the grudge between us did not disappear, especially since Chou Lianhe is a very vengeful person. Otherwise, how could that little Lianyu dare to act so recklessly on Earth without anyone's instructions? Perfected Lord Wine Sword's words explained the reason for the whole matter. After Jiang Xi heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder. Lianyu was a 7th tribulation transcender. Even if he was a genius immortal, he had no reason and courage to be so presumptuous on Earth. When perfected Lord Wine Sword was in seclusion, the elders of the other sects continued to watch and did not jump out, but he dared to be the first to jump out. Someone was supporting him from behind. Next, the master and disciple chatted for a long time. 3 days later, the Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance issued the punishment for this matter. First of all, apart from the Purple Heaven sect and the Primordial Chaos sect, the Earth branches of the 3 sects and 6 sects were punished. The 7th tribulation transcender elders of the other 7 sects were deprived of the right to be stationed on Earth. Then, they were sent to the foreign battlefield and had to fight there for 1,000 years before they could retire. Secondly, Jiangxi's punishment was to face the wall on Earth for 1,000 years. He killed a genius immortal who had the potential to become a perfected immortal and received the punishment of facing the wall at home to reflect on his mistakes. As for those 7 tribulation transcender elders, they were sent to the foreign battlefield where they had a slim chance of survival just because they made some mistakes. This kind of obvious shielding caused some factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects to be dissatisfied, but no one dared to show it, because it was said that this was a decree issued by the Imperial Emperor himself. The Imperial Emperor was Jiangxi's 7th senior brother, and the masters of both of them were Dao Lord Nine Heavens. As such, it was obvious whose idea this punishment was. Cultivate well. You just finished the life and death tempering in the foreign battlefield and need to consolidate your strength. Master is also going to continue his seclusion. True monarch Wine Sword waited until Jiangxi's punishment was issued and then floated away. After breaking through, he still needed to consolidate his cultivation and comprehend his new realm. Jiangxi respectfully bowed to true monarch Wine Sword, and then his figure flickered and disappeared. Sky Connecting District, Villa 92. Jiangxi was sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room like before. Looking at the familiar scene, he could no longer suppress the longing in his heart. He flipped his hand and took out the simple bluestone token, a complicated expression on his face. When the bluestone old man of the second moon took away Zhang Daodu, he said that he could use this token to contact her at any time. However, it was already year 4572 of the new moon. More than 4,000 years had passed, and he had used this bluestone token to send countless messages, but he had never received a response. Therefore, for such a long time, he and Zhang Daodu had never seen each other again and had completely lost contact. Why did I believe that old man's words? Zhang Ci sighed softly. At that time, the bluestone old man casually said a few words and used some great magical powers, and he actually believed him. But fortunately, he knew that Zhang Daodu was fine because the two of them had each other's life slips. If the life slips were fine, the person would be fine. Continue to cultivate. Sooner or later, we will meet again. Jiang Ci's eyes were firm. At the same time, the great purge of Earth this time made the sense of urgency in his heart even stronger. The 3 sects and 6 sects were obviously not satisfied with just occupying Earth's grotto heaven world. He wanted to take back Earth as soon as possible and expel these evil guests. The next cultivation direction is to create the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Great Tao Scroll. When the Great Tao Scroll is completed, I will trigger the Heavenly Tribulation and become a true Tribulation Transcender powerhouse. Jiang Ci carefully calculated in his heart. When he created the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Cosmos Scroll, he had the help of Master Nine Heavens in the early stages and used 400 years to create the 6 styles of the universe. Then he fought in the extraterrestrial battlefield for more than 100 years and finally perfected the Cosmos Scroll, creating its own system of the 7 styles of the universe. Therefore, the total time he used to create the Cosmos Scroll was a little more than 500 years. The difficulty of creating the Great Tao Scroll is definitely higher, maybe 1,000 or 10,000 times more difficult. If I create the Great Tao Scroll through normal battles and looking for inspiration, I'm afraid the time needed is at least 100,000 years. I definitely don't have that time. Jiang Ci shook his head and laughed again. 100,000 years to create a set of pinnacle secret techniques stronger than the Cosmos Scroll was already very fast, because generally, only perfected cultivators with endless lifespans were qualified to try to create pinnacle secret techniques, and it was very common to use 100,000 years. With the experience points interface, I only need to deduce, according to the Cosmos Scroll, to deduce the Great Tao Scroll. Naturally, it won't take 100,000 years. Face the wall and reflect on my mistakes for 1,000 years. I hope to complete the Great Tao Scroll within 1,000 years. Jiang Ci was full of confidence. He looked at the experience points remaining. Experience points, 134169 billion. The last few years in the extraterrestrial battlefield were the time for him to reap the rewards. In addition to the ancient god's secret treasure and his strength as an invincible tribulation transcender, he had gained 11 trillion experience points. Refining a wisp of the heavenly Tao's source energy gave him 10 trillion experience points. Creating a cosmos scroll with its own system gave him 1 trillion experience points. With so much experience points, it was enough for him to deduce with all his strength. He might not even finish using it in 1,000 years. Moreover, both his main body and his avatar were deducing at the same time. In the 72nd year of facing the wall, Jiang Xi used the interface to deduce the first style of the Great Tao Scroll. Fire Sword style, it was one realm higher than the departing Fire Sword, and was a deeper integration of the Sword Tao and the Great Tao of Fire. Jiang Xi tested its power. With just the Fire Sword style, his combat strength reached the level of an invincible tribulation transcender. In the 174th year of facing the wall, he deduced the second style of the Great Tao Scroll, Wood Sword style. The combination of the Fire Sword style and Wood Sword style could kill an invincible tribulation transcender. In the 298th year of facing the wall, he deduced the third style of the Great Tao Scroll, Earth Sword style. After combining the three styles, Jiang Xi's intuition told him that his strength should have reached the level of a first-stage Tao Immortal, which was equivalent to the most ordinary true monarch. However, because he hadn't tested in actual combat, he couldn't be sure of his combat strength. Next, before he could deduce the fourth style of the Great Tao Scroll, Jiang Xi's main body temporarily stopped cultivating. His avatar was still deducing. This was because his communication pearl had received a message from the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall. Tribulation Transcender Hall? Jiang Xi suddenly reacted. He had joined the Tribulation Transcender Hall as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. In other words, this message was actually sent to the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Jiang Xi checked the content of the message with his spiritual sense. Seventh Tribulation Transcender, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. I hereby inform you that the Heavenly Court's Myriad Immortal Assembly will be held in a year. The method of participation and the location of the assembly were also attached. Myriad Immortal Assembly? Jiang Xi's thoughts moved, and he searched for the specific content in the Heavenly Eye Network through his communication pearl. It didn't take long for him to learn the details. In general, the Heavenly Court had a total of 4 levels of meetings. The first level was the Immortal Assembly. Human cultivators above the first stage tribulation transcender level could participate. Therefore, a meeting of this level was the most common, but also the largest. The second level was the Myriad Immortal Assembly. Human cultivators above the 7th tribulation transcender level could participate. The contents of the meeting involved some more important matters, but they weren't the core matters of the human race. The third level was the True Monarch Assembly. Only powerhouses above the True Monarch level could participate. Many important decisions of the human race were made through this assembly. The fourth level was the Tao Monarch Assembly. As the name implied, only Tao monarchs could participate. This was also the highest level of meeting of the human race. This meeting would only be held when it concerned the survival of the human race or when something that would affect the development of the human race appeared. Currently, there were only 2 people who were qualified to hold the Tao Monarch Assembly. They were revered Ming of the Taoist sect and Tao Monarch 9 Clouds of the Purple Heaven sect. The Myriad Immortal Assembly is only held once every 10,000 years. I wonder what the content of the meeting is this time. Jiang Xi thought to himself. The location of the meeting was inside the Heavenly Eye Mountain and River diagram.